Chapter 15 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 15. The Flood of 1890. And rearing Lindis backward pressed, shook all her trembling banks amain, then madly at the Igra's breast flung all her weltering walls again. Then banks came down with ruin and rout, then beaten foam flew round about, and all the mighty floods were out. So far, so fast, the Igra drave, the heart had hardly time to beat, before a shallow, seething wave sobbed in the grasses at our feet. The feet had hardly time to flee before it broke against the knee, and all the world was in the sea. The Great Flood of 1874 is remembered as the most destructive of human life in the history of the Mississippi Valley. It came almost without warning. The rolling river rose rapidly, and the levees broke in many places before the masses suspected danger. Hundreds of people were drowned, and as for the loss of property, no attempt was made to estimate the amount. Certainly it amounted to many millions. Perhaps only the Chicago fire could compare with it in this respect. Another great year of high water was 1882, but the damage done was smaller, as the levees had been heightened and strengthened. But the floods of this year, in area submerged, in long duration, in height of water, and in the pertinacity with which they were contested, eclipsed all records. There is no measuring the extent of the calamity. There is nothing in the recorded history of the Mississippi Valley to compare with it. In some places the gauges were completely overflowed. Levees that had withstood former waters and had been strengthened since snapped like whipcords under the tremendous strain. Early in the present year, the Signal Service warned the people of the lower Mississippi that very high water might be expected, as the snows of the upper Ohio region had been very heavy, while the unusually early spring would bring the flood water into the lower river at the time of heavy spring rains. There the levees were carefully examined, and every precaution against high water taken, but the people, though expecting high water, had not reckoned upon such a flood as came. The river rose above the great flood of 1874, passing all previous records by 2 feet, and reaching a foot higher than the levees had been built to sustain. On June 1st, Cairo reported 18 feet and rising, while the river was falling from Louisville up the Ohio, was falling at St. Louis, and stationary on the lower Mississippi. From the first day of the year the river rose at Cairo, and in 10 days the river had risen 13 feet. From Cincinnati down the Ohio increased in volume for 4 days, and on January 16th at Cairo it passed the danger line, 40 feet, by 3/10. The rise in 16 days had been 1 3/8 feet a day. At that time the river was rising slowly from Evansville down and falling above. A few days later came another rise in the Ohio, aided by the Tennessee and Cumberland, and by the 1st of February the water at Cairo was almost a flood. The volumes of water continued till the lower Mississippi was bank full. By the latter end of February, the danger point had been reached at Memphis, Shreveport, Vicksburg, and New Orleans. Cairo was already in trouble. On March 12th, Cairo reached its maximum, 48.9. The Signal Service Office had given out a prediction of 51 feet, but the failure of the upper Mississippi to rise prevented that stage being reached. The river at St. Louis had then but 5 feet of water. On March 14th, Chief Signal Officer A.W. Greeley sent out a warning from Washington to the people living on the lower Mississippi. He told them that the rain they had had for 4 days had been drained into the tributaries of the great river and would swell it considerably. The greatest flood ever known might be expected within a few days. All stock and valuable movable property should be taken to the hills. New Orleans had then higher water than ever before. The river was then rising in the lower Missouri, and St. Louis was reporting rapid increase in the stage of water. Cairo had fallen, but the upper Ohio and lower tributaries brought back the upper line of the flood to near the maximum stage. The lower Mississippi tributaries began to swell. The Arkansas and Red Rivers overflowed their banks. Low levees grew weak and succumbed. Low-lying towns and plantations were flooded. Then came the nights and days of terrible struggle along lines of levee that protected vast tracts of land. Men were pressed into service whether they liked the work or no, and the shotgun patrol was established for the protection of the safer levees from being cut. The upper Mississippi swelled rapidly, and while not reaching a dangerous stage itself, it added enormously to the peril below. Then came floods in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. The first serious trouble from the Mississippi in Arkansas occurred in Phillips County, above the mouth of the White River, where some 500 people were driven from their homes to the highest points by the backwater, and the cattle, gaunt, wild-eyed, starving, were forced to subsist on cane, twigs of cottonwood, and other trees felled for them. 3 times the backwater and heavy local rains flooded this region, while the retiring flood left a deposit of mud from 1 to 5 feet in depth, precluding the possibility of turning the hungry cattle upon the land for 2 or 3 weeks, and rendering it impossible to raise a crop of corn or more than half a crop of cotton. At Cairo, the rivers were 100 miles in width, covering 50 miles of Missouri lowlands and extending to the hills in Kentucky, while Cairo itself was partially flooded. The railroads in that section were forced to stop, and the people fled to the hills for their lives. Steady rains fell in Arkansas, Ohio, and lower Missouri River valleys, and by the time these began to subside, the floods in the streams below had passed previous records. The greatest danger and trouble was in the valley from Arkansas City southward. Heavy rains produced a break in the levee at that place. March 28th, the levees broke at 2 points on the eastern shore, between Arkansas City and Memphis, Tennessee, submerging many thousands of acres of land and sweeping southeastward to the Yazoo River. Greenville, Mississippi, a city of 10,000, is partially protected by a high ridge through the city, but there was no means of holding back the enemy in the rear. The town is situated at the extremity of a sharp eastward curve, and a violent storm at length aided the rapid current in cutting away the front defense, and the town was forced to yield. Strenuous efforts close to the breaks above completely failed, and all that could be done was to secure the ends of the crevices to prevent their widening. Cattle were herded for a time on the levees and embankments, but these gradually yielded, and the animals were drowned in droves. Defenses yielded where least expected. By April 3rd, there was 2 feet of water in the streets of Greenville. There was nothing left but to make the best of the situation. People took to the upper floors, and appeals for state, national, and individual aid were sent out. The telephone lines leading out of the city were destroyed, and communication with the outer world was greatly hindered. Occasional reports of destitution and suffering came from Greenville, but these were contradicted by meetings of leading citizens who said, "There is no destitution here that home people cannot relieve. If the Negroes want to wait for government rations and refuse from $1.50 to $2.50 per day to work on levees, their starving arouses no sympathy." While all these sensational reports of destruction are traveling about, the steamboats are running into Memphis and Vicksburg, begging for levee hands, and the native Negro is sitting on the levee fishing. The water swept rapidly southward, submerging almost the entire region between Yazoo and Mississippi. Meanwhile, the trouble in Louisiana was just beginning. The banks began caving near the levee in Madison Parish front, compelling the erection of a new levee in the rear of the old one. But the fight went on stubbornly for 3 weeks, both along the river front and along the bayous in the interior. Atchafalaya River was 45 feet above low water. The contest for the levees there was as bitter as along the main stream. Occasional breaks occurred, but these were closed or kept from spreading by the 20,000 men who labored day and night along the stream between Bayou Sara and New Orleans. Ere long it appeared that the greatest danger was along the Concordia and Point Coupe parish fronts. A parish in Louisiana coincides with what is known as a county elsewhere. Considerable appropriations were made, and the head of the 3rd District levee system, Captain D.C. Kingman, conducted the fight on the Point Coupe front in person. The battle ended here in disastrous defeat. The men held their ground manfully till April 20th, no serious breaks having then occurred. All that day the men were compelled to work in a drenching rainstorm that was beating fiercely against the already overburdened and sodden levees of the west bank of the river. The danger at the great Morganza bend grew excessive. It was hoped that during the night the storm would cease, or at least that the wind might shift to some other quarter. But when the morning broke, there were the same leaden skies overhead, with darker masses still scurrying to the westward before a fierce easterly gale that was as fresh and strong as ever, and which hurled storms of white-capped waves upon the rain-soaked earthworks. Bags of earth and sand were piled up along the levee, to prevent the waves from washing over. Wilder and more furious raged the storm. Higher and higher beat the waves as the day passed. In the teeth of drenching surf and blinding rain, the battle with rising flood went bravely on. Sacks were piled upon sacks, and revetments of plank and jute bagging were carried up till the superstructure upon the crown of the levee looked like a fair-sized levee itself. Not only the men, but even the women and children fought bravely for their homes in the teeth of that wild, furious storm. As Monday night closed in, the situation was more gloomy than ever. The heavy leaden sky was deeply shadowed by low-hanging clouds of dull, slaty black, driven before the fierce gale that was sweeping up the reach, thrashing it into long ribs of foam that every now and then broke clear over the levees along the New Texas system and beat savagely against the great Morganza just below them. A nightfall dark and wild with wind and storm was followed by a night black and tempestuous, and still the desperate fight went on. Here and there ruddy, flaring torches struggled with the murky gloom, but within their dim halos could be seen the big breakers hungrily licking the tops of the sodden barriers that throbbed and quivered beneath every cruel blow. Planters' wives and daughters stood ankle-deep in mud, filling sacks and helping to lift them upon the shoulders of the men who were carrying them to the levee. 2 bold Creoles stood at one weak place, though they felt the levee dissolving beneath their feet. They sank into their knees in the mud and water, but still they stood stubbornly on the sinking dike, piling sacks in the breach, though again and again the flood seemed to be in the very act of overpowering and sweeping them away in the very center of a crevasse. It was a bloodless battle, but many a man has won fame on a gory battlefield who never turned a more steadfast, unflinching gaze into the very jaws of death than did those brave defenders of their homes during that terrible night. Suddenly there was a wild outcry and a hurried mustering of forces at the old Morganza levee. But men and materials were no longer of any use. The dull yellow flood poured through the gap like a mighty cataract. 400 feet of the embankment were gone in a few moments. At once there was a sauve-qui-peut. The volunteer forces of the neighborhood hurried away to save what they could. As the Morganza levee was backed by a wide, uninhabited swamp, there was little danger of any lives being lost by the sudden breach, though the people had clung to their homes to the last. Meanwhile, numerous other breaks were occasioned by the storm. The first occurred at Bayou Sara, and others followed so rapidly that within 24 hours 15 huge crevasses were pouring their torrents upon the land. 2 other breaks occurred in the Morganza, and so vast was the volume of water drawn out by the 3 that the river at Bayou Sara, a few miles below, fell a foot in 24 hours, while the decline above was but an inch or 2. Despite the gloomy outlook, the men toiled wearily on, and finally succeeded in closing most of the breaks, but the great Morganza crevasses defied every effort. Then came breaks in the Atchafalaya, and the turbid waters united and swept southward 100 miles to the sea. Some towns were abandoned to the snakes and frogs. In others, people put false floors in their dwellings and prepared for a siege. Government steamers plied up and down the country, picking up the refugees and all accessible livestock. The effort to keep back the water was at an end, and all that could be done of any especial use was in the way of salvage. The only remaining question was that of providing for the destitute. Appropriations from the state treasury were made, and corporations and private individuals contributed liberally. On April 24, 2 great breaks occurred in Concordia Parish, north of Point Coupe, thus much increasing the submerged area. From the items given, and the fact of breaks in East Baton Rouge and the Nita crevasse, and 20 or more below New Orleans, the reader may see that a large portion of eastern Louisiana lay more or less under water. By the end of April there was no fear of further damage, simply because there was little harm left to do. The continual east wind added to the distress on the lower river by sweeping Lake Pontchartrain and the Gulf water across the land up to the levees on the river. The one peculiar feature of the recent flood is that but few lives were lost, perhaps not a dozen, all told. The warning of the signal service put people on their guard, and there was no occasion for surprise. The damage to property cannot be estimated. 3,000 square miles of land were more or less flooded in Louisiana alone, and while much of this was useless swamp land, the larger part comprised some of the most valuable sugar plantations in the state. 50,000 people were directly affected by the flood in this region. All the railroads in this district suffered severely from washouts and loss of time and custom. Any estimate of the damage done to planters should include not only real estate and personal property, but also the amount of loss from inability to raise the customary crops. This single item would be very large. But when we consider the terrible havoc committed in other lands and attended by fearful loss of life, we may be devoutly thankful that things were no worse with us. The levee system is attended by peculiar perils. There must be constant watching and repairing. At seasons of danger patrols are needed, even when the levees are sound, for human nature is full of rank selfishness, and people who find their property endangered are apt to cut the levee upon the opposite side above them to relieve themselves by flooding others. Hungry wolves will eat a wounded companion, but man is almost the only animal that seeks opportunity for wounding his fellow that he may have a pretext for devouring him. The crawfish is another persistent enemy of the planter, undermining levees with his numerous tunnels and even penetrating the low-lying fields at a distance from the river, not infrequently damaging the roots of growing crops. The ground becomes like a sponge, and water oozes from the levees in countless places. There are other objections to the levee system, and while the Mississippi River Commission and a majority of engineers endorse it, there are not a few equally capable men who denounce it as false in theory and mischievous in practice. The problem remains a puzzling one. If the floods are unrestrained, a large portion of the river bottom becomes uninhabitable a considerable portion of each year. As to controlling them, a man of much experience said at the time of the flood in 1882, "I have lived on the river for 30 years, and I have studied it, for it was my business to do so. I have been steamboating all that time. I am now certain that I don't know anything about it, or what ought to be done to it." Another said, "When God put the river into this valley, He told it to go wherever it pleases, and it always has done so, and always will." Yet the problem cannot be considered hopeless, though mere experiments are dangerous. There is little doubt that the levees would have withstood the unprecedented high water of the present year had it not been aided by the severe and protracted easterly storm. But the levees must remain a constant expense. More than $90,000,000 have already been spent upon them, and the question is an even more vital one than ever. The chief opponents of the levee system advocate the increase of outlets. A glance at a large-scale map of Louisiana will show the reader how very narrow the mouths of the river are in comparison with its breadth above, and when it is remembered that these passages required deepening ere large vessels could reach New Orleans, it is clear that the outlet men have good reason for asserting that the proper thing to do is to open as many outlets to the sea as possible. Yet the majority of engineers declare this to be unscientific and radically wrong. The levee men propose to narrow the channel and rely upon the scour of the water to keep the river bottom free enough to afford a clear passage to the sea. The scour is aided as far as possible in clearing away obstructions where it is desired to maintain a channel, and by placing other obstructions in places where natural shallows have been formed. This is the work carried on by the Commission, and is one in theory with that executed by Captain Eads in the South Pass of the Delta. He claimed that if the water flowing through the pass should be confined within comparatively narrow banks, it would scour out the bottom and so deepen its own bed. The primary result was exactly opposite to this. The water refused to do the work expected of it, and following the law of nature, sought the line of least resistance. Finding the South Pass obstructed, or rather narrowed, much of it turned aside and poured through the Southwest Pass and the Pas a l'Outre, and instead of scouring out the South Pass, scoured the other two to the depth of 2 feet below where their beds had formerly been. As soon as this was discovered, the 2 passes were partially dammed up, and the water thus forced through the South Pass. It is evident at a glance that the amount of scour will only be as much as will permit ready exit of the water at ordinary stages. The moment that point is reached, the scour ceases, and does not again act unless the river be still further narrowed. Hence, this plan, while increasing facility of navigation, only robs Peter to pay Paul so far as protection is concerned, for what is gained in depth and speed is necessarily lost in breadth. The scour system has even failed to hold its own and has had to be reinforced by dredging machines. This last fact tends to confirm the arguments of the outlet advocates. They urge that the immense amount of silt carried by the river is destructive to the entire scheme. During flood time, this silt is nearly equally distributed throughout the water. When an overflow occurs, the immense quantity is shown by the vast alluvial deposits left in the submerged region. According to the believers in the anti-levee theory, if overflows are prevented, the earth held in suspension, instead of being deposited where it will enrich the land, will gradually sink to the bottom of the river. The result will be that the river bed will be steadily raised until the surface of the water at ordinary stages will be as high as the present flood marks. Levees will have to be built higher and higher, the river will be raised far above the adjacent country, and should a break occur at any point, the consequence will be disastrous in the extreme. An example of the effect of confining a silt-bearing alluvial river to its bed, the Huanghe in China, is cited. By constantly diking, the bottom of the stream has been raised above large tracts of the adjacent country, and some of the most terrible catastrophes in the history of floods have resulted from a break in the dikes during floods. The natural result of the continual raising of the bottom is that where any serious breach occurs, it is simply impossible to repair it. So the great river has changed its channel entirely several times in the past 2,000 years. In 1852 it burst through its banks 350 miles from the sea and cut a new channel through the northern part of the province of Shantung to the Gulf of Pachili, where it emptied nearly 275 miles north of its former mouth in the Yellow Sea. The sharp angle at which it turned off is noticeable on the maps. This region being almost unknown to foreigners at that time, no one can say how many thousands or millions of lives were destroyed by China's sorrow. But the great disaster of this sort occurred in 1887, when the heavy fall rains of the northwest provinces swelled the streams, and the Yellow River finally broke its banks at a sharp bend in the Honan province, where the town of Chengchao is situated. Frantic efforts were made to close the gap, but in vain. It rapidly grew to a width of 1,200 yards. Some distance away the yellow torrent turned into the valley of a small stream known as the Lucia, down which it rushed in an easterly direction, overwhelming everything in its path. 20 miles from the Chengchao, it encountered Chengmao, a walled city of the third rank. Its thousands of inhabitants were attending to their usual pursuits. There was no telegraph to warn them, and the first intimation of disaster came with the muddy torrent that rolled down upon them. Within a short time only the tops of the high walls marked where the flourishing city had been. 300 villages in the district disappeared utterly, and the lands about 300 other villages were inundated. The flood turned south from Chengmao, still keeping to the course of the Lucia, and stretched out in width for 30 miles. This vast body of water was from 10 to 20 feet deep. Several miles south of Kaifeng, the flood struck a large river which there joins the Lucia. The result was that the flood rose to a still greater height, and pouring into a low-lying and very fertile plain, which was densely populated, submerged upward of 1,500 villages. Not far beyond this locality the flood passed into the province of Anhui, where it spread very widely. The actual loss of life could not be computed accurately, but the lowest intelligent estimate placed it at 1,500,000, and one authority placed it at 7 million. The inundated provinces were under water 4 months. 2 million survivors were left destitute. The mind quails at the appalling magnitude of such a catastrophe. Such is the warning given by the Yellow River. It is urged that if the Mississippi is heavily levied, the same results will follow. The Po is another instance. The bed of the stream has been raised by dikes until it is higher in many places than the tops of the houses, and such disasters as have befallen the dwellers near the Yellow River of China have only been avoided because of the fact that the Po is a comparatively diminutive stream. It is said that the same state of affairs exists on a smaller scale still on the Tiber, but the opponents of the outlet theory ascribe the China floods to ignorant engineering, a charge that cannot be easily made to stick, when it is remembered that the Chinese have some of the most remarkable specimens of engineering skill in existence. In support of the outlet theory, a number of experienced river captains and pilots assert that the bed of the river has been slowly rising during the past 30 years, that levees are needed at points where none were years ago, while at the same time there is less water in the channel at those points than formerly. At the time of this writing, Captain Condon is urging that an outlet be made through Lake Bourgogne from a point 10 miles below New Orleans. His company is to assume all costs, only asking that if successful they shall be paid $500,000 for every foot of reduction of the high water level. He asserts that 1/4 of the flood waters can be readily drained off by this means. This Lake Bourgogne idea, commendable as it appears, has been agitated, more or less, for 40 years without being tried. A noted government engineer, Charles Ellet, urged it at the time of the flood of 1853 without avail. Whatever be the results of present deliberations, we must hope that no effort will be spared to thoroughly test the merits of any system agreed upon. But the long deliberations and the slow movements of the governmental committees are vexatious to those most vitally concerned. A prominent Louisianian says, if the government and the people had raised $500,000, placed a larger force, and held that Morganza levee, it would have cost less than the mere relief expenditures, to say nothing of the millions of total loss of the flood. And Harper's Weekly affirms that, in one respect, the casual observer is moved to sarcastic reflections. When a flood does come, like the present one, or even one of much less dimensions, the work of the Commission is of necessity suspended, and at first sight it seems extremely ridiculous to see engineers waiting for the water to subside before they can place confines many feet below the present surface, which confines are intended, in part at least, for the purpose of preventing similar overflows in the future. Holland, the land of windmills, is another region which has a continual struggle with this levee question. The native name of the country, Nederlands, or Netherlands, refers to the character of the region, which lies as an average about on sea level, while a great portion is even somewhat lower. The thrifty people who settled here erected dikes to keep back the sea, and built windmills to pump out the water, thus reclaiming a fertile tract from the bottom of the sea. But the great dikes need incessant watching and repairing, and the expenditures upon them up to the present time have been greater than would have been required to build them outright of solid copper. As the safety of the dikes involves all that pertains to temporal life and welfare, the people have learned not to trust to a single line of defenses. Second and third lines are erected in the rear of the first, and many large towns are completely girded with defenses of their own. Since the population of this region is nearly 500 to the square mile, while our own land does not average over 18 to the same area, it is at once clear that the breaking of the dikes is a far more serious and terrible matter than the rupture of our levees. Some fearful disasters in Holland are recorded. In 1421 the dikes gave way at Dort, and more than 100,000 people perished. In 1530 there was a general failure of the dikes, and the people, not dreaming of danger, were suddenly overwhelmed. 400,000 perished, and the loss of property was proportionate. 2 great floods have occurred within this century, doing terrible damage. The Dutch, though peaceful and phlegmatic, are a liberty-loving people, and have often shown themselves ready to sacrifice everything for their freedom. They have found more than once its safety in the loss of all else. One of the most thrilling and memorable incidents of this sort occurred in 1574. Under the leadership of William the Silent, one of the noblest of men, the Dutch were struggling to throw off the yoke of Spain. Leyden was besieged. The town was well fortified. The Spaniards endeavored to starve the city into surrender. They swarmed about the outworks and taunted the famished people as beggars. The contest grew daily more hopeless for the besieged. Hundreds were dead of starvation, but the survivors hurled defiance at the Spaniards. They were digging up every green thing, devouring roots of grass, old leather, offal, anything that could in the least aid to sustain life. But so long as a dog barked in the city, the Spaniards might know they held out. A few faint-hearted ones pleaded with the burgomaster to yield. But the brave Van der Werf, gaunt, pale, wearied with care and watching, told them they could only surrender when they had eaten him. So long as he lived, the city should not yield. It was a terrible time. Scores crept into out-of-the-way places to die, that their misery might not be seen by their friends. The Dutch without wished to help their friends within, but the lines of the enemy were too strong. As the last resort, the silent man ordered the dikes cut. It was done. The country folk abandoned their homes. A fleet of 200 vessels sailed in over the land 15 miles. They reached the Landscheiding, a great dike 5 miles from the city. 3/4 of a mile nearer the town was a second dike, the Greenway. Within it was the Kirkway. The rising water frightened the Spaniards, but at 10 inches it stopped. The Spaniards renewed their taunts. Again it rose 2 feet. The vessels drew nearer. Then they lay aground in sight of the famished citizens. Then arose a strong southwest wind, and after days of weary waiting, the fleet was close to the last line of fortifications. It was the 1st of October. In the morning the beggars of the sea would make a desperate attack upon the Spanish hordes. In the night there came a terrible crash. The sea had undermined the wall. The citizens were filled with panic, fearing an immediate irruption of the enemy. They stood under arms through the weary night. The morning came. Not a Spaniard was in sight. Fearing a sortie of the hunger-maddened people, they had fled in the darkness. The city was saved by the drowning of the land. A story is told of Frederick the Great, illustrative of the same indomitable spirit. After establishing the supremacy of Prussia, he was suspected of designs upon the independence of the Netherlands. The Dutch envoy at his court, newly appointed, Frederick endeavored to overawe by a display of his power. A great military review was held, and Frederick, who took a peculiar delight in tall men, caused troop after troop of his gigantic grenadiers to file before the weazened little Dutchman, and asked his opinion. Of each one the envoy said, "Very good, but not tall enough." Frederick, much nettled at this oft-replied criticism, asked the ambassador what he meant by it. "I mean," he retorted, "that we can flood our country 12 feet deep." Frederick left the Dutch in peace. Though the most terrible calamities of any kind, whether from flood, famine, or earthquake, are to be found in the history of China, yet other nations have shared in disastrous floods. We mention a few. A notable flood occurred on the coast of Lincolnshire, England, A.D. 245. It seems to have been a high tide, aided by the wind. 3,000 people and many cattle were drowned by a flood in Cheshire, A.D. 353. 400 families were drowned in Glasgow, A.D. 758, by an overflow of the Clyde. A tidal wave destroyed several English seaports in A.D. 1014. The Severn leaped its banks in 1483, submerging the adjacent lowlands and drowning hundreds. 50,000 people perished in Catalonia, Spain, during a flood in 1617. In Yorkshire, England, occurred a remarkable outburst of subterranean waters in 1686. In September 1687, mountain torrents inundated Navarre, and 2,000 persons were drowned. Twice, in 1787 and in 1802, the Irish Liffey overran its banks and caused great damage. A reservoir in Lurca, a city of Spain, burst in 1802 in much the same way as did the dam at Johnstown, and as a result 1,000 persons perished. 24 villages near Presburg and nearly all their inhabitants were swept away in April 1811 by an overflow of the Danube. 2 years later, large provinces of Austria and Poland were flooded, and many lives were lost. In the same year a force of 2,000 Turkish soldiers, who were stationed on a small island near Widin, were surprised by a sudden overflow of the Danube, and all were drowned. There were two more floods in this year, one in Silesia, where 6,000 persons perished, and the French army met such losses and privations that its ruin was accelerated, and another in Poland, where 4,000 persons were supposed to have been drowned. In 1816 the melting of the snow on the mountains surrounding Strabane, Ireland, caused destructive floods, and the overflow of the Vistula in Germany laid many villages under water. Floods that occasioned great suffering occurred in 1829, when severe rains caused the Spey and Findhorn to rise 50 feet above their ordinary level. The following year the Danube again overflowed its banks and inundated the houses of 50,000 inhabitants of Vienna. The Saona overflowed in 1840 and poured its turbulent waters into the Rhine, flooding 100 square miles of land and drowning thousands. Another great flood in France occurred in 1856. In 1875 still another drowned 1,000 people near Toulouse, while India the same year lost many through floods. But no such destruction of life ever visited our own land till within a year past, and the event is more to be deplored, in that it was caused by unexcusable negligence. That flood we must next consider. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 16. The Johnstown Flood. A sullen hoarse murmur and nameless fear, a sound like the tread of a hurrying host, a roar like the storm as the wild waters near, like the dash of the sea on a crag-bordered coast. A wave like a mountain sweeps swift through the vale, 10,000 wrecked homes tossing dark in its spray. Wild cries of death, anguish echo mocks with her wail, and the fiend of the flood now has claimed his prey. India, profiting by long and sad experience, has provided, as far as may be possible, against the contingencies of drought and famine by the establishment of a magnificent system of storage reservoirs to furnish water for irrigating when rain is wanting. Some of these tanks are fine specimens of engineering, and so far as records go, no disaster has ever attended their establishment. But to be ready and efficient, for purposes of irrigation, the water must be above the level of the surrounding country. Hence, the only practicable plan has been to dam up the courses of streams and ravines in the hills. As nearly all Bengal is comparatively low and level, this method is not applicable there. Hence the terrible famines consequent in a comparatively small decrease of the average rain supply. But in the Deccan, in the Madras Presidency, and in Ceylon, the reservoir system has been carried to an extent astounding to the white man, who depends with tolerable certainty upon the rain, and who is accustomed to consider other races as universally indolent and improvident. In 14 districts of the Madras Presidency are nearly 53,000 irrigation reservoirs, 4/5 of which are in regular operation. Their size may be estimated by the fact that the retaining dikes average half a mile in length. One ancient reservoir, now broken, has a dam 30 miles long, shutting in an artificial lake of 80 square miles. The Vernum tank covers 53 square miles, has a dam 12 miles long, and produces $55,000 per year. In Ceylon may be seen a gigantic dam of cemented stone 15 miles long, 100 feet wide at its base, and 40 feet wide at the top. The same plan is of late years being extensively operated in our western tracts for the reclaiming of extensive tracts otherwise not cultivatable. With these exceptions, no great use of the reservoir system has been made in this country. Every sawmill, gristmill, or factory in our land usually has its dam in an adjacent stream to ensure a fair supply of water, but none of these can be properly considered general precautions against drought. The only prominent public works of the sort are the Croton storage reservoirs by which New York is supplied with water. There are 18 reservoirs with a total capacity of 14,000 millions of gallons. China has a great canal irrigation system, which is, perhaps, safer in some respects than the Hindu system, but which cannot command as large an increase in supply in time of drought, the water being drawn from the rivers, and thus having comparatively little fall. But the canals so thoroughly intersect the whole country as to serve as public highways, and in many sections there are no other roads. Doubtless the methods of construction in India have been learned by long experience. Certain it is that for many years at least, no serious trouble has ever arisen from defective retaining dikes. The public welfare is so intimately connected with these pools that they are carefully inspected and repaired. The destruction of the system might at any time precipitate a terrible famine. Not having a similar condition of things to contend with, the average American is not concerned about the few dams scattered about the land, not one in a score of which would cause any serious loss if it were to break, and even were such death traps scattered over every county, it is doubtful if a race who would crouch behind a Mississippi levee and refuse flight till the last moment could ever be brought to a proper realization of the danger or their culpable negligence. The American is in a hurry, and so if speed be obtained, trains may wreck, vessels collide, or boilers burst, and the coroner's jury will obligingly render a verdict of nobody to blame. Since he also wants things at the bottom market price, he encourages the production of countless unsafe buildings, dams, and similar structures, merely because they are cheap. The most terrible lesson ever given to cheap dam builders in the history of our country is one which, with the reader's indulgence, we shall endeavor to narrate. In southwest central Pennsylvania, among the foothills of the Alleghanies, lies the peaceful and picturesque valley of the Little Conemaugh. Here in 1889, within a stretch of a dozen miles, lay 5 industrious and thriving towns: South Fork, Mineral Point, Conemaugh, Woodvale, and Johnstown. The last of these, embracing as it did Cambria and Conemaugh borough, was a city of 30,000 people. The population of South Fork was 2,000, Mineral Point had 800, Conemaugh and Woodvale about 2,500 each. The total population of the valley within the distance named could not have been far from 38,000. Johnstown was the center of interest as of population. Thither came on May 30th, Decoration Day, people from Altoona, Hollidaysburg, Somerset, Latrobe, Ebensburg, and Wilmore, and from the 4 other towns already mentioned. There was a great concourse, a long and impressive procession of soldiers and secret orders, with bands of music, flags, regalia, banners, bunting, and devices. With solemn pomp the cemetery was visited, and flowers were strewn on the graves of the patriotic dead. This sad but pleasing duty ended, the procession turned again toward the city, and entering the opera house, listened to an eloquent oration. It was a day of more than ordinary interest and elation for Johnstown. The city stood happily and unsuspecting on the very brink of an awful doom. During the day the sky had been overcast, and there were occasional light showers. At nightfall the clouds lowered more heavily, and seemed to descend nearer to the earth. At 9 o'clock there was a gentle rain. At 11 a tremendous downpour, which continued with little interruption during the remainder of the night. It seemed as if the windows of heaven had been opened. The site of Johnstown is at the junction of Stony Creek with the Little Conemaugh. Before 8 o'clock in the morning of the 31st of May, both streams were bank full. As the day advanced, the lower parts of the town were inundated. By 11 o'clock there was a depth of 5 feet at the corner of Main and Market Streets, and at the Cambria Iron Company's store. Still higher the waters rose. In the houses most exposed, carpets were removed from the floors, and pianos and organs were lifted on chairs and tables. Soon the 2 angry streams were mingling their waters in the business center of the town. Both streams had been as high before, but never both at the same time. Some thought the Cambria Iron Company, which had narrowed the channel below the stone bridge, was responsible, and should be required to widen it again, and so make a free exit for the waters. By 2 o'clock the water was 2 to 10 feet deep, all over the city proper, and the people had retired to their houses. There was inconvenience and cessation of business, but no one apprehended serious danger. They surveyed the providence of God without fear, little thinking of the destruction that, swifter than the avalanche, would presently come through the heedlessness or greed of man. 12 miles up the river, eastward and at an elevation of 450 feet above the city, lay Conemaugh Lake. This was an artificial reservoir, covering 400 or perhaps 450 acres of land, and having an average depth of 35 feet. Across the south fork of the Conemaugh, about 2 miles above its junction with the main stream, had been built a dam, 62 feet high in the center and 850 feet long. The valley, narrow at the dam, widened above to an extensive basin. Proposed in 1836 and authorized 3 years later, this reservoir had been finally constructed in 1852 as a feeder to the Pennsylvania Canal 14 miles below. A culvert at the bottom of the dam contained fine iron discharge pipes, each 2 feet in diameter, which could be opened at low water, thus sending the contents of the reservoir to the canal at Johnstown. In 1857, the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, having bought the canal, abandoned it, and the reservoir was thenceforth disused. In July 1862, the culvert beneath it gave way, owing to some imperfection of the foundation. The depth of the water in the reservoir was, at that time, not greater than 40 feet, hardly more than half its actual capacity. The breach widened to a chasm, and the water of the reservoir was discharged with the exception of about 8 feet at the bottom. But so slow was the process, owing to the substantial character of the dam and the resistance it presented, that little harm resulted. From 1862 to 1880 the reservoir was empty, and the property containing something more than 500 acres was a waste. In 1875 it was bought by Congressman John Riley, and was by him, 4 years later, transferred to the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club. This was an association of 3 gentlemen, suggested and organized by Colonel B.F. Ruff, a successful railroad and tunnel contractor. All these parties had ceased from membership in the club prior to the great disaster. The original dam, constructed with care and solidity, had involved an expenditure of $240,000. It was built in regular layers and solidly rammed, and when finished was higher in the middle than at the ends, having a spillway cut through the rock in the side of the hill. The cost of reconstruction was no more than $17,000. No engineer, good or bad, had charge of the work. The material used was, for the most part, not more substantial than shale and earth and straw. The pipes at the bottom were permanently closed, and as the dam advanced, the water was discharged through a broad flume over the top. It was at first intended to raise the new dam to a height of no more than 40 feet, but it was presently discovered that to cut down the spillway through rock would cost more than to construct the dam to the original elevation. This was accordingly done, though not perfectly, as the dam was 2 or 3 feet lower than the old one, and had, besides, a sag in the middle. A fatal mistake, if once the water should begin to flow over the crest. Another mistake was the obstruction of the spillway with an iron grating placed to retain the fish, without taking the precaution at the same time to enlarge the passage. This would have been expensive, and here, as in the construction of the dam, it is apparent that economy was consulted. The sum of the mistakes made in the summer of 1880, and which culminated in the disaster of 1889, were, according to the report of a corps of engineers, who made a careful survey, the lowering of the crest, the dishing or central sag of the crest, the closing of the bottom culvert, and the obstruction of the spillway. The people of the towns below had often discussed the possible rupture of the dam, but they scarcely feared it. Had it not been built by men who understood their business? And might not these be trusted, as men trust their lives to the doctor and their souls to the priest? Had it not resisted the flood of June 1887, the highest ever known, and why then should it yield to any other? It is certain that in the towns below some were not thinking of the reservoir at all, while, in case it should give way, few had formed the remotest conception of the possible disaster. On the very day of the awful calamity, when the streets and sidewalks of Johnstown were already under water, a leading citizen, to the question, "How much higher do you think the water will rise if the reservoir should burst?" answered quietly, "About 2 feet." And we have not heard that any ventured to correct the estimate. Unsuspecting souls were they, and yet wholly like other men. Those long resident by the volcano had ceased to fear its fires. Familiarity, even with danger, breeds contempt. The evil which still delays, we fondly believe will never come. And as to the consequences, if those who build dams know so little, why should simple townsmen be expected to know more? Had they gauged that reservoir, and did they know that up there in the mountains were 640 millions of cubic feet of water, enough to make a veritable Niagara, for more than half an hour, ready to rush down upon them? Had they calculated the awful energy of 20 millions of tons of water falling 450 feet in a progress of a dozen miles, and this progress down a pent-up valley, in some places not more than 300 feet in width? Had they considered that the flow of a mountain of water 60 feet high at starting must be far more rapid on the top than at the bottom? That the base, entangled among obstructions and overspreading them, would furnish to the water above an inclined plane, smooth as glass, along which it would shoot with the speed of an arrow, to fall over the edge of the retarded water beneath, and furnish in its turn a ready passage for the water above and behind? That in consequence of this law, the flood would come not by a gradual rise, giving time for escape, but like a rolling mountain, to smite with the impact of a falling asteroid, and crush in an instant everything in its way? Had they reflected that such a body of water would outrun the swiftest Paul Revere, who might mount steed to fly with the warning to the towns below? That to the doomed the first announcement of danger would be the stroke of the destroyer? That to the living there would be absolutely no more time for flight than to the sinner of preparation for judgment after Gabriel shall have blown his trumpet? It is safe to say that few, if any, had even remotely conceived the possibilities in the case. Men learn by experience, and even from experience they fail to learn. For the lesson of today is forgotten tomorrow, and human heedlessness is perpetual. The crest of the dam stood 4 or 5 feet above the spillway. Towards noon of the 31st, persons on the watch saw the water of the reservoir rising at the rate of a foot an hour. Meanwhile, a rumor had spread that the dam was leaking, and this attracted other observers. Some declared that jets of water were leaping from the lower side to a distance of 30 feet. Somewhere about 2:30 water began to run over the top. The structure was then evidently doomed, for, though rip-rapped with stone on both sides, no rampart of earth could long withstand the abrasion of a torrent running over its crest and down its lower face. A South Fork pastor reached the spot at 10 minutes before 3. A foot of water was then running over the dam. A few minutes later a break was made, large enough to admit the passage of a train of cars. Then presently the whole thing dissolved almost instantly, like a phantom. A breach was made 429 feet wide, clean down to the bottom, and with the noise of 7 thunders and a tread that shook the hills like a young earthquake, out rushed a mountain of water, tree-top high. At such a sight the awed spectator could only gasp, "God have mercy on the people in the vale below." Rushing onward a mile in 3 minutes, or as some have claimed, twice or thrice as fast, in an instant down went a mill, 2 houses and some barns. Up went an iron bridge, tossed like a thing of straw, and a moment later the flood was at South Fork. 2 trains, a passenger and a freight, detained by a washout further up the road, were standing at the station. Warned by the awful roar, the passenger train sprang out just in time to save the lives of the people on board. The engineer of the freight, seeing it impossible to move with his heavy train, unhitched the locomotive, opened the throttle valve, and with the firemen flew for life. The seething mountain leaped on the train and dragged it away, regardless of 2 brakemen who surrendered their lives. The village of South Fork, standing in the angle above the junction of the 2 streams, and on high ground, was comparatively unharmed, though 2 lives and considerable property were destroyed. On rushed the river down a valley, having from the lake to Johnstown an average grade of more than 30 feet in a mile. A mile and a quarter below South Fork, the river strikes at right angles a projecting cliff. The baffled stream makes a detour of 2 miles and returns almost to itself, having accomplished an absolute advance of no more than 75 feet. A railroad cut no longer than this quits the river above, then regains and crosses it by a viaduct below. The railroad bend at the upper end of the cut is 20 feet above the stream, while at the lower end it is 70. Here the torrent divided, part of it, 20 feet deep and 40 feet above the river bed, flowing through the cut, the other part following the channel around. When this latter portion, returning, struck the cliff at the lower end of the cut, the water rose to the enormous height of 125 feet. From this point the monster, towering to heaven, and like a wild beast dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly, and ravening for prey, sprang upon Mineral Point, a little more than a mile below. The town was instantly wiped out, 40 houses being swept away and 16 persons drowned. The rest doubtless were saved by clinging to the wreck, or warned by the ominous roar, they had fled to the neighboring hills. The Methodist Church, lifted from its foundation and tossing in the torrent, solemnly and for the last time tolled its bell, as if recognizing the end of its days and usefulness, and continued to toll until its burial was accomplished beneath the waters. 2.5 miles below Mineral Point the flood encountered another bend of the river, with a cut and viaduct in all respects similar to that which had been described. Here again was enacted the grand and terrific scene which took place above. Then from this augmented height the torrent swept down upon East Conemaugh and Franklin, a mile below. These villages, standing on the opposite side of the river, constituted the first of that series of boroughs known by the name of Johnstown. An engineer, backing up the road and pulling at the nose of his locomotive a train of freight cars, had proceeded a third of a mile above Conemaugh. Here the roar of the coming flood broke upon his ears, and looking up the river he saw the descending avalanche. Instantly reversing his engine and drawing the throttle, his whistle all the while shrieking a wild alarm, he pushed at utmost speed the obstructing cars back to the yard of the Pennsylvania road. Then leaping from his engine, and leaving his whistle still to sound its warning, he ran to his house near by, and with his family escaped to the hill just as the rolling torrent dashed its billows at his feet. 3 passenger trains and 1 freight had been standing on the side tracks some hours, detained by the washout already mentioned. The passengers were reading, writing, conversing, worrying, walking up and down the tracks in the rain, or watching the driftwood and the constantly rising river, but conscious of no danger. Something was said about a reservoir somewhere up the road, which might burst and come down upon them, but they gave the matter no second thought. Twice was one of the trains compelled to move, as the water undermined the track and caused it to fall into the river. Once they were startled by the crash of a bridge, which yielded to the rushing waters and was swept away. It was near the hour of 4 in the afternoon, and they were still wearily waiting. Suddenly they were startled by the long, shrill shriek, close to their ears, of Engineer Hess's whistle, and looking out of the windows up the river they saw an enormous mass of wreckage, roots, trees, and driftwood borne aloft on the back of the torrent and rushing toward them. With one impulse, the most of the passengers leaped from the trains and fled for their lives. Those in the first train had to run round or creep under the second in order to reach the town and thence the hill. Between the trains and the town there was a ditch 10 feet wide and 5.5 feet deep, filled with water. Into this many plunged, 9 women and girls together. A gentleman who had leaped across tarried a moment to give a helping hand, and all were rescued, save one, an aged woman. She was apparently dazed, for, refusing the proffered hand, she said, "I will go this way," and walked toward the maddened waters, and was lost. The rest fled amain to the rising ground near by, with the raging torrent not 10 feet behind them. Gaining the hill, they turned to behold a grand and awful scene. The crashing, tumbling buildings lifted from their foundations and hurled against each other. The shrieks and cries and screams of agonizing, despairing, dying men and women, and all Conemaugh going down in the fierce river. The roundhouse sprang from its seat like a toy tossed from a giant's hand, and more than 30 great locomotives were rolled along like so many pebbles. All the trains were carried away. In some of the cars the passengers could yet be seen, while on the top of one car, loosened from the rest, were 2 men struggling desperately to keep their hold as it rolled from side to side. The whole 4 trains drifted down about 500 feet, when they were stopped in a singular manner. Some inexplicable movement of the water lifted the head of one train and threw it across that of the other. Engines from the roundhouse were rolled down and piled against these. A mass of trees and drift were added, and the whole 4 trains, with the exception of 2 or 3 cars, were arrested and anchored in the midst of the flood. But, though the whistle was a warning, and the hills were a refuge to the people of East Conemaugh, the lives of 24 were lost, while of the passengers on the trains, 26 are known to have perished. One family was carried down in their house, which held together till it drifted against the steep hillside some distance below, where it was arrested long enough for them to make their escape. 2 sisters, clinging to driftwood, were being swept past the woolen mill in Woodvale when a rope was thrown to them and they were saved. One man was carried on a drifting log clear through Johnstown and over into Kernville to find deliverance at the end of a wild 3 miles ride. Another, overtaken at the fairgrounds, climbed on the ticket shed and thence upon a telephone pole. This being quickly broken down by the impact of some solid body, he mounted a passing log and dashed ahead all the way to the stone bridge, a distance of more than 2 miles. Here he took hold of some wreckage, and by the backwater was carried to Main Street, near the Presbyterian Church, whence he worked his way to final safety. A quarter of a mile below East Conemaugh was the town of Woodvale. The story of its calamity has few details, since all its 5,000 inhabitants were either drowned or engaged in a mad struggle for their lives. Every one of its 800 houses was lifted in a minute, not one remained. Nothing but parts of the walls of the large woolen and flour mills. To the hills 40 or 60 rods distant, not many succeeded in escaping. Relatively but few attempted it, for when the whistles sounded the alarm, the hills were too distant and the flood was too near. Such as fled were overtaken by the raging waters, and, to make the destruction doubly sure, a freight train was standing between them and the hill, and this at the supreme moment began to move. Thus many perished when there was but a step between them and deliverance. The houses were mostly frames, and the people were commonly swept away with their shattered dwellings. We know there were thousands of wonderful escapes, the recital of which would fill a bulky volume, but more than 1/3 of the total population were quickly counted with the dead. Laden with corpses and debris gathered from 5 towns, with cars and trees, and all the nameless accumulation from a valley 12 miles long, the torrent now swept down on Conemaugh borough. This in turn was quickly swept away, though more of the inhabitants succeeded in escaping to the hills. At the lower end of the borough were the Gautier Mills, a part of the great Cambria Iron Company's plant. These occupied perhaps 10 or 12 acres of ground. When the flood struck them with their hundreds of fierce fires, there were thunderous explosions that shook the hills, and the whole seemed to rise up at once and slide forward on the slanting flood. 1 or 2 experiences from this part of the town must suffice for hundreds more. One lady drifted far down across the 7th Ward and lay all night among the wreckage, within easy reach of 7 dead persons, while the luxuriant hair of a dead woman drifted frequently across her face, half buried beneath the water. A wealthy German lady, a prominent member of the Lutheran Church, said, "My son Henry and his wife, my son Charles and my son-in-law were all drowned. My pastor and his wife and 4 nice little children were lost. There is not one brick of our good big church left on top of another, and here is the key which alone remains. I think my heart must break from overmuch sorrow." A few days later she sank into the grave. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 17. Incidents at Johnstown. They shall sleep where death may deal not again for ever, where change may come not till all change end. From the graves they have made they shall rise up never, who have left naught living to ravage and rend. Earth, stones and thorns, of the wild ground growing, while the sun and the rain live, these shall be. Till a last wind's breath upon all these blowing, roll the sea. And till in his triumph, where all things falter, stretched out on the spoils that his own hand spread, like a god self-slain on his own strange altar, death lies dead. The Johnstown flood has no parallel in suddenness and destructiveness, save in the convulsions of the earthquake and volcano, agencies which will be noticed shortly, but which have never wrought such serious havoc in our own land as elsewhere. But the most deplorable feature of this terrible calamity is that it might easily have been averted. It was due entirely to the culpable carelessness of a club of wealthy pleasure-seekers. It would be senseless to prate of mysteries of Providence in this connection. Nothing can give so clear an idea of the exact character of the terrible flood, totally different from the overflow of a river, than the personal narratives of the survivors. A chapter devoted to these will be of interest, and serve also to illustrate the breaking up of family and social ties that are an inevitable consequent of great calamities of every kind. The flood was slightly less sudden at Johnstown proper than higher up the valley. Yet, to the inhabitants in every part of the city, it was almost instantaneous. All narrators agree in the statement that they were taken completely by surprise. Few of them, whether by sound of whistle or sight of cloud, or of coming torrent, had so much as a minute's warning. Mr. Rose seems to have had the longest notice of any. He reckons less than 3 minutes after he looked from his window and saw the flood a mile above, before his house fell, and he himself and family were struggling beneath the water. His carriage house was broken, perhaps 3 minutes in advance of his dwelling. The water which overthrew it was a sort of advance guard preceding the main body. This partial division of forces was doubtless due to the 2 great bends in the river, which have already been described, or rather to one of them, since one would have nearly the effect of 2. The upper bend was 2 miles round, while the railroad cut above the neck was only 75 feet. The smaller portion of water pouring through the cut got nearly 2 miles the start of the main body, which had to flow round the bend. The water which got the start at the first cut had to flow round the second bend, not being high enough to command the shorter way through the second cut. Practically, therefore, the distribution of water made at the 2 bends and cuts was only a little more than that which was made at one. Had there been no bends and railroad cuts between Conemaugh Lake and Johnstown, had the flood been confined for the entire distance to a single channel, then the towns below would have recognized no previous swell whatever. A single gigantic wall of water would have struck Johnstown as distinctly as it struck South Point. The inhabitants, in most cases, would not have had time even to reach their upper stories. The wave, even more than it did, would have crushed as with the single blow of a mighty hammer, and the number of survivors who could tell a tale of wonderful deliverance would have been correspondingly diminished. The lesson of these facts is for those who dwell below dams or reservoirs. If there be nothing in the nature of the channel to distribute the water, and the rupture be instantaneous, the destruction of life and property will be awful to contemplate. At the Gautier Works, the flood, while extending over all the valley, was yet parted into 3 principal divisions. One of these, following the course of the Conemaugh, rushed down against the foot of the hill, just above the stone bridge, and would have instantly swept away that magnificently solid structure, had it not stood parallel to, rather than at right angles with the torrent. Another, turning to the left, swept across Conemaugh Borough and the upper wards of Johnstown, destroying hundreds of stone buildings, the German Lutheran Church, and the Hulbert House, while the third swept straight down through the middle of the city, demolishing the YMCA Hall, the municipal buildings, and scores of the finest residences. This last, turned into a reverse current by the damming of the water at the bridge, was presently rolled back to ensure the destruction of whatever had escaped in its downward course. Thousands of people drifted from the towns above, were dead already, or still struggling in the water, and to these were now quickly added many thousands more. Of the people of Johnstown, it may be said that not a soul had time to fly. We hear nothing at all about escapes to the hills. At the scream of the warning whistle, some were startled and looked up the river. According to their place in the town, they saw, at the distance of a mile, half a mile, or only 100 yards away, an ominous and inexplicable dark cloud, which might be smoke or spray, hanging upon the surface of the water. They felt that something unusual had taken place, but of its nature they were not well aware. Those who saw it at the greatest distance had hardly time to scramble to the upper stories of their dwellings before, even there, they found themselves struggling in the water, while the vast majority, on looking forth, saw buildings not a half a block above them already leaping from their foundations. Simultaneous with the roar and rush of the torrent came the crack of houses, the shrieks and cries of men, women, and children, the revolution of everything as in a kaleidoscope, and then, driven with the speed of a racehorse, houses, furniture, cars, locomotives, railroad tracks, the Gautier plant, animals alive and dead, trees, lumber, and infinite wreckage were rushed onward to be jammed and piled at the railroad bridge, in a maze of ruin 50 feet high and covering 40 acres of ground. Here the laboring waters, finding no ready exit, were in part turned to the left up Stony Creek, and in part rolled swiftly backward across the center of the city, bearing the drift on their bosom, and in some instances dropping shattered houses within a square or two of their former places. The wreckage above the bridge, entangling and holding fast, hundreds if not thousands, as well of the living as the dead, presently caught fire, thus adding, through all the long awful night, to the horrors of flood, the fiercer horrors of flame. From the rolling conflagration, a sickly, baleful gleam was thrown through a mile radius of surrounding gloom. But like the Miltonic fires of perdition, from those flames, no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe. Some say they saw hundreds throw themselves backward into the flames to perish, and the record of the morgues, showing how often a charred arm or leg or half a body was interred, proved that upon many, dead or alive, the fire did its awful work, while in many cases, doubtless, it was done so effectually that not a remnant could be found. As the night drew on, St. John's Roman Catholic Church, which had successfully withstood the angry waters, was seen to be on fire, driving out the miserable creatures that had taken refuge in it, and with its fierce heat scorching those on the surrounding drift till they were fain to relax their hold and drop into the water. Those flames, as they climbed the beautiful spire and seized the emblem of Christianity on its lofty top, seemed to mock the confidence of those who in their last extremity were still clinging to the cross. In the tower of the Lutheran Church, near to Stony Creek, the town clock was still sustained far above the raging waters. The flood had struck the city at 4, and as the hour of 5 drew on, when drifting corpses were now everywhere, and thousands clinging to the wreck lay at the mercy of the flood or flame, the mechanism of the clock serenely moving brought the hands to mark the hour, and slowly 5 times the ponderous hammer smote the massive bell, tolling the knell of thousands which that hour had rushed into eternity. On the ears of the living, the sound of those slowly beating strokes fell with a horrible sensation, for at the end of another hour would be tolled a dirge for them. There was something terrible in the calmness of that clock, faithfully telling the flight of Father Time, reckless whether he had brought joy or woe to mortal men. But not engulfing flood, nor burning temple, nor holocaust of victims at the bridge could shake the steadfast confidence of many in their God. One little boy, when his mother and the rest were clinging in the drift at the bridge, asked, "Mamma, where is that God that Mr. Beale and Mr. Moore told us about, and said that he would save us?" But another little boy, despairing of temporal deliverance, was heard closing his prayer with the beautiful words of the 23rd Psalm, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." A son asked his mother, "Will we die?" She answered, "I cannot tell, but one thing I do know, that God does all things well, and if He wants us tonight He will take us. If not, He will find a way for our escape. We will go down and sit down and see what the Lord will do." A pastor, just escaped with his family to the 3rd story and waist deep in water before he could reach it, instantly opened and read from the family Bible, which he had caught up in his flight. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not we fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the midst of the sea, though the waters thereof roar and be troubled, though the mountains shake with the swelling thereof. One of the sweetest singers in the city had retreated with her family to the attic. The house was lifted and apparently moving to destruction, when, to soothe her children and her husband, she calmly sang, "Jesus, lover of my soul." While she continued to sing, the end of a large tree, having great roots, was driven through the house, anchoring it firmly just in the edge of Stony Creek River. A man who was carried over the stone bridge saw a lady on a piece of wreckage shooting down the valley of death, and heard her singing those same immortal words of Charles Wesley, written by him at night, by a feeble spark, in a spring house, where he was hiding from a raging mob. Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, while the raging waters roll, while the tempest still is high. A venerable man was seen on his knees, with clasped hands, gazing steadfastly at the cross above St. John's Roman Catholic Church, while another, converted the previous winter, full of faith and always rejoicing in hope, was last seen kneeling upon the roof of his house, riding with the torrent and shouting, "Glory to God." The narratives of the survivors, whether from the upper, middle, or lower portions of the city, all alike serve to show that the suddenness of the doom could only be equaled by its awful horror. The Hulbert House, built of brick and one of the finest hotels in Johnstown, stood in the upper portion of the city. There were about 60 persons in it at the time of the catastrophe, and of these the lives of 49 were lost. Many of those were in the office, when an unusual whistling of engines was heard. Imagining a fire had broken out in the midst of the flood, they all ran to the upper stories, except the proprietor, the clerk, and one guest. 2 or 3 minutes later, the clerk walked to a window and looked across the Conemaugh in the direction of Prospect Hill, and seeing what he mistook for a great cloud of dust, exclaimed, "My God, the hill is falling!" At that, the proprietor ran to the door, and looking up the street, realized at once the situation. Directing the other 2 to hasten upstairs and spread the alarm, he ran to the kitchen to warn the girls, then fleeing to the 4th floor, he reached it just as the building fell. One of the few survivors declares that the catastrophe overtook nearly all the guests no further advanced to the foot of the stairway on the 3rd floor, and as yet unapprised of the nature of their danger. Rev. D. M. Miller, pastor of the Presbyterian Church in East Conemaugh, had his home in Johnstown. To him and his family the deluge came without a moment's warning. They were in an upper room, fearing, suspecting nothing, till they saw houses not half a square away starting from their places, reeling and crackling onward over fences, telephone poles, and fruit trees, and jostling against each other. Before they could fly in any direction, they were waist deep in water. Beneath the lower sash, which was raised, Mr. Miller sprang out upon some floating timbers, urging his wife to follow. She, however, mounted the bed, which being instantly forced up to the ceiling, she was almost smothered. The water had closed the opening beneath the sash, and up to her neck in water she now set herself desperately to effect an opening at the top of the window, but she only tore her hands in the vain attempt to wrench away the slat. Mr. Miller, by this time, recovering from his first plunge, with one hand caught hold of the spout beneath the eaves, and with the other battered through the 2 panes of glass, cutting himself badly. Drawing up one foot, with it he now kicked out the sash, when his wife dived under the lintel, expecting to reach footing on the roof of a small porch below. The porch, however, was gone, and she disappeared deep beneath the turbid flood. A moment later, by some violent ebullition of the water, she was thrown to the surface, and at once laid hold on the spout. Meanwhile the house was drifting rapidly toward Stony Creek. When the vast number of houses adrift struck the hill beyond the stream, there was a fearful rebound. Many houses were crushed to splinters, many were upset, and scores of clinging wretches were mangled, killed, or plunged into the water and drowned. The current, arrested by the hill, divided. A part turned to the left up Stony Creek, carrying many houses nearly a mile. Part turned to the right to add its freightage of life and ruin to the already tremendous gorge above the bridge, while between these currents a central portion was rolled back in the direction whence it came. On this portion Mr. Miller's house was carried, till wandering round and having described 2/3 of a complete circle, by the subsidence of the water it found rest at last not more than 100 yards from its original position. During much of this journey the pastor and his wife, up to their necks in water, and battered and bruised incessantly by the terrible drift, were clinging to the spout. At last 2 of their neighbors, being in some manner incomprehensible to themselves, thrown upon the roof and sitting on the comb, after a time espied beneath the eaves the heads of the unfortunate couple. To creep down to the edge of the steep roof, slippery through incessant rain, and recover the pastor and his wife was an undertaking fraught with extreme peril. Yet these men, as did hundreds more in this awful hour, freely risked their lives in the effort to save others. A little later a woman and a boy were recovered and brought to the same roof, on the comb of which 6 persons now sat until nightfall, when the house, having ceased from its wanderings, they managed to creep into the attic. This being unfinished, there was no floor on which even the sick could lie, so, in the dark, in their torn and wet and filthy garments, through all the long dreary hours of an endless night, through the forenoon of the following day, and until the middle of the afternoon, on a narrow board they sat together until the rescuers came. Then there was a laborious clambering over broken houses and great piles of wreck, a tramp of half a mile through mud and water, when they found at last rest and refuge and friends. 28 hours they had passed without a wink of sleep or a morsel of food, while their wounds and bruises were such as for a time to render doubtful their recovery. Mr. Calliver, a machinist, had his dwelling in one of the upper wards of the city. His wife, an invalid, had not walked for 7 years. He was watching the flood and telling his neighbors that the worst was already past, when, looking up the river, he saw houses bounding from their places and scurrying towards him. He shouted to his family at once to flee to the attic, but before they could reach it they were knee-deep in water. The house was floated and borne swiftly away, but fortunately did not turn over. It drifted out of the main current, struck upon something and was held fast, while other buildings were drifted onward. Union Street schoolhouse was near, and to this place, late in the afternoon, by clambering over the accumulated drift, it became possible to escape. Here they found themselves in the company of 200 others rescued in various ways. Some were crippled, some were shivering with cold, and all had lost their nearest and dearest friends. Many were in awful suspense concerning the fate of loved ones. A sleepless, endless night dragged its slow hours along, and when at last Mr. Calliver, watching anxiously from the roof, saw the first gleam in the east, he cried out in an ecstasy, "It is morning! It is morning!" After deliverance came, being curious to know what it was that had so opportunely arrested his floating house, he made examination and found that, of several open cars that had drifted into the neighborhood, one had dropped endwise into a cellar, and his house driven upon the end that was elevated had been penetrated with the shaft of the brake wheel, and securely held in that place. Rev. David J. Beale, D.D., pastor of the Presbyterian Church, to whose authentic and thrillingly interesting book, Through the Johnstown Flood, we are principally indebted for our statement of facts, and to which the reader is referred for a fuller account, records an experience which, like those already narrated, serves to show that the visitation was as sudden as it was awful. His first intimation of the coming ruin was a roar, increasing like that of an approaching train, and a moment later the torrent struck his residence. Urging in advance of him his family and 2 neighbors who were present, he rushed upstairs, and reaching the second floor found himself already waist-deep in water. At that instant a man was shot by the force of the current through the window, and to the sudden interrogatories, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" breathless and strangling, he could only answer, "Woodvale." He had been carried on a floating roof 1.25 miles, and as it violently struck the parsonage he was pitched from his hold and dashed through the window. In another minute the whole company were in the 3rd story, witnesses, blanched and mute, of the awful scene of destruction and death. They recognized many acquaintances and friends riding on to death. They saw 2 little children almost nude clinging to one roof, 4 young ladies in agonized embrace clinging to another, houses for squares north and west torn from their places, and the whole drawn onward, to be crushed and jammed in the gorge below. Meanwhile Captain A.N. Hart, his wife and 2 children, were seen struggling in the wreckage which had drifted near the parsonage, and Mr. Beale, descending into the water in the 2nd story, assisted them to enter through the window. Their arrival in the garret increased to 15 the number of persons there collected. The parsonage now began to show signs of evident giving way, and it was decided to abandon it. After an unsuccessful attempt to gain the roof, the whole party were safely passed by means of a rope from the highest window to a floating roof below. They had hoped to reach the church, which still stood secure, a short distance away, but, on making the attempt, they found themselves confronted with 50 feet of water which could not be crossed. They now began a perilous journey over wreckage to Alma Hall, half a square away. This was a 4-story building, the largest and strongest in the city. Their way lay over logs and roofs and houses, fixed or moving box cars, and various debris which often concealed them from one another. One of the young ladies, crossing open water on a scantling, fell and disappeared, all but her floating hair, by which she was caught and recovered. About dark they gained the hall, and found no less than 260 fortunate unfortunates like themselves, rescued in wondrous ways from ghastly death. Then followed the long night of sleepless horror, unillumined save from the burning church and from the horrible holocaust at the bridge. The suppressed moans of those with bruised bodies and broken limbs, the crying of little children, cold and wet and hungry, and without a place to lay their heads, the anxiety for loved ones, the mourning for them that were certainly lost, the momentary dread lest the building should give way and yet overwhelm all with sudden death, conspired to make it a night never to be forgotten. Morning came at last, and then, as the sun rose above the hills, might have been seen a curious and mournful procession. Descending through a window, they walked and jumped and crawled and clambered over several blocks filled with broken buildings, cars, trees, furniture, bridges, and dead bodies, till they reached the hill. What a spectacle of human misery was there presented! Fully 3,000 people were gathered, weary, wet, cold, haggard, hungry, homeless, shoeless, hatless, coatless, ragged, muddy, many almost naked, gazing in mute despair, in awful anguish that could shed no tear, for no tears were shed, upon miles of wreck, containing by the thousand the dead bodies of husbands, wives, parents, children, lovers, and precious friends. Could humanity be called to suffer more? Mr. Horace W. Rose, Esquire, a prominent attorney about 50 years of age, had spent his life in Johnstown and remembered distinctly all the great floods it had experienced. The highest he had seen was in 1887, and he had little fear that ever he would see another higher. He was not alarmed when the water entered the lower story of his dwelling, but as he saw it advance above the washboard, and with its foul freight stain the beautiful paper recently put up on the wall, he was not without a feeling of sadness. He conversed pleasantly with his neighbors, and twitted their children with invitations to come across the way and make a friendly visit. 15 minutes before the catastrophe he was engaged in shooting rats, and continued the occupation until, hearing a loud crash, he ran to the back part of his house and saw that the water had broken down his carriage house and was driving the carriage into the yard. At the same moment he heard cries, the alarm of a bell, and the loud screams of a steam whistle. Feeling that something awful must have happened, he ran to the 3rd floor, followed by all his family, and looking out through a window, which permitted a view of nearly a mile up the Conemaugh, the awful fact was at once apparent. I saw stretching from hill to hill a great mass of timber, trees, roofs, and debris of every sort, rapidly advancing, wrecking and carrying everything before it. It was then about the midst of what was known as Gautier Works, a department of the Cambria Iron Works, which covered perhaps 10 or 11 acres of ground. A dense cloud hung over the line of the rolling debris, which I then supposed was the steam and soot which had arisen from hundreds of fires in the Gautier Works as the waves rolled over them. I stood and looked as the resistless tide moved on, and saw brick buildings crushed in an instant pass out of sight, while frame tenements were quickly crushed to atoms. Members of my family asked me if there was no escape. I answered, "No, this means death to us all." My wife, with blanched face, said, "Won't our big strong house stand?" I replied deliberately, "No, Maggie, no building can stand this awful jam, and we are all lost." The press of the heaving, surging mass rolled steadily on, and in less than 3 minutes, as nearly as I can estimate time, from the moment I saw the front of the angry torrent, it was upon us. The great municipal building above me fell with a crash. The stately dwelling of my neighbor, John Dibbert, was broken to atoms. I walked rapidly to the southeast window and saw the front of the brick dwelling above me and adjoining mine crushed to rubbish. Several persons were floating directly down Main Street in front of me. A large frame building directly opposite me careened, at the attic windows of which I saw a number of ladies, one of whom held an infant in her arms. There was a crash, a sensation of falling, a consciousness that I was in the water, and all was dark. A moment later I felt the press of a heavy shock, a sense of excruciating pain involving my right breast, shoulder, and arm. The thought came upon me that I was being crushed to death, that I could not long endure the agony I then suffered, and that death would come soon. I watched for the change, expecting in a moment to know the reality of eternity. I heard the moan of my eldest son, who was at my side when the crash came. I felt myself struggling, with my left hand clutching at something. I did not know what. I heard the voice of my youngest son, as I thought, imploring him to aid him. I told him I was powerless to succor him. A moment later I realized that he was endeavoring to have me reach a higher elevation. When I told him my whole right side was crushed, he came to my relief and aided me in getting upon a fragment of the slate roof. A moment after, a little boy whom I had sheltered appeared and informed me that my wife was drowned. He had barely made this announcement when I saw my only daughter, June, rise up out of the water among the debris to perhaps her waist, and immediately sink out of sight. As she sank, I saw my wife rise out of the water to about her waist, and almost immediately sink out of sight. A moment after, they rose together, and I saw my son Winter, a lad of 20 years, a strong, robust person, and heard him say, "Ma, hold on to me, and I can save you." I was lying on my side, perhaps 20 or 25 feet distant from where my wife, daughter, and son were struggling, the skin torn from the right side of my face, the blood flowing profusely from the wound, the skin torn from the back of my left hand, my right collarbone broken, my shoulder blade fractured, the ribs crushed in upon my lung, my right arm from shoulder to waist lying limp on my side, powerless to give aid or assistance to my loved ones. At this moment a young man seemed to shoot up and out of the debris at my side. I realized that he was an acquaintance, but could not name him. I at once, however, addressed him, saying, "Young man, won't you go and help Winter save my wife and daughter? I am helpless, my whole right side and arm are crushed." He made no reply, but at once hastened across the debris and aided in relieving my wife from the timbers in which she was pinioned. Then he immediately disappeared from my sight. But I afterwards learned he was Harry Phillips, who was reared in Johnstown, and was then practicing his profession of dentistry in Pittsburgh, was home on a visit, and in the house of Dr. L.T. Beam, and was the only person who escaped with his life, while his mother, niece, nephew, and brother-in-law were lost in the flood. My eldest son had disappeared. I believed I had heard his dying moan. All the other inmates of my house at the time it was struck were now floating on different fragments of houses, and being rushed with fearful velocity on a westerly course to and across the Stony Creek River. They saw a stout roof on the edge of the debris and succeeded in reaching it. An old lady on bended knees and holding with her hands floated by on a shutter, and Winter assisted her to gain the roof. The current suddenly turned and swept them rapidly up Stony Creek, a distance of half a mile. They came to rest above Morris Street in the 5th Ward, and lay for a considerable time. Some inexplicable force then carried them across the river, and they lay there for a while in the mouth of Franklin Street. The Catholic Church was on fire, and the town clock struck 5. A cold and pitiless rain poured down upon them. The current now changed, and buildings and wreckage were borne rapidly down the stream, as houses were broken to pieces. Clinging wretches with wild shrieks sank to watery graves. The 2 sons were separated from the remainder of the family on the roof. It drifted once more down the stream, was struck by a heavier building, and pushed upon the bank. Over various drift they climbed till they reached a 3-story building which stood intact. They entered it just as the clock struck 6. 2 awful hours, and yet no member of the family lost. Happier far their fate than that of many others. The 2 boys returned to their parents at 4 o'clock the next day. These incidents will suffice. Thousands of the same sort might be given. No wonder that many were crazed with grief. One woman, wife and mother, sole survivor of a happy family, was found sitting in the wreck, holding in her arms her family clock which she had found. She told her story without a tear. Her mind was unbalanced. A man who had never been known to touch liquor was found that day after the flood, reeling to the bridge, drunk and raving, determined to drown himself. In agony at the loss of all he held dear, he had taken to drink, that he might remember his misery no more. But in vain. Whiskey could not destroy his terrible memories. Talmage, in a letter to the New York World, said, "Such an avalanche of horrors never slipped upon any American city. Horrors piled upon horrors, woe augmented woe, bankruptcy, orphanage, widowhood, childlessness, obliterated homesteads, gorged cemeteries, and scenes so excruciating it is a marvel that anyone could look upon them and escape insanity." Was the work of devastation as great as I supposed? Far worse. Types cannot tell it. Only the eye can make revelation. But the worst part of it cannot be seen. The heart wreck caused by the sudden departure of so many can be open only to one eye, and that the all-seeing. Think of one family of 14, all dead except one, and that the wife and mother, and she the witness of their drowning. I saw the grave trench in which 260 were buried, and the whole graveyard like a national cemetery in which the unrecognized dead have a particular number placed above them and are recorded in the undertaker's rooms with a description of the body and clothes. On many a life a shadow has been cast that will never be lifted. Many a heart will ache until it breaks. One who had lost wife and children and was alone, whose verses and whose name the world has never heard, more than 30 years ago wrote the following most touchingly beautiful lines, which will find an echo in the hearts of thousands of survivors of the Johnstown floods, as well as among countless millions of others in every age of the world. Down by the cedar sitting, lonely and sad and still, watching the shadows flitting over the distant hill, yearning for bygone hours, never again to come, longing for beauteous flowers, never again to bloom. Ever there flits before me a shadowy form and face, ever it hovers o'er me, wearing a nameless grace. Above my brow there lingers a breath like summer air, unseen and loving fingers stray through my tangled hair. Silence, slow creeping nigh me, out from the leafy shade, bringeth the dead hours by me, and rests on the darkening glade. O ye beloved of springtime, can ye come back no more? Bending I trace your footsteps over the distant shore, down to the misty river into the depths of death, seeking your presence ever, praying with sobbing breath, can ye come back no more? Echoing clear from the unseen shore, answer sweet voices, no more, no more. Oh, for the pearly gates of the golden nightless plain, where your gentle spirit waits for the hour we meet again. Out from the darkness, soft and plain, comes the glad echo, we meet again. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 18. Relief Measures. Abu Ben Adam, may his tribe increase, awoke one night from a deep dream of peace, and saw within the moonlight of his room, making it rich and like a lily in bloom, an angel writing in a book of gold. Exceeding peace had made Ben Adam bold, and to the presence in the room he said, What writest thou? The vision raised its head, and with a look made all of sweet accord, answered, The names of those who love the Lord. And is mine one? said Abu. Nay, not so, replied the angel. Abu spoke more low, but cheerily still, and said, I pray thee then, write me as one who loves his fellow men. The angel wrote and vanished. The next night it came again with a great wakening light, and showed the names of whom love of God had blessed, and lo, Ben Adam's name led all the rest. It goes without saying that the destitution and suffering occasioned by the flood were fearful. Everywhere might be seen hundreds of sad-eyed, disconsolate, almost famished creatures groping about the wreck, almost unconscious of present necessities by reason of present woe. Scores were compelled to drag their precious dead from the wreck and bury them with their own hands, a trying task. Other scores found never a trace of many whom they sought. Hundreds of telegrams of anxious inquiries will never be answered. The pressing necessities of the hungry people soon drove many to seek escape from the place, yet all railroads were damaged, and in Johnstown itself one could hardly get about the streets. A stranger described it as it appeared on June 1st. Johnstown proper was partly a lake, partly several small streams, partly a vast sandy plain, and partly clusters of more or less ruined houses. Around, among, between, inside and on top of these houses, wherever the rushing torrent had been checked, were piled masses of wreckage, trunks of mighty trees, household furniture, houses whole and in fragments, bridges, locomotives, and railroad cars, hundreds of tons of mud and gravel. Thickly strewn through it all were hundreds of corpses and carcasses. The only communication between this section and the Pennsylvania Railroad and the village of Peelerville on the north and Kernville on the south was across swollen torrents in skiffs which required constant bailing to keep them above water. From the stone bridge of the Pennsylvania road for a distance of half a mile no river could be seen, simply a dense mass of drift from 20 to 50 feet deep, apparently inextricable, bound together with miles of wire, here blazing and there smoldering, and enveloping the bridge in a cloud of nauseating vapor and smoke, giving unmistakable evidence of the presence of burning flesh. Not a thoroughfare was passable for a team, and very few for a horse. Locomotion was difficult, the mud was deep, the streets obscured often to the roofs of houses, the rain was incessant. How poor, how rich, how abject, how august, how complicate, how wonderful is man! How passing wonder he who made him such, who centered in our make such strange extremes from different natures marvelously mixed. The flood quickly called forth the best and worst exhibitions of human nature. We shall mention first the evil, as a background against which the good may stand more conspicuous. We believe that to most men it will be simply incomprehensible that anybody should think of adding so much as the weight of a hair to the calamities of Johnstown, as they were seen on the morning of that first day of June. Ghouls were quick to enter, snatching from the living, robbing the bodies of the dead. Johnstown doubtless had her complement of thieves, and these were steadily reinforced by many more. Crooks and jailbirds, pickpockets and burglars, from cities like Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh, for where the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Residents guarding silverware and other valuables were, in some instances, overpowered in broad daylight and their goods taken away before their very eyes. These crimes were diligently laid at the door of the Hungarians, but better knowledge acquitted them of the charge, and proved that they were not more guilty than others. The American, accustomed by Republican training to regard himself as the chief source of law, is never slow to take things into his own hands in cases of extremity. We are told that a few of these ghouls were summarily dealt with, and under the circumstances the most conservative find it is hard to condemn the grief-crazed men. One correspondent asked Deputy Sheriff Chall Dick if the reports of summary execution were true. Chall replied slowly, "There are some men whom their friends will never again see alive." "Well, now, how many did you shoot?" was the next question. "Say," said Chall, "on Saturday morning I was the first to make my way to Sang Hollow to see if I could not get some food for people made homeless by the flood. There was a carload of provisions there, but the vandals were on hand. They broke into the car, and in spite of my protestations carried off box after box of supplies. I only got half a wagon load. There were too many for me. I know when I have no show. There was no show there, and I got out. As I was leaving Sang Hollow and got up the mountain road a piece, I saw 2 Hungarians and 1 woman engaged in cutting the fingers off of a corpse to get some rings. Well, I got off that team and, well, there are 3 people who were not drowned and who are not alive." "Where are the bodies?" "Ain't the river handy there?" Another form of robber appeared in the relic hunter. He is a phenomenon inexplicable, at least to the writer of these pages. Why men should think to chip off pieces of the Washington Monument, or from Lincoln's coffin, or from the granite sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid, and carry them home and put them in a cabinet, and call people to admire them, without thereby simply advertising themselves as vandals, passes comprehension. Why a chip from Johnstown should be better than the same kind of a chip from any other place no man can tell. But the world has always had a good stock and store of these kind of fools, well described by our neglected and forgotten poet, Robert Pollock, as men who roamed about the world searching for pieces of old pottery and the like, and wondered why shells were found upon mountain tops, and wondered not, at that more wondrous still, why shells were found at all. These relic hunters, commonly of genteel appearance, were in force at Johnstown, picking up knives, forks, silver spoons, communion vessels, anything they could call fools like themselves to gape at because it came from Johnstown, and sometimes judiciously preferring as mementos the things that were of greater value. There were professional thieves who entered the morgues and identified, with expressions of sorrow, their dear departed dead, strangers never seen before, in order that they might secure the valuables found on their persons. There were others who offered their services for the recovery of the dead, and who were placed upon the details sent out for that purpose, and plundered many corpses before the arrival of man's detectives pointed them out as the worst of thieves and robbers. Besides these there were sleek scoundrels, too base and black for respectability even in the pit, who approached weeping, orphaned, beautiful young girls with alluring offers of jewelry and fine clothes and delightful homes in great cities. Their object has no need to be stated. It is pleasant to turn from these few ghoulish and degraded human reptiles to the mighty army of noblemen and women who succored Johnstown. The story of the help rendered, how much, by whom, and in what ways cannot be detailed in this place. It will be enough to give a brief and general statement, while for full particulars, even to the long list of the dead, known and unknown, the reader must be referred to Dr. Beale's most interesting book. The faults and evils of government have been conspicuous since man was upon the earth. The contemplation of these has turned some shallow-brained people into anarchists, who think the ideal state of the race must be one in which there is no government at all. There was no government in Johnstown while the flood was sweeping it away. All human laws were then suspended, for there was no human power that could enforce them. It is curious and instructive, in a condition of complete anarchy, to note the spontaneous movements toward organized government, movements simply evoked by the popular need. Government was introduced into Alma Hall almost before the sun had set on that dreadful day. 264 men, women, and children, from varying directions, clambering out of the debris, had been gathered there. They were wretched enough already, but disorder would only add to their woes, and for the sake of order and to feel that the strongest and wisest were at the helm, they were ready to submit themselves to command. Accordingly, a meeting was at once called on the stairway to elect a director to control the whole building and one of the stories, and 2 subordinates to take charge of the other 2 stories. Orders were at once issued that there should be no lights, lest the escaping natural gas should explode, and that all persons having spirituous liquors should surrender them to the directors. These orders were cheerfully obeyed. As this company was wending its mournful way the next morning to Adam Street, Dr. Beale saw a man taking some valuables and ordered him to put them down. With this hint as to the capabilities of bad men, he sent a boy a little later to the nearest telegraph station with a message to Governor Beaver to send the military. The response came soon in the presence of the National Guard, the services of whose officers and men were, in almost every way, of inestimable value. But the necessity for government was instant, and could not await the coming of a National Guard. The community called Johnstown consisted of 7 straggling boroughs, each with its own officers. Some of these were dead, all were scattered and paralyzed, while furthermore the common calamity demanded common action, and this called for a single government instead of 7. Accordingly, before the sun was high in the heavens on that first day of June, government had been organized. According to our Declaration of Independence, it must have been a lawful government, for it had for its basis the consent of the governed. But it was not a republican government. It was an absolute monarchy. Charles L. Dick, Esquire, was elected generalissimo to direct all matters according to his will. The best government in the world, if always there were a wise and good man at the head. For the wisdom of one man is better than the folly of a multitude. It makes one proud of his race as he watches the stricken community in the midst of overwhelming sorrow and loss, taking action immediately for preservation and recovery. Barbarians would not have done it. Asiatics would not have done it, nor would anybody else have done it so quickly and so well as Anglo-Saxon, English-speaking Republicans, full of energy, resource, and indomitable courage, and habituated to the idea of a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Avoiding details, let us see in brief what was done. Within 18 hours after the flood, there was a force of 300 qualified policemen guarding the vaults of the First National and Dilbert's banks and patrolling the town. A few were armed with shotguns, the most with baseball clubs extracted from a wrecked store. The size of their batons was an indication that they were not on dress parade, but were equipped for war. Committees were quickly appointed on finances, on supplies, on morgues, on the removal of dead animals and debris, on police, on hospitals, and these committees entered on their respective duties without an hour's delay. Farmers and others were now crowding to behold the ruin, and there were many with hearts to sympathize and hands to aid. Dr. William Cadwell, one of the oldest and best-known merchants in the place, met the wondering comers and engaged many of them for service in the removal of the wreckage and the recovery of the dead. Details were at once constituted and sent forth under proper leaders for these purposes. Within a brief while, Charles Zimmerman had removed more than 200 dead animals, and Thomas L. Johnston, his assistant committeeman, one of the owners of the great plant at Moxham, had made visible progress in clearing the streets of debris. A crying and instant need was a hospital. Before the flood there was only one hospital in Johnstown. This was built by the Cambria Iron Company for the use of their own men. This hospital was now almost instantly filled and running over. But before sunset on this memorable Saturday, June 1st, the committee had opened another. Telephonic communication was broken, but a boy was sent on horseback to Shoyestown with a message to Pittsburgh for hospital equipments, cots, mattresses, pillows, medicines, and other necessities, and such was the energy of all concerned that by 2 o'clock on Sunday, less than 24 hours from the sending of the message, the equipment was in Johnstown. At that time every bench and counter and even the floor was crowded with the sick and wounded from all parts of the city. It is impossible to describe the varied movements of that dreadful day. There was little shelter and less food. Death was everywhere, and some doubtless imprisoned in heaps of wreck, and not yet dead, but dying of wounds, or of cold and exhaustion. The first patient in the Bedford Street Hospital had been taken up, presumably dead, and carried to the morgue, where he was found to be yet alive, was removed to the hospital, and died of congestion the next day. The claims of the dead and of the living seemed to be equally urgent. Many of the living, for food and shelter, pushed to the country, the farmers receiving them with open doors. They sent wagon-loads of provisions to the valley of death. The dairymen came with milk and distributed it freely. But what was this among so many? It is needless to say that the flood, even where buildings had escaped wreck, had overflowed cellars and lower stories and destroyed or badly damaged almost everything eatable in the city. Not a few of those who survived the flood are notable for their untiring and abundant labors. It was no time for perpetuating sectarian differences. Dr. Beale pays a warm tribute to Father Davin, a Catholic priest, who stood at his post, laboring with superhuman energy, though constantly urged to take even a short rest. But he could not rest in view of so much misery. He and Dr. Beale turned their respective churches into morgues, and labored like heroes, incessantly. Father Davin's health gave way under the terrible strain, and he finally went to the mountains, but it was too late. He died of overwork and exhaustion. Nor must the work of that much abused fraternity, the newspaper reporters, be forgotten. None but reporters can appreciate the difficulties under which those men worked, and one, a pale, earnest, sympathetic little Philadelphian, toiled on till his health failed. He died at the seashore, whither he had gone to recuperate. These men we must thank for the prompt and full reports sent throughout the country, stirring it to prompt and energetic measures of relief. The advantages of Christian over Asiatic civilization are never more apparent than when the calamity of some calls for sympathy and help of all the rest. Then, in an hour, the news is borne to every city and hamlet in a broad continent. In another hour, the press has thrown it off in millions of sheets, and every street is vocal with the cry of the newsboy proclaiming the disaster. Millions of hearts are throbbing with sympathy. Voices from opposite sides of great cities are talking to each other over the telephone. A meeting is called and quickly assembled. Counsel is taken. Performance is prompt, and before the day is done, the railroad train bearing the necessary forms of aid is flying with the speed of the wind to the relief of the sufferers. Not often, even in a Christian land, has relief been so prompt or so bountiful as it was to Johnstown. Pittsburgh read the news in the papers of Saturday morning. The mayor called a meeting for 1 o'clock. It was crowded to overflowing, for the interest was intense. A committee was appointed and began work instantly. By 4 o'clock nearly 20 cars were ready. 70 volunteer aides were on board, all that could be taken, and the train was flying toward Johnstown. At 10:30 p.m., Sang Hollow, 4 miles from the scene of death, was reached. Here 3/4 of a mile of track had been washed entirely away, and the train stopped. But the men from Pittsburgh stopped not. They sprang out, and trip after trip through the mud and dark, in the use of hands and shoulders, they bore onward their precious burdens of food for the starving brothers and sisters. Long before daylight, the installment of provisions, a carload and a half, was deposited at the stone bridge. Further than this it was impossible to go. The flood had broken the embankment beyond the bridge, and a furious river 100 feet wide was sweeping through. But while these valiant relievers were struggling forward under boxes and parcels, the railroad management, was working a veritable miracle. Men and materials were placed on the ground, the grade was restored, the track was laid, and at 7 o'clock the next morning the train was quietly standing at the stone bridge. Was ever human energy more conspicuous, or in a better cause? Some corporations must have souls, at least the Pennsylvania Railroad, for this triumph was simulated not by self-interest, but by the interests of thousands dead or ready to perish. And it was General Superintendent Pitcairn of the Pennsylvania Railroad who moved the mayor to call the Pittsburgh meeting. The Baltimore and Ohio road also signaled its achievements and generosity. By Monday morning it had entered the south side of Johnstown, bringing relief or exit to the suffering people. Superintendent Patton called on the villages and towns along the road to load as many cars as they pleased, and they would be transported to Johnstown without charge. The services of both the Baltimore and Ohio and the Pennsylvania railroads were of inestimable value, and from first to last, in a spirit of true philanthropy, they cooperated with the efforts for the relief of a stricken people. The labors of the Pittsburgh Committee knew no pause nor rest for 10 days, until the state, whose duty it was in so great a calamity, stepped in, and through the Flood Commission took hold and continued the work. Even then their labors did not cease, but were continued in hearty cooperation with the officials appointed by the state. During those 10 days, from the 1st of June to the 11th, they had placed in the field, under the most efficient management, between 6,000 and 7,000 laborers. They had supplied a population of about 30,000 people with food. They had looked after sanitation and hospitals and morgues. They had accomplished much in the way of opening the streets and clearing the properties of filth and debris deposited by the flood. They had been the ministers not only of the charities of the Twin Cities, Allegheny and Pittsburgh, but of other and more distant cities. These, recognizing the integrity and efficiency of the Pittsburgh Committee, directed their benefactions to them, with the request that they would control their administration. A total of $831,295 passed into their hands. Of this, $560,000 was turned over to the Flood Commission, the balance having been expended by themselves. Of this total, $250,770 was contributed by the cities of Pittsburgh and Allegheny. In the Ladies' Committee, Pittsburgh developed another agency that was vastly beneficial. Established in the rooms of the Second Presbyterian Church, they began work on the 4th of June, and their doors thereafter were open day and night. A special committee was always on duty and waiting to receive every train, both of the Baltimore and Ohio and the Pennsylvania roads. These brought scores and hundreds of refugees who had lost everything, who did not doubt that in Pittsburgh, at the hands of people they had never seen, they would receive sympathy and aid. They were met at the depots, conducted to the rooms of the committee, fed and clothed, and sent to comfortable quarters till they could see a way to provide for themselves. Many were seeking homes in the country or cities beyond, and the railways generously furnished free transportation to all who were certified by the Ladies' Committee. Situations were procured for many, and many fragments of families seeking permanent homes in Pittsburgh were aided even to the anticipation of their winter supplies. Philadelphia has long been an example to other cities in that it has had a permanent committee of relief, ever ready with men and means to answer the call of some unusual distress. At the announcement of the great calamity, this committee was at once summoned by the mayor, R.M. McWade, city editor of the Public Ledger, a gentleman who had raised $250,000 and sped with it to Charleston, South Carolina, at the time of the earthquake, was present and at once moved the appropriation of $5,000, saying that when the facts should become known, 10 times the sum would be required. Others did not wait for organized effort, but hastened with medicines, surgical instruments, shoes, and carloads of prepared food, bread, butter, bacon, cheese, coffee, to the field of disaster. Personal contributions were many and liberal. On the 11th of June, the committee placed $500,000 subject to the order of Governor Beaver. As late as the 4th of August, the committee was induced through Dr. Pancoast to appropriate $10,000 to the Red Cross Hospital at Johnstown. Philadelphia is truly a city of brotherly love. Newsboys and bootblacks anxiously offered their mites, and in the penitentiary hundreds of convicts gave eagerly of the hard-earned pennies gained by working extra time, till the warden placed a limit upon the amount each might give. The total contributions of Philadelphia amounted to nearly $800,000. New York went promptly to work on the 2nd of June, the churches beginning. Monday the 3rd, liberal contributions were placed in the hands of a committee by individuals and corporations. The poor or bad boys in the charity and reform schools were an example to many, for they of their penury cast in all that they had. The boys in the house of refuge on Randall's Island gave $258.22. Perhaps such lads may be yet worth saving. The total amount contributed by the city of New York was very close to $1 million. Boston gave upwards of $500,000, Chicago about $200,000, Baltimore gave liberally, and received and cared for a multitude of refugees. 1,500 rendered homeless by floods at Johnstown and elsewhere arrived in Baltimore in one day. We may not detail further. The reader who desires the fullest account of what was done, and how, and by whom, must be referred to Dr. Beale's most interesting book. It may suffice in this place to say that contributions were forwarded not only from the principal cities and from every state in the Union, but from foreign countries. Ireland sent $18,252.21, England $33,158.36, Canada $4,454.64, Mexico $130.40, Turkey $876.57, Italy $9.46, Austria $481.70, Germany $34,199.36, Prussia $100, Wales $68.60, Saxony $2,637.20, Persia $50, France $24,511.13, Australia $1,251.12, total $120,187.79. These figures prove that there are men everywhere who love their fellow men, and that the whole world is of kin. The total loss in Conemaugh Valley was between $8 million and $9 million. The total bestowment about $3 million. The loss of life is estimated variously from 4,000 to 10,000. It will never be definitely known. The aid of the sympathetic public, was it charity? No, it was duty. I owe to help my fellow man in distress just as much as I owe to pay my debts, and sometimes more. Mercy is due to men no less than justice. If any man seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up the bowels of his compassion against him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? We might add, how dwelleth the love of man in him? He that does not love his fellow men is not entitled to a place among them, any more than fleas or serpents are entitled to a place in human beds. That man may last, but never lives, who all receives, but nothing gives, whom none can love, whom none can thank, creation's blot, creation's blank. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 19. Famine and Pestilence. Then, see those million worlds which burn and roll around us, their inhabitants beheld, my spherid light wave in wide heaven. The sea was lifted by strange tempests, and new fire from earthquake rifted mountains of bright snow, shook its portentous hair beneath heaven's frowns. Lightning and inundation vexed the plains. Blue thistles bloomed in cities. Foodless toads within voluptuous chambers panting crawled, when plague had fallen on man and beast and worm, and famine, and black blight on herb and tree. And the thin air, my breath, was stained with the contagion of a mother's hate, breathed on her child's destroyer. Signs and wonders, grave omens, strange portents, have, by the ignorant and superstitious, been believed to precede and presage the approach of famine and pestilence. Comets have terrified the multitudes, the rabble has quailed at the aurora, and blanched with fear at the sight of colored rain and snow. And yet nothing is clearer than that famine is the result of the simplest meteorological causes. A deficiency in rainfall is sufficient cause, is almost the only cause. Elsewhere, We have noted how dependent we are upon the winds and clouds, and we need spend no further explanation of their causes and variations. Owing to the decidedly local character of our own rains, the probability of a general famine in this country is very slight, though local droughts are of continual occurrence. Europe has been affected with serious famines at various periods, but the greatest harvest of death has been in Oriental lands. During the present century there have been 2 or 3 severe famines in Asia Minor, the last but 2 or 3 years since. But it is in India and China, with their overcrowded populations and lack of facilities for intercommunication, that famine becomes most terrible in its ravages. The story of one is that of another. A deficient rainfall, a failure of the rice crop, a multitude eating grass, dead leaves, straw, offal, millions starving. As these lines are written, come reports of great dearth in some provinces in Japan. One of the best known famines of recent date is the Great Bengal Famine of 1866. When the rice crop failed, the British government at once used every possible means to facilitate the importation of rice, and established large systems of public works, that the people might earn money wherewith to buy. Yet it was but the chief of many great employees. Great companies pushed great projects. The customary wages remained steady, but rice had trebled in price. Hence, even by doing double work, the people could not procure their usual food, and no allowance had been made for the scores of isolated villages where the news of relief measures penetrated not. So the employed grew weaker continually, and less able to labor and earn. Those unemployed perished by hundreds. Private charity supported thousands, for the Hindu dreads the beggar's curse as much as the loss of caste. The women added their labors to those of the laboring husbands, but this did not suffice to support the weakening families. Then government charity was broached, but it was at once seen that efforts in this direction would cause the cessation of individual charity. Every village looks after its own poor. Every noble family continues to dispense alms, even when every vestige of wealth and greatness is gone. It would not do to take steps that might instantly suspend this work. Yet the famished crowds grew daily greater, and the residents of the European quarter of Calcutta were horrified by the influx of thousands of squalid creatures in the last extremity of hunger. At this crisis another factor came into play. Every pious Hindu merchant writes at the top of his day-book each day the name of the divinity whose favor he courts, and immense sums, even millions of dollars, are spent in the annual celebration in honor of Kali, the especial favorite of Bengal. A wealthy and humane Hindu merchant suggested that Kali would be better pleased if her celebration fund were used to relieve her starving worshippers. The idea became popular at once, and the fund, promptly swelled by the exigencies of the case, aided greatly in the relief of the destitute. When we remember that Kali is a fiend incarnate who delights in human blood and wears a necklace of skulls, we can but consider the suggestion of the pious merchant as savoring of the ludicrous. Another objection to government charity was in the fact that the government could only hope to establish a few great central depots. Again, the Hindu does not discriminate between the professional beggars, fakirs, hermits, yogis, and those who we consider more deserving, and such discrimination as it was certain the government would make would only render it odious, and probably cause grave disturbances. So the government lost 3 weeks when it should have been actively at work. Meanwhile, English residents were spending liberally their means in private relief depots. The government found its way out by making quietly large grants to the private relief committees established. But it was 2 or 3 months ere the best scheme was adopted. Rice could be imported in abundance. How to place it within the purchasing power of the people was the problem. The government turned merchant, and established depots where the laborer could buy at a price within his means. But while placing the market rate within reach of the needy 1/3, the rate for the remainder must not be disturbed, or the merchants would be antagonized. It was easily accomplished. The market was opened but a short time each day, and the respectable Hindu would never expose himself or his family to be jostled by the hungry, labor-stained multitude that at once thronged the places. And public opinion, all-powerful in little Bengali towns, strongly condemned anyone who, without good reason, bought at the relief depots. By June, everyone was anxious to know if the rains would come and ensure the September crops. There are 2 rice harvests each year. Thousands of sacrifices were offered, and sometimes human beings were offered. But the rains came, and the fall brought abundant crops. The total loss of life was about 1,250,000, of whom 1/4 starved outright, while the remainder perished from disease and pestilence resulting from the scarcity of food. A famine in the same region in 1769 carried off 6,000,000, but then the government did nothing, and after the scourge immense tracts of cultivated land returned to their original wilderness. The reverse was the result in 1866. The methodical work of the government and the great corporations left the land far more improved than ever before. With the increasing facilities for communication and transportation, a repetition of the disaster even of 1866 is almost impossible, certainly beyond probability. We may not go into details of scores of famines, ancient and modern. We have selected this one, showing how, even in adverse circumstances, prompt work lessens the ravages of the destroyer. Judging from the percentage of 1769, the loss of life in 1866 would, but for the relief work, have been about 9,000,000, 1/3 the population of Bengal. The only other calamity in recent years at all comparable is the terrible famine of 1876 in China. How many perished then may not definitely be known, but it has been variously estimated at from 15,000,000 to 50,000,000. We may not dwell upon the horrors of such things, the hideous cannibalism that has at times resulted, as when we are told that during one famine in Egypt, in the Dark Ages, human flesh was openly sold in the markets. A terrible scourge that frequently visited the Old World in the Middle and Dark Ages is that known as the Black Death. As to its real character and source, the world is yet in ignorance. Whether it was readily conveyed in the atmosphere or not seems a mooted point. Modern medical science has robbed many contagious diseases of their terrors. Smallpox is easily guarded against. Diphtheria has no terrors for clean streets. Yellow Jack has little chance against sound sanitation and hygiene. The germ theory of disease has greatly aided disinfective measures. In contagious diseases, infection proceeds chiefly from personal contact with a diseased person or objects that have been touched by him. In malarial diseases there is no danger from personal contact, the disease resulting clearly from a poisoned atmosphere. But in the case of what are known as epidemics, the source of infection is not clear. The disease may attack thousands in a short time, and yet not appear readily communicable by personal contact. Doubtless in these cases the atmosphere is the medium of infection. Hence, disinfective measures are of little or no use against them. So while such cannot properly be classed among atmospheric phenomena, yet it would seem that in the atmosphere we find the chief vehicle of the disease. We may not here undertake any discussion of the several deadly contagious diseases that are known to modern medicine. Suffice it to say, nearly all of them may be classed as filth diseases, arising from impure food or water, or filthy streets. Most notable of these is perhaps the terrible Asiatic cholera that has swept Europe frequently, and which is now known to originate in the overcrowding and filth attendant upon the great 12-yearly festival in honor of a Hindu idol. Had the people of the Middle Ages, who regarded its ravages as a visitation of God upon them for their sins, been aware of its origin, they might have been disposed to wonder why they should be punished for the idolatry of a people thousands of miles away. Possibly such reflections might have originated either a new species of crusade, or have opened the missionary movement several centuries earlier than it really began. Comparatively speaking, there is little mystery left in connection with the greater contagious plagues known to modern medicine. But the famous Black Death, or plague, or the pestilence, as it was variously called, remains a secret so far as its origin and its proper treatment are concerned. Its symptoms are somewhat variously described by various ancient writers. In one point all agree, that when near death the body of the victim was covered with dark, gangrenous, or carbuncular spots and swellings, or boils made their appearance in the glands of the neck, armpit, and groin. It may be that the plague of boils and blains sent upon the Egyptians was none other than this Black Death. And doubtless it is identical with the terrible plague that visited Athens B.C. 430, continuing its ravages through 3 years. People died in swarms, and the dead lay about on the streets. During the Middle Ages, it appeared in Europe on an average every 50 years, its last visitation being upon London in 1665, when 100,000 people perished. Here its danger was increased by the fact that its character was more insidious than usual. The plague described by Thucydides was characterized by high fever and unquenchable thirst, and a reddish inflammation or eruption of the skin lasting 7 or 8 days before the appearance of the fatal spots; while from Defoe's account of the plague in London these symptoms, though common, were anything but universal, and frequently persons felt no special disorder till the appearance of the spots told that death was at hand. Both in Athens and London, contact with dead bodies seems to have been fatal to any animal. The suddenness of death in many cases calls to mind the last plague of Egypt, or the fate of Sennacherib's host. Like the leaves of the forest when summer is green, that host with their banners at sunset were seen. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn hath blown, that host in the morning lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed, and the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved and forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostrils all wide, but through them there rolled not the breath of his pride, and the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. The horrors of the plague are beyond description. The panic consequent upon the appearance of Yellow Jack in the south gives but a faint idea of it. And this very panic was a most, we have almost said the most, powerful factor in the augmentation of the plague's fatality. It is also the case with cholera that a disturbed condition of the mind is fatal in the mildest form of the disease. Someone has thus embodied the case, though of course with exaggeration. A traveller leaving Baghdad met cholera entering. "For what are you come?" "To slay 10,000 people." Each went on its way. On returning, the traveller met cholera once more. "But you killed 30,000." "Nay, friend, I killed but 10,000. Scare killed the rest." Occasionally this panic took a terrible form, as when, during a season of plague in Germany, the idea seized the people that the Jews had occasioned the plague by poisoning the wells, and Jews were murdered, tortured, and burned by the hundreds; which reminds one of a modern writer's sarcastic definition of hydrophobia: a peculiar periodical madness impelling men to destroy dogs. Of the 1,000 tales of interest that have come down to us, we may give place to one, a story of Florence. This city had 23 visitations of the plague, the first in 1325, the last in 1630. The plague of 1338 is the noted one described by Boccaccio. The story which we condense here is an incident of the plague of 1400. Among the noble families who were sworn foes were those of Rondinelli and Almieri, and one might as soon have expected the lion to mate with the serpent as to hope for an alliance between the two families. But Cupid has never bothered his meddlesome pate with politics or theology, and so it came about that, as with Montague and Capulet, Antonio Rondinelli fell in love with Ginevra Almieri, one of the most beautiful women of the time, certainly unsurpassed in Florence. Of course, Signor Almieri could not for a moment think of such a hateful match, and so Ginevra was given to Francesco Agolanti. The young wife remained faithful, but she gradually faded, and in 4 short years sunk into a sort of lethargic stupor, resulting in death. The plague was then at its highest, and the panic was great. Every death from uncertain cause was a source of alarm, and burials were informal and hasty. The poor young wife was promptly bundled off to the family vault beneath one of the great cathedrals. It seems that it was merely a case of coma or suspended animation. The lady revived only to find herself entombed with the skeletons of her husband's ancestors. Horrible as this would be for anyone, it is a wonder that the weak nerves of Ginevra did not give way entirely under the strain. She screamed and called; only the dead heard. She groped about her tomb and found a ladder. Clambering up, she found a ray of moonlight streaming through a crevice, and learned her location. She looked abroad upon the moonlight loveliness, all sunk in one unbroken silence, save the moan from the lone room of death, or the dull sound of the slow-moving hearse. The homes of men were now all desolate, and darkness there, and solitude and silence took their seat in the deserted streets, for the dark wing of a destroying angel had gone by, and blasted all existence, and had changed the gay, the busy, and the crowded mart to one cold, speechless city of dead. After desperate effort, and with strength astounding in a frame so weak, she forced up one of the paving stones that formed the roof of the vault, and dragged herself out. Sitting wearily down for a brief rest, a sudden shower came up and chilled her to the bone. She rose and went to her husband's house. He, at a second-story window, astounded at the ghostly figure in grave clothes that roused him in the dead hour of night, when ghosts do mostly walk abroad, and doubtless remembering that his treatment of the living wife had not been such as to recommend him to the favourable notice of her ghost, shut the window with alternate imprecations and invocations, and covered his head with the bedclothes, well known in all ages to be thoroughly ghost-proof. Ginevra was similarly repulsed from the houses of her father and of various relatives. As a last resort, though exceedingly repugnant to a woman of her delicate feeling, she betook herself, almost chilled to death, to the house of Rondinelli. To his inquiry as to who was there, a weak voice responded, "Do you not know me, Signor Antonio? It is I, Ginevra. Neither my father nor my husband will receive me. Will you too turn me away?" Great as was Antonio's fear of ghosts, the bare possibility that Ginevra was actually there in the flesh was a far stronger consideration, and he hastened to test the reality of his fair visitant. Having her properly cared for, he hastened to the vault, where the displaced stone confirmed her story. A few days later, Antonio boldly applied to the civil authorities to marry the late Ginevra degli Agolanti, and backed his application with certificates of the death and burial of the lady. The authorities, hearing the facts, and mayhap being romantically disposed, decided that the lady was legally dead, that her relatives, by their own unwilling confession, had persisted in so regarding her. Hence she was no longer bound by any legal tie to the living, father or husband. She was absolutely free. So Antonio and Ginevra were married, and, of course, lived happily ever after. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. Godbey. Chapter 20. The Volcano. And it bubbles and seethes and hisses and roars, as when fire is with water commixed and comblending, and a hell-molten surf thunders wild on its shores, while a red tumbling flood from its caverns outpours, hurling hills from their place, and the mountains down-rending, so the chaos eternal, born of fury infernal, boils and belches, and rumbles unreined and unending. It is an axiom that there are three misstatements in the popular description of a crab: a fish of a red colour that runs backwards. Question: what is a volcano? Answer: a volcano is a burning mountain, from the summit of which issue smoke and flames. Old Geography. The writer remembers the surprise he felt when a lad of 9, full of childish confidence in the infallibility of textbook misinformation, on reading in Prescott's Conquest in Mexico that Cortes obtained sulphur to replenish his stock of powder by lowering one of his soldiers into the crater of Popocatepetl. He wondered how so reputable a historian as Prescott had been induced to credit such an extravagant yarn on the part of the Spanish chronicler. To his youthful fancy, fired by the teachings of primary geographies, a volcano was a sort of chimney to a titanic iron furnace in full blast. Indeed, he would have supposed it safer to descend into an iron furnace than into a crater. He speculated long on the matter, and wondered if fireproof dresses were known in those days. No small part of the non-travelling public has similar misconceptions of the character of volcanoes, and to obtain the truth it is not so necessary to learn as to unlearn. The description quoted from the old textbook is false in every particular. The mountain cannot be said to be burning any more than melted lead. Nor does anything that answers to either smoke or flame issue from it. Be it known to all that the greatest portion of the surface of an active crater is usually covered with a solid crust, in which there may be a small fiery lake, or inner secondary cone or crater. Into many craters it is possible, therefore, to descend, and into one volcano of the Mediterranean Sea an enterprising Scotch firm have long had quite remunerative chemical works. The name is taken from one of the Lipari Islands, a small group near Sicily, which is known to the ancients as Volcano. When the Romans imported the Grecian god Hephaestus to be their chief blacksmith, they assigned him Volcano as his forge, and rechristened the lame old fellow with the adjective appellation of Volcanus. Men much prefer the marvellous or mysterious to the true, and while their reverence is of a merely superstitious sort, the reverence of the ignorant often surpasses that of the learned. The superstitious people readily manufactured a myth to explain the awe-inspiring demonstrations of volcanoes, and the myth itself, because of its religious character, would discourage any attempt to closely investigate volcanic phenomena as sacrilege and impiety. There are similar volcano myths in the island and Asiatic world. So firm was the belief of the Sandwich Islanders in the certainty of dire vengeance upon all who trespass on the domain of Pele, the goddess of Kilauea, that when a princess of the blood royal safely defied the goddess, ate her sacred berries, and threw rocks into her boiling lake, the people at once abandoned their whole race of gods. If there was no Pele, they knew of no god. Such reasons prevented the ancients and the barbarian world from obtaining any light on volcanic action. Similar causes operated with equal force to hinder investigation during the Middle and Dark Ages. Christian teachers seized upon them as convenient openings to the abode of eternal torment. The Arian heretic, the Emperor Theodosius, was assigned to Volcano, while poor Anne Boleyn, for whose sake the defender of the faith defied the Pope, was sent by the latter to Mount Etna, as the shortest route to her destination. Similar ideas are noticed among semi-barbarous races. The Aztecs deemed Popocatépetl, the greatest of their volcanoes, to be the place of punishment for wicked rulers. These gentry were supposed to cherish no good will toward their subjects, whose complaints had brought them to that place of torment, and to be always seeking opportunity for vengeance. The people held them in great awe, and were wont to invoke the aid of the gods when it became necessary to travel near the volcanoes. It is related that the high priest Tezozomoc was wont to give aloe leaves inscribed with sacred characters to such persons. These leaves were amulets to preserve the wearer from harm. Southey uses the story in Madoc, "So ye may safely pass between the mountains, which in endless war hurtle with horrible uproar and frush of rocks that meet in battle." This mountain was in eruption when Cortes reached Tlaxcala on his march to Mexico. It was believed to bode evil to the people of Anahuac. Learning the native superstition, Diego de Ordaz, captain of artillery, determined to beard the demons in their den, and with some companions ascended the mountain. Their safe return convinced the natives that the Spaniards were in league with the spirits, and did much to dishearten them. In memory of this feat, the Ordaz family has a volcano pictured on its coat of arms. The Javanese call their greatest volcano Maha Meru. Meru, in the Sanskrit mythology, was the home of Brahma, and the Malays, having adopted the legend, consider their greatest volcano the fittest symbol of his throne and power. Virgil's Aeneid affords a passage containing the Roman myth concerning Mount Etna, and showing that the people of Virgil's day were acquainted with the phenomena of that mountain. Thus Dryden has translated, "The flagging wind forsook us with the sun, And wearied on Cyclopean shores we run. The port, capacious and secure from wind, is to the fort of thundering joined by turns. A pitchy cloud she rolls on high, and flakes of mountain flames that arch the sky. Oft from her bowels massy rocks are thrown, and shivered by the force, come piecemeal down. Oft liquid cakes of burning sulphur flow, fed from the fiery springs that burn below. Enceladus, they say, transfixed by Jove, with blasted limbs came trembling from above, and where he fell, the avenging Father drew this flaming hell, and on his body threw. As often as he turns his weary sides, he shakes the solid hill, and smoke the heaven hides." This conception was borrowed from the Greeks, one of whose poets has told us "how shaggy-breasted Typhon lay From sea-girt Cuma to Trinacria's bay." Yet even among the ancients an occasional great mind disregarded popular superstition, and enunciated just and rational views upon the matter. The elder Pliny lost his life in an effort to observe closely an eruption of Vesuvius. But the ideas advanced by these men were speedily forgotten, and the exact scientific examination of volcanoes is of the past 100 years, the great Italian, Spallanzani, being the first to publish a series of valuable observations on the volcanoes of his own land. The ancients were acquainted only with the few active volcanoes distributed about the Mediterranean Sea, and the casual thinker might hence suppose their opportunities for observation were quite limited. But volcanic principles are the same everywhere, differing only in violence. In the Lipari Islands is situated the volcanic cone of Stromboli, which has been in a state of constant activity, though very mild, for at least 2000 years. This affords excellent opportunities for study, and much of our most valuable information on the topic is derived from careful observation of it. When the wind is steady in any quarter, a person may sit to windward for hours within a few yards of the boiling mass, while the noxious vapours and gases are borne away in the other direction. The expulsive agent is in all cases steam, mingled to a greater or less degree with other vapours or gases. Its operation may be simply illustrated. Pure water does not readily boil over in any open vessel of ordinary dimensions, but if the vessel be very deep in proportion to its width, and the heat is applied at the base only, it boils over more readily. Now if instead of water we substitute porridge, thick molasses, or any similar thick or viscid material, the bubbles of steam rise slowly, and if rapidly generated, they force the matter out at the top ere they escape. Such bubbles as reach the top burst, throwing tiny particles of the mass into the air. How great a proportion of the material expelled from volcanoes consists of steam and other gases is not easy to determine, but that the quantity of vapour is enormous is indisputable. Vesuvius is noted for the pine tree of vapour that overhangs it. The ascending steam and gases, on reaching an upper atmosphere as light as themselves, spread out horizontally in every direction, thus much resembling in outline the stone pines that are a prominent feature in the Neapolitan landscape. Some effort has been made to connect volcanic eruptions with atmospheric pressure, for, say the theorists, a fall of 2 inches in the barometer removes a pressure of over 2,000,000 tons from each square mile. A sufficient answer to this is, that this, after all, is only 1 pound to the square inch, while the force that can cast up volumes of melted matter from a great depth must needs be many tons to the square inch. Clearly these gentlemen would perch us on a sort of universal firebox, and poise the lid on a hair trigger. But heavy rainfalls and terrific thunderstorms are almost invariable accompaniments of explosive eruptions. That these are the results and not the cause of volcanic action is clear. An electrical machine was invented by Sir William Armstrong, in which electricity was generated by forcing steam at great speed through a narrow orifice. This same principle would produce volcanic thunderstorms. The immense volumes of vapour, reaching the open air, must rapidly cool and be precipitated as rain. The Italians dread these torrents, sweeping down immense quantities of mud, more than they do the streams of lava. If an eruption causes an immediate fall of 2 inches of rain over an area 7 miles square, it will be found that such a rainfall amounts to more than 7 millions of tons of water. Yet the rainfall often is greater, and the area affected is larger. While it is not to be supposed that the entire volume of vapour cast forth is at once precipitated on the earth, this computation cannot be assumed as anything more than a mere illustration of the tremendous forces brought into operation. The solid substances emitted by volcanoes are popularly styled ashes, cinders, or scoria and lava, but what is called ashes would be more appropriately named dust, for it is merely finely divided lava, and in no way resembles genuine ashes. Lavas present a genuine resemblance to the slag and clinkers of smelters and brick kilns, but vary considerably in appearance and chemical composition. We need not touch this question further than to state that oxygen forms nearly 1/2 the weight of all lavas, silicon 1/4 of most, and aluminum 1/10. From 15 to 20% is made of various others, magnesium, calcium, iron, sodium, and potassium being the most common. Hence the compounds present are always of the class known to chemists as silicates, substances requiring great heat to melt. These, from being long melted, abound more or less in crystals, but if any one remelts them and cools them suddenly, the result is a simply glassy mass, with no trace of crystals. Scoria or cinders differ from ordinary lava only in the peculiarity of having partially crystallized in some portions, and then stiffened or solidified while large bubbles were yet imprisoned or in the act of bursting, thus leaving the mass very ragged and cellular. But if the lava contains no readily formed crystals, the imprisoned bubbles of steam slowly rise to the surface, and being greatly elongated by the flowing of the lava, produce the beautiful material known as pumice. It is to lava exactly what froth or foam is to water. Usually it is much lighter coloured than the lava on which it floats, for the same reason that well-worked molasses candy is nearly white. They both contain a vast number of minute air bubbles. Pumice floats on water, and its decomposition being generally very slow, it drifts about the sea currents, and is often found thousands of miles from any volcanic region. In the immediate neighbourhood of volcanoes, it often accumulates on the sea, to such an extent that vessels can hardly force their way through it. In the Sunda Islands it has been seen on the sea 3 feet in depth. During the year 1878 the accumulation of pumice near the Solomon Islands was so great that it took ships 3 days to force their way through. Sometimes such masses accumulate along the coastline to such an extent that a person cannot readily tell where the shore line is. One may land and walk about on the great floating raft of pumice, unable to guess within even a mile of the actual shore. Deep sea soundings show that the entire ocean bottom is covered more or less with the pulverized pumice and volcano dust. From the wide distribution, it is not probable that the layer attains any great thickness. The Mangaians of the South Pacific told the earlier missionaries of a feat of one of their heroes, which at first was unaccountable. This demigod, Maui, a sort of Pacific Hercules, raised the sky to its present position. Not getting it high enough to suit him, he put his head between the legs of his old father, Ru, and heaved him and the half-raised sky up together. Ru stuck fast among the stars, and Maui left him there till his body dropped to pieces and his bones fell over the ground below. To prove the truth of their story they brought the missionaries bits of pumice, which they said were the bones of Ru. Singularly enough, the white porous stone looked much like bone. The myth had been invented by the simple folk to explain the origin of pumice. The ashes or volcanic dust is excessively minute, and in consequence readily penetrate crevices that are hardly visible. Professor Bonney, examining dust thrown out by Cotopaxi, has calculated that it would require from 4,000 to 25,000 particles to make up a grain in weight. The substance known as tufa is merely volcanic dust or ash upon which rain has fallen while the former was still hot. The resultant paste solidifies into a porous and loosely compacted rock. Why some volcanoes nearly always throw out dust and fragments, while others throw out mere molten streams, was for a time not clearly understood. Some suggested the dust was a result of the continual collision of fragments as they rose and fell, and hence would increase in quantity as the eruption continued. This clearly would not meet the case of volcanoes which, without showing any previous sign of activity, burst into action with tremendous volumes of dust. It was at length noticed that dust and fragments always were accompanied by tremendous explosions, while eruptions of melted lava were far more quiet, shocks being few and the explosions insignificant as compared with the former. This gave a clue to the mystery. Many liquids and solids have the power of absorbing vast quantities of gas. Under pressure their absorbing powers may be vastly increased. Sometimes the property appears only at high temperatures. Silver, when melted, absorbs 22 times its volume of oxygen. If suddenly cooled, the oxygen is given off with a rapidity verging on explosion. This is called the spitting of silver. Tiny cones and melted streams appear on the cooled surface, volcanoes in miniature. The same property belongs to the oxide of lead, and some other metals. Now water can be made to absorb more than 1,000 times its bulk of ammonia, more than 500 times its bulk of hydrochloric acid. Alcohol may absorb 300 times its volume of sulphurous acid. Charcoal may absorb 100 times its volume of ammonia, 85 times its volume of hydrochloric acid, 65 times its volume of sulphuretted hydrogen, 55 times its volume of sulphurous and 35 times its volume of carbonic acid. Iron, steel, and melted sulphur absorb many gases. We have already seen that immense volumes of gases are thrown off in volcanic action. Now if a column of lava rises comparatively slowly in its chimney, the imprisoned gases rapidly escape, producing violent boiling, but not a positive explosion. But if it rises very rapidly, the sudden removal of the pressure causes so sudden an expansion of the compressed gases in its upper portion as to amount to a tremendous explosion, which reduces the lava to microscopic dust. This very principle was made practical use of in a mechanical contrivance invented to make paper pulp out of common cane, such as the farmer's boy delights in for a fishing pole. The hard, woody fibre was placed in a powerful iron cylinder full of water. A strong liquid being adjusted, the whole was heated far above the boiling point of water. Naturally, every cell would be forced full of moisture by the immense pressure. After some hours' heating, the lid was suddenly removed, and by the sudden expansion of the water into steam, the cane was blown to atoms. A beautiful product of the volcano of Kilauea is the substance known as Pele's hair. Small particles of glass shot violently into the air leave behind them long glittering filaments like gossamers. Birds often build their nests of these beautiful threads. Man, taking a hint from nature, has learned to manufacture the glass hair for himself by passing jets of steam through the molten slag of iron furnaces. It much resembles cotton wool, and is used for packing boilers and piston heads and similar purposes. The appearance of fire at the summit of a volcano is rarely ever real flame. Any who has seen the peculiar appearance occasioned by brilliant illumination on a moist or foggy evening may readily perceive the cause. The phenomenon popularly known as the sun drawing water is of the same character. The immense cloud of vapor ascending from the volcano glows with the light sent up from the molten mass below. So it may be seen brilliant by night, and only a dark cloud by day. Stromboli has been called the lighthouse of the Mediterranean. In constant action, the brilliant light at night slowly fades, then suddenly breaks out as bright as before. This alternating results from the bursting of bubbles in the crater, which expose a new hot surface. This rapidly cools, then another bubble bursts, and so the process continues. This may have suggested the alternating light now in common use in great lighthouses. In the Galapagos and other volcanic islands of the Pacific occurs another curious feature of volcanic action. Some places abound in seeming mounds or domes, which may be sometimes readily broken in with a heavy stone. These are produced by bubbles, which partially cooled when the lava below found some rent or outlet in another quarter and flowed away, leaving the solidified bubble. Sometimes the cavern left by the retreating lava abounds in strange beauties. A sailor who with a comrade explored one of these volcanic caverns gives the following account of it. "In a sharp, deep valley of Albemarle we had broken in the roof of a bubble, and as we looked in, we saw we had opened the way into a tunnel about 15 feet in width, and extending either way as far as we could see from our position. By the lights which entered from above, we made out the floor as about 20 feet beneath us, and that the walls were curiously marked with columnar forms. My companion, who had dabbled in the sciences, proposed that we should take an underground view of volcanic action and appearances. So on the following day, provided with a couple of lamps, a coil of knotted line, and a couple of waist lines and iron poles for staves, we proceeded on our exploration. We descended with the knotted rope around our bodies, and stuck our feet into the rough side, lighted in our way by a single lamp. We carefully watched for any side openings which might confuse us or lead us astray in returning, but we saw none, and felt safe. It soon became evident that the tunnel had not been formed by a rent of the mass after cooling, but rather by the molten lavas having drained away after a crust had formed upon it. This may account for the singular and beautiful formations by which we found ourselves surrounded. After proceeding some distance through a passage with a pretty uniform width of 15 to 20 feet, and of about equal height, we paused to examine the formation of the cavern. The dim light of our lamps illuminated the pilastered walls, and a roof raftered and groined with straight and curved beams of crystalline structure many feet in length. Some of these were of a reddish appearance, and others had a vitreous lustre, resembling immense crystals, in places broken into the semblance of foliage, which reflected an olive-green light. The gloomy splendour of this solemn architecture was relieved by the gold or amber reflections of crystals of sulphur, which, like marigold or sunflower, gleamed in the passage. The broad bases of the pilasters were enriched with counterfeits of fern, palms, and growths intricate and delicate as the pencilling of the frost spirit's pictures. But these metallic pictures, under the limning of the fire-fiend, had been inlaid with the brilliant facets of igneous materials, green and brown in tint. Tempted onward by the increasing beauty of the scene, our lamp revealed new objects of interest in the increasing lustre of the arched ceiling and the carved and painted walls. Our lamp was multiplied by the sparkle from the faces of unknown minerals. In places the passage was divided by central columns of basalt crystals, which terminated in curves, and were in form and tracery varied beyond man's power. The rude Goth for his cathedral, the Moslem for his mosque, the Celestial for his pagoda, might have drawn inspiration from this solemn portal to nature's vast workshop. As we advanced further into the recesses of the mountain, the character of the cave changed. The angular crystalline forms which indicated the sudden withdrawal of the molten matter, or the deposit of elements sublimed by intense heat, yielded to smooth and rounded structures like the worn rocks of the river side, giving the impression that the walls had served as a sluice to fiery torrents pouring from the volcano. A few steps farther showed us the singular curtain-like foldings of a substance resembling lamp-black. Absolutely without lustre, and absorbent of every ray of light, it was present, as it were, only to the touch. With certain misgivings under this curtain of gloom, we entered a cavern the form or extent of which could only be known by touch of hands, for no possible brilliancy of light would command an answering reflection from the absorbent surface. Broken as was the surface to the touch, to the eye it was without form. The floor was invisible, and we were guided in our steps by us slaves alone. It was like stepping into primal chaos, before light and form had birth. A profound chasm seemed to yawn at our feet, yet the rocky floor rang to the blow of the staff, and with cautious tread we proceeded. The flame of the lamp met no responsive glow, save from the two intruders who stood awe-stricken in this strange emptiness. It stood in the still blackness, unflickering, like a solid. Feeling the broken walls, the hand was met by an oily softness. The eye was useless, and even the touch now failed to guide us. Solid walls were not to the eye. Rocky barriers seemed simply impenetrable darkness to the hand. From repeated contact with sooty walls, we also became covered with this strange, light-absorbing powder, until we were enveloped in an invisible mantle, and also passed from each other's sight. Eye alone answered to eye in their reflections of light. Too deeply impressed for conversation, we stood still with outstretched hands. My comrade asked at length, "May it not be even so in the valley of the shadow of death?" And we looked for strength into each other's eyes, and linked our arms that we might have the companionship of touch. We were now thoroughly frightened, and turned to retrace our steps. But which way? We stood in a sea of nothingness, locked in the foundations of the mountain. The walls were lost to the sight, and were nothing to the touch. We stooped to the deep dust of the floor and held the flame to read our footprints, but the soil absorbed the light, as the sand of the desert does the raindrop. We reached forward, and the hand failed to meet the wall. We reached downward. There, too, was empty space. The light showed no defining edge between the solid rock and the void. We swung the lamp from the brink on which we lay. It revealed nothing. We dropped a heavy stone into the chasm and listened for the rebound. No sound was returned as it sank into the profound. We cast another stone across to test the width, but this too was lost to the senses. Silently they passed away as the mist wreath on the hillside. And then we knew we had been preserved from death. A careless step, and we had found a grave in the depths of the world's foundations. We realized that we were lying in trembling safety on the threshold of the extinct volcano, and lifting our useless eyes from the impenetrable blackness, the awful whisper, "Lost!" passed between us. We were afraid to move, but the wasting oil of our lamp warned us that time must not be lost. Presently our ears caught the heat of surf on the rock as the tide came in, and following this direction we finally reached the entrance, almost fainting from joy when we stood beyond this chamber of gloom. Once more we stood under the wondrous tracery and reflections of the outer gates of the inter-world of mysterious. End quote. A most thrilling experience, and one giving a fine picture of what may be found in the mysterious depths of a lava bubble. In some cases the bubbles are very thin, and an unwary passer might be suddenly plunged into unfathomable depths, should he tread on one. Usually, however, they are formed over horizontal currents or passages. We have endeavoured to give the well-established facts concerning the principles of volcanic action. It only remains, ere we leave this phase of the subject, that we notice the one point on which as yet our knowledge is not clear. That point is, the source of the heat which produces the remarkable effects. Several theories are advanced. One class of scientists believes that the earth is a mass of molten matter, with only a thin outer shell of cooled material. That a very high temperature exists at no very great distance from the surface is beyond a doubt. The observations made in mines and artesian wells show that the average increase in the temperature is 1° for every 55 feet in depth. One noted variation exists in the deep wells at Budapest, in Austria, where the temperature increased up to 3,000 feet, but beyond that depth it became cool again. The Comstock lode in Nevada, the richest mineral vein in the world, is nearly at the limit of practicable working, the normal temperature being as high as 150°. Even if it be conceded that the material of the earth is a molten mass, there would be two theories to explain it. One, that the earth was originally in a state of fusion, and was slowly cooling; the other, that the great pressure from without keeps an otherwise solid centre greatly compressed and heated, and consequently liquid. Either supposition is based on well-established facts, but it does not appear clear that the molten globe with a cool shell can settle the entire question. The objections to this are several. 1. The complete absence of uniformity in the increase of heat as we descend. While the total average is as given above, the variations are so many and vast that there does not seem to be any general law, as there should be if the molten interior possessed the least uniformity. In some shafts the increase is 1° for 20 feet, in others 1 for every 100. In some the temperature increases much more rapidly at great depths, in others much less rapidly. A second objection is the vast difference in the character of lavas, even in districts very near each other. Thirdly, there seems no definite connection between volcanoes in the same region. Two adjacent ones may exhibit very different conditions. Mauna Loa is about 10,000 feet above Kilauea, a great crater of the same mountain, yet the upper is often in a violent state of eruption, when the latter is perfectly quiet. It would be difficult to conceive how these are supplied from the same source. If the interior were a molten mass in a state of equilibrium, as would be necessary if the uniformity of its motions in the solar system were to be preserved, any undue pressure would compel the molten matter to escape from the lowest opening. This would be in accordance with the simplest laws of liquids. Then we should find volcanic action most vigorous at the lowest active volcano. But such is not the case. The idea of a uniformly liquid interior seems hardly tenable. There is still other objection to this theory. Experiments have been made with various materials to ascertain the change effected in them by heat. It is found that a block of granite 5 feet long, by a change of 96° in temperature, is expanded 0.27792 of an inch; crystalline marble 0.03264; sandstone 0.0549. If, then, a portion of the earth's crust 10 miles in thickness be heated 600°, its crust will be raised 200 feet, or a change of 1°, the rate of expansion being fairly uniform to 500 or 600°, would raise the surface 4 inches. How important this matter is may be better understood when we consider that if the interior of the earth be uniformly molten mass, with a crust 10 miles thick, a contraction of 1/12,000th of an inch should force out of the crust a cubic mile of lava. We should find then a change in temperature 1/48,000th of a degree should effect this, if the crust were 10 miles thick. We are then forced to conclude that the earth is not cooling to any appreciable extent, or that the liquid interior is still capable of indefinite compression, without necessarily being forced out through orifices in the crust, or that the interior is not a uniformly molten mass. Such are the arguments against a melted interior. The reader should avoid the assumption of a uniform rate of contraction or expansion of heat. Within very narrow limits such a hypothesis may be allowed, but to assume that it is universal would be to affirm that if you could only make the earth cold enough it would shrink to nothing at all. The earth and the temperature would swallow each other, like the two snakes, till neither was left. To illustrate more seriously, suppose a race of men existed whose only experience of temperature ranged between 40 and 200 degrees. They could consistently calculate, from the change of water between these limits, that it would require a temperature of many thousands of degrees to expand it to 1700 times its bulk, yet we know they would have to raise it only to 212 degrees to produce the required effect. And if they could go below 40 degrees, they would be astonished to find that water then expanded instead of contracting. That the earth, if it cools, does so very slowly is clear, from the character of the materials thrown out. Lava from Mount Etna has been observed slowly moving 9 months after the eruption. Lower portions of the beds have been found to be abnormally heated 10 years after pouring out. Compare the thickness of a lava bed with the depth from which it is thrown, and it will be seen that little heat is lost in the subterranean depths. One instance, showing how slowly the lava is to part with its heat, may be given. In the year 1828, a great mass of ice was discovered on Mount Etna. In consequence of the protracted heat of the season, supplies of ice at Catania and the adjacent regions failed entirely, and the people suffered considerably for the want of an article considered necessary to health as well as comfort in that hot climate. The Catanian authorities caused search to be made for some crevasse or natural grotto on Mount Etna, where drift snow might exist. Near the base of the highest cone was found a vast mass of ice, covered by a lava bed. How old it was there was no means of knowing, nor can we tell how much of the ice might have originally been melted by the overflowing current. But there it was, so hard and firm that the workmen quarried it with great difficulty. Lastly, it appears that the causes of earthquakes and volcanic action must be the same. A violent volcanic outbreak causes earthquake shocks at once, as though relieved by a safety valve. The experiments of Mr. Robert Mallet, the best known authority on earthquake phenomena, tend to prove that the shocks necessarily originate at a comparatively short distance below the surface. So, from 2 independent lines of investigation, the same conclusion is reached. These objections have caused inquiry to be made as to what causes might locally develop heat. There are so many possible methods that scientists may not be expected to unite. One is the chemical theory. Water coming in contact with quicklime or metallic sodium or potassium would evolve intense heat. 1 or 2 locomotives have been invented which need no fuel, obtaining their heat supply thus. But it is objected to this that the products of volcanic action are not such as would result from such a cause, that all experience indicates that water has already penetrated every portion of the earth, the deepest borings always crossing veins, and all great mines requiring to be artificially drained. One other theory is that the slow contraction of the globe from the radiation of heat into space necessarily affects the outer portion most directly, and in consequence the shrinking of the crust at the weakest points produces unusual pressure there, which can involve intense heat, as is shown by the fact that nearly all rocks so twisted or strained are more or less changed in their internal structure by heat. It is also evident that a region once thus weakened and seriously broken would necessarily form a fairly permanent volcanic tract. As the work of nature all goes to preserve equilibrium or balance of forces, an unusual upheaval would necessitate unusual subsidence near at hand, and in fact the highest mountain is always near the deepest ocean. This explanation, combined with that of chemical action, seems to us the more tenable. None of these theories conflict with the nebular hypothesis of Kant and Laplace. In looking over the areas of volcanic action, we will find they have changed considerably from the areas of the past. In the continent of Europe there is but one active volcano, Vesuvius, but there are 6 others on islands in the Mediterranean. Africa has 4 active volcanoes on the west coast, and 6 on the east, while 10 others are to be found on adjacent islands. Austria has no volcanoes, so far as is known. In Asia are 24 active volcanoes, but 12 of these are on the peninsula of Kamchatka. On the American continent we find a larger proportion. North America has 45, most of which are in Mexico and Central America, and South America has 37. Of these continental volcanoes, all are near the sea, except 4, which are reported to lie in the great unexplored tableland between Siberia and Tibet, and some are said to exist in the Chinese province of Manchuria. No white man has visited them. But it is in the island world that we must look for the most numerous volcanoes. A great ridge runs through the Atlantic, and along this lie a number of islands with active centres. Jan Mayen, in the Arctic Circle, has an active volcano. Iceland, 13. The Azores, 6. The Canaries, 3. East African Islands, 8. The West Indies, 6. 3 submarine volcanoes have been observed at different times in the Atlantic. But through the same region the number of extinct volcanoes is far greater. Of those which exist, several seem approaching extinction. But in the isles of the Pacific and between the Pacific and Indian Oceans we have a vast series of volcanic vents of wonderful activity. In the Aleutian Islands are 31, in the Kurile Islands 10 or more. Japan and the adjacent groups have 25. Southeast of the Asiatic continent is the most active region on the globe. 50 volcanoes are here known. Farther south are 4 in New Guinea, 1 or 2 submarine vents, a number in New Britain, the Solomon group, the New Hebrides, 3 in New Zealand, and Erebus and Terra in the Antarctic Circle. Add to these the islands of the Central Pacific, and we have more than 1/2 the volcanoes of the globe. Besides, there are a large number of nearly perfect volcanic cones, which must recently have become extinct. In conclusion, we find all the oceanic islands are either of volcanic or coral formation, and as we find that the coral polyp cannot live at a greater depth than 120 feet, as we know the ocean in the immediate neighbourhood of these islands to be many thousands of feet in depth, as we know coral islands to be circular, often enclosing a lagoon of water, it is fair to suppose that the polyps have not built through long ages of subsidence, as is usually supposed, but that they have built upon the rims of extinct craters lying near the surface. The fact that these circular reefs always have one or more breaks in their circuit is additional reason for the belief. The fact of a coral island lying within a barrier reef then resolves itself into a volcanic crater with an inner cone, as every active volcano has. It is rather ludicrous to suppose that polyps, among the lowest of creative beings, leading an ephemeral existence, should yet have such unanimity of purpose, such perfect mutual understanding, as to undertake to build their reefs in a more or less circular form. It is preposterous to suppose the unvarying form of the structure is the result of mere chance. Clearly we must find some other influences, and the most reasonable is to suppose the foundations of these islands were laid by the same agency that raised all other oceanic islands from the bed of the sea. The volcano thus plays an important part in the earth's economy. Not only does it add to land areas by upheaval from the deep. The amount of material thrown out by the Javanese volcanoes alone, during the past 100 years, is greater far than all the silt borne to the sea by American rivers during the same period. Krakatoa, in its recent eruption, threw out more than the Mississippi bears to the sea in 60 years. There is some doubt as to how much volcanoes effect by direct upheaval. The formation of many observed cones shows that the majority are mainly built up by the materials thrown out, and not by any great elevation of the adjacent surface. In the case of a volcano already existing, it is of course not easy to know what proportion of its mass is merely accumulation of lava, cinders, or tufa. As to the form of volcanic cones, those of ashes, cinders, and scoria are of course steepest. those of lava thrown out when liquid having a very gradual slope. The difference may be readily illustrated by comparing a heap of sand and pebbles with a heap of stiffening molasses candy. One is steeply conical, the other rounded or dome-like. But either form of volcano may abound in crevices and apertures from which issue sulphurous vapours and gases. These fumaroles, as they are called, are usually surrounded with mineral deposits, often resembling the most delicate filigree work. Having considered the general phases and principles of volcanic action, we may now notice some of the more famous eruptions of the past. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. Godbey. Chapter 21 Great Eruptions of Vesuvius. E'en while they cheered, the gladiators thrust, and shouted as the lion crunched his bones, up sprang the Fire King from his age's sleep, shook wide his robe of ever-deepening night, and flung his fiery banner on the wind. The groaning earth then trembled at his tread, and thousand thunders rent the raging mount, while prince and pauper mid the scorching gloom groped through the gaping streets. The ocean hissed, and palaces and marble temples reeled, and crushed or prisoned still the ashes fell, till mansions, statues, homes and colonnades, and strength and beauty, love and life and death lay heaps on heaps in one black ruin blent. For nearly 1700 years there lay beneath a sea of ashes near the Naples Bay a city whose destruction had not been described by the younger Pliny, and in the lapse of years its site had been forgotten. During the construction of an aqueduct in 1592, workmen frequently came upon foundations of buildings. No curiosity seems to have been aroused. Nearly 100 years later, other buildings were discovered with the inscription Pompeii. Still there was no practical interest. Then the attention of the learned was drawn to the discoveries at Herculaneum and Alcubierre. A Spanish colonel of engineers, in examining the subterranean canal, was led by the discovery of a house and statues to conjecture that some great treasures might lie buried there. Obtaining permission of the King of Naples, he began excavations in the year 1748. In a few days he unearthed a picture 11 palms long by 4½ high, containing festoons of eggs, fruits, and flowers, the head of a man, large and in good style, a helmet, an owl, various small birds, and other objects. Then was found the skeleton of a man covered with the lava mud. By his side were 18 brass coins and one of silver. Then was found an amphitheatre with a seating capacity of 10,000. But the work was poorly conducted. Valuable pictures were detached from the walls, and the buildings again covered with rubbish. No strangers were allowed to copy anything. When the French occupied Naples, the work was for a time better conducted. Then it again declined. When Victor Emmanuel became King of Italy, a distinguished antiquarian scholar, Giuseppe Fiorelli, was appointed Director General of the works. Since then the work has been well done. Signor Fiorelli, noting that every appearance or fragment which might afford or suggest a restoration of any part of a buried edifice, replacing with fresh timbers every charred beam, propping every tottering wall or portion of brickwork, till the tourist sees today a town in the integrity of its outlines and order of its arrangement. Temples, baths, markets, tombs stand out just as they stood 1800 years ago. The villa of the port, the forum, the counting-house, the baker's shop, the schoolroom, the kitchen carry us into the very heart of Roman life in the brightest days of the empire. The jewelry of beauty, the spade of the laborer, the fetter of the prisoner, and the weapon of the soldier are all there, reproducing and realizing the past with a vividness which can scarcely be conceived. Relics and historic records give us an ideal of the past. How correct is the ideal may be inferred from the fact that no two antiquarians have the same conception of a Druid temple. With all the details of Scripture and Josephus, we have not an exact model of the temple. Inhabited ruins change with their possessors. Those uninhabited decay in the war of elements. But Pompeii was, so to speak, hermetically sealed, in the height of its prosperity, preserved from Goths and Vandals, and is laid before us today as it stood over 18 centuries ago, allowing us to see how sudden was the storm that burst upon it long years ago. The paintings are undimmed by the leaden touch of time, household furniture left in the confusion of use, articles even of intrinsic value abandoned in the hurry of escape, yet safe from the robber, or scattered about from the trembling hand which could not pause or stoop for its most valuable possessions, and in some instances the bones of the inhabitants bearing sad testimony to the suddenness and completeness of the calamity that overwhelmed them. There are the very ruts which were made by the wheels of chariots flying perhaps from the impending ruin. There are water pipes, in the cavities of which, sealed by the hand of time, the splashing fluid can still be heard. There are rude and grotesque inscriptions scratched by some loiterer on the stucco, and as fresh as when they excited the mirth of the passer-by. There are eggshells, bones of fish and chickens, and other fragments of a repast of which skeletons lying near were partaking when the catastrophe overwhelmed them. There is fuel ready to be supplied to furnaces for heating the baths. There are the stains left upon the counters of drinking shops by wet glasses. There are the vials of the apothecary, still containing the fluids he was wont to dispense. There are ovens in which loaves of bread, carbonized but otherwise perfect, may yet be seen. There are vases with olives still swimming in oil, the fruit retaining its flavor, and the oil burning readily when submitted to the flame. There are shelves on which are piled stores of raisins, figs, and chestnuts. There are amphorae containing the rare wine for which Campania was so famous. Here you saw a new altar of white marble, wondrously beautiful, just from the hands of the sculptor. An enclosure was building all round. The mortar just dashed against the side of the wall was but half spread out. You saw the long sliding stroke of the trowel about to return and obliterate its own track. But it never returned. The hand of the workman was suddenly arrested, and the whole looked so fresh and new that you would almost swear that the mason had only gone to his dinner and about to come back immediately to smooth the roughness. The younger Pliny tells us of his uncle's death and of the suddenness of the calamity. The people were in the amphitheatre when the volcano burst forth. The elder Pliny, in command of the fleet at Misenum, was called by his sister to notice a strange cloud that had just appeared. He had just returned from a walk, bathed, and gone to his study. This was August 24th, A.D. 79, about 1 p.m. The dense cloud occasionally glowed with light. Again it was of inky blackness. It was the pine tree banner, since become so familiar to the Neapolitans. Pliny at once started for his galleys, determined to have a closer view of the strange scene. As he went to the shore, he received a note from a lady who lived at the base of the mountain, urging him to come to her assistance. He set out at once to render what aid he could, for the villas stood extremely thick upon that lovely coast. They neared the mountain. Cinders, pumice, ashes, and glowing stones fell on and among the vessels. Sternly ordering the frightened crew to press on, Pliny stood in the bow of his vessel, calmly dictating notes and observations on the awful scene. Reaching Stabiae, he found a friend in great fear, preparing for flight, and waiting for a change of wind. Pliny ordered baths and sat calmly down to supper, assuring his friend that the lurid flames on the mountainside were but villages fired by the heated stones. Retiring to rest, his anxious friends heard him snoring. Finding they were about to be entombed in the falling cinders, they roused him, and all, tying pillows on their heads as protection from the showers of stones, sought the seashore. But the waves ran too high for them to embark. It was still dark as Erebus in the limit of the cloud, though already broad day. Drinking some water, Pliny stretched himself on a mat, but an unusual rush of sulphurous vapour compelled the company to disperse, and 2 servants assisted him to rise. But he at once fell back dead. Perhaps the noxious vapours were in greater quantity near the ground. His nephew tells us he always had weak lungs. The company fled. 3 days later, Pliny's body was found, looking more like a man asleep than dead. At Misenum, 14 miles away, the earth was constantly and violently shaken. Houses were toppled down, chariots could not be steadied even by supporting them with large stones. The sea rushed back, leaving many marine animals stranded high and dry. The dark cloud on Vesuvius flamed and roared. The cloud enveloped Misenum and spread to Capreae. Nothing was to be heard but the shrieks of women and children and the cries of men. Some were calling for their children, others for their parents, others for their husbands, and only distinguishing each other by their voices. One was lamenting his own fate, another that of his family. Some wished to die that they might escape the dreadful fear of death, but the greater part imagined that the last and eternal night was come, which was to destroy the gods and the world together. Then came the flash of flames, then darkness and ashes, blinding, crushing, burying. Stabiae also was buried, but the destruction of the 2 great cities is given no word. It was sudden and complete. The ruins show they were shattered by an earthquake. Then showers of broken lava rushed upon Herculaneum, while Pompeii, further away, was reached only by the cinder showers. Dion Cassius tells us the people were seated in the theatres when the shock came. In their terror, every object was distorted and magnified. A multitude of men of superhuman stature resembling giants appeared, sometimes on the mountains, sometimes in the environs. Stones and smoke were thrown out. Then the giants seemed to rise again, while the sounds of trumpets were heard. Cassius, however, wrote a century and a half after the disaster, and the chief value of his testimony is to show how terrible and lasting an impression had been made upon the Campanians, from whom he derived his narrative. After the desolation, the site of Pompeii was searched for such relics as might be of practical use elsewhere. The search was rough and destructive. The emperor, Alexander Severus, made the place a sort of quarry, from which he drew a great quantity of marbles, columns, and beautiful statues, which he employed in adorning the edifices which he constructed at Rome. Modern research has discovered but few gold and silver articles, coins and statues. It has developed, however, a far more fearful and faithful picture of the eruption than has been given by any historian. The clouds of falling ashes so enveloped each object as to preserve an exact impression, from which casts have been made, showing every curve and line, even to the texture of the clothes. So we look upon the death agony and conceive the terrors of the scene. Here is the arena. Here are skeletons, perhaps of gladiators already slain, perhaps of wounded men, unable to rise, who rolled and gasped and struggled in the choking gloom. There is a prison. You may see the fetters still round the leg bones of the inmates. Here stood the temple of Isis. On that pedestal was a beautiful image of her, draped in purple and gold. In the next room lay a priest beside the battered wall, with axe in hand. In the next room sat a priest overtaken at his dinner. In other cloisters lay other priests who had remained at the temple, perhaps deeming Isis would protect them in that awful hour. Close by the prison door lay a skeleton with a handful of silver coins. Mayhap someone had perished there while endeavoring to bribe the jailer to release a prisoned friend. Close by that column in his narrow niche a Roman sentry stood, full armed, obeying to the last, stern, unflinching obedience to superior powers who neglected to relieve him in the terror of the time. In the vault of a beautiful suburban villa of Diomed lay 18 adults, a boy and an infant, huddled together in attitudes terribly expressive of the agony of a lingering death. To the skulls of the children still clung their long blonde hair. There was the impress left by the bust of a young girl of striking beauty. Near the garden gate, without the house, were 2 skeletons, one with a bunch of keys and a quantity of money, the other with a number of silver vases. Doubtless the family had thought to escape by retiring to the well-provisioned cellar, while 2 slaves endeavored to profit by the confusion to escape with their booty. The stifling, sulphureous vapor found them out. In the house of the Faun stood the skeleton of a woman, her hands raised over her head. Her scattered jewels lay about the floor. Endeavoring at length to leave the house, she found the doorway blocked with ashes. The flooring of the upper rooms began to fall, and she lifted her arms in vain attempt to stay the crumbling roof. Thus was she found. In a garden near by, a woman was found 7 feet from the earth. She had surmounted many obstacles, but perished as she scaled a wall. Beneath the staircase lay a man who had with him a vast treasure of gold and silver. He had preserved it at a terrible cost. Near by were 5 others who had met a similar fate. They lay 15 feet above the earth. Plunderers were these, overpowered by a rush of mephitic gas while delving for buried treasures. Here lay 2 bodies, feet to feet, mother and daughter perhaps. The former lay outstretched and tranquil, the young girl of 15, in an attitude expressive of frightful agony. Her legs are drawn up, her hands clenched. With one hand she has drawn her veil about her head to screen herself from the ashes and smoke. The form and texture of her dress are clearly seen, and through its rents the fair young skin appears like polished marble. Close by, a young woman of high rank, young, richly dressed and beautiful. One upraised arm and her clenched hands tell plainer than words her agony and despair. A man, tall, stalwart, in coarse dress and nail-studded sandals, lay at hand. Upon his back, with straightened limbs and extended arms, he had resolved, since unable to escape, to die like a man. His powerful features are clearly shown, and a portion of his moustache adheres to the plaster cast. Such are sights from which the veil of time has at last been lifted. How many perished in that fearful outbreak we shall never know. 700 skeletons have been found in 1/3 of the city of Pompeii. Perhaps 2,000 perished there. But of the scores who fled from the city, from suburban villas, from villages along the mountain, and who were overtaken by the fiery storm ere they reached a place of safety, who shall tell? Who may declare the fate of the lady who appealed to the Roman admiral Pliny for relief? Such questions each may determine for himself. History will preserve an eternal silence. Such are the facts concerning the first great historic eruption of Vesuvius. That volcanic phenomena were known to the ancients we have already seen, but the character of Vesuvius seems to have been unsuspected. The Greeks knew of the mountain top as a depressed plain covered with groves and wild vines. Spartacus and his gladiators, with their thousands of followers, had their fortified camp there. Strabo called it a volcanic mountain, but Pliny the Elder did not include it in his list of volcanoes. The fertile, rounded slopes were covered with well-tilled fields. But the neighboring regions were active, though Vesuvius was not. Pithecusa, the modern Ischia, was often and terribly shaken, and various attempts to settle upon it were in consequence abandoned. Poisonous gases poured forth even when there was no active eruption. Still nearer Vesuvius lay the noted lake Avernus, which in Roman mythology was the gateway of hell. It was said to exhale noxious vapor so powerful that birds could not cross it. At the present day it is only a pretty lake, without any unusual properties. It appears to cover an extinct crater. In the year 63, a great earthquake was felt in the Vesuvian region. Hundreds of lives were lost, and great damage was done in many cities, and numerous lighter shocks occurred during the next 16 years. No one seems to have apprehended any danger from the mountain. How long it had remained dormant is unknown, but Pompeii and Herculaneum were both built upon lava beds. That Pompeii itself was a very old city is clearly established. In general outline it is elliptical, nearly 2 miles in circuit, the entire area being 160 acres. Characters upon many of the foundation stones would seem to indicate a period earlier than the Etruscan occupation, while other portions, especially the towers, are certainly of later date. It is quite fair to suppose that Vesuvius, from these facts, had lain quiet for 1,000 years or more. One effect of this first eruption of Vesuvius was to break down the western wall of the crater and destroy the entire side of the mountain next the sea, leaving as the only remains of the ancient crater a little ridge on the south flank, and that portion which under the name of Soma still encircles the present cone. From the time of its first eruption, the restlessness of Vesuvius has been well observed. The next action occurred in the year 203. In the meantime, the sides of the crater had become overgrown with brushwood and forest trees, and the basin itself was a favorite haunt of wild boars. In the year 472, the mountain broke forth with more violence than at either of the former periods. The roaring was simply indescribable. The clouds of ashes spread over the entire adjacent region. Houses toppled down miles away. Scores of people were suffocated. The ashes fell in showers at Constantinople and Tripoli. Other eruptions followed in 512, 685, and 993. No stream of molten lava issued at any of these, but in 1036 a great eruption took place, during which we are told the lava poured forth from fissures in the sides as well as from the top, and ran in a broad, deep stream into the sea. 13 years later, another similar outbreak occurred, then 90 years passed without any disturbance. Of these eruptions, little beyond the bare fact is known, but from the time of the last one referred to, 1139, scientific men have carefully watched each outbreak. In 1198, the neighboring crater of Solfatara Lake was in eruption. In 1302, Ischia, dormant over 1,400 years, exhibited wonderful activity. For more than a year, earthquakes shook the island, and at length there burst forth a lava stream from the southeast side of the mountain, flowing 2 miles to the sea. Many houses were destroyed during the 2 months' eruption, and not a few of the inhabitants abandoned the island. But Vesuvius was quiet until 1306. Again it broke forth in 1500. During this time Etna was in a state of unwonted activity. The eruption of 1538 broke forth at the foot of the mountain and was marked by some peculiar features. The plain between Avernus, Monte Barbaro, and the sea was first raised a little, and many cracks made in it, from some of which water issued. The sea retreated about 200 paces, leaving many fish on the sands at the disposal of the people of Pozzuoli, a little watering place on the Bay of Baiae. On the evening of September 29th, numerous shocks of earthquake occurred, and about 2 o'clock in the night an immense fissure opened near the lake and extended toward the town. Smoke, fire, stones, and mud made of ashes were vomited furiously, the whole process being attended by a terrible roaring as of continual loudest thunder. Stones and masses of pumice larger than an ox were thrown out. The gulf in the town widened, and not a few houses were broken to pieces or swallowed up in the chasm. The large stones were thrown about as high as a crossbow would carry, and then fell sometimes into the lake, sometimes into the chasm again, but mostly upon either side of it. The mud was ash-coloured, very liquid at first, but rapidly thickening, and within 32 hours the site of Pozzuoli was covered by a volcanic cone. A contemporary chronicler present at the time says this cone was 1,000 paces in height, by which he probably meant slant height. The cone at present is 440 feet above the Bay of Naples. 2 days later it again began to cast forth stones and ashes, and again on the 7th day. Several persons who had ascended the hill were killed in this sudden outbreak by falling stones or smothered by the sulphurous vapours. This Monte Nuovo, or New Mountain, is 1.5 miles in circumference at the base and 421 feet deep. It is apparent, then, that its bottom is 19 feet above the sea level. The Lucrine Lake was almost filled up. Only a shallow pool remains. Falconi writes that from Naples the flames were seen bursting forth in the night, between the hot baths and the Tripergola. The next morning might be seen the poor people flying in terror, begrimed with the black and muddy shower which continued throughout the day. Flying from death, death was painted in their countenances. Some bore their children in their arms, some carried sacks full of goods, some led donkeys loaded with valuables, or such as were unable to walk. The few eruptions after 1039 had been feeble. We find the mountain coming to be regarded as extinct as a volcanic crater. Nearly 5 centuries passed. Baracini, who visited it in 1631, writes that the crater was about 5 miles in circumference and above 1,000 feet deep. Its sides were covered with brushwood, and at the bottom was a plain on which cattle grazed. In the woody parts wild boars frequently harboured. In one part of the plain covered with ashes were 3 small pools, one filled with hot and bitter water, another saltier than the sea, and a third hot but tasteless. Such was the general character of the crater AD 78, save that it was not so deep. In December 1631, with a sudden tremendous roar, the mountain flamed into action. This outbreak has never been surpassed in fury and destructiveness by any eruption of Vesuvius, unless we except the one which destroyed Pompeii. The fatalities between the 2 eruptions had been few, the most of the mischief being done to property. One of the eruptions failed to throw out any marked amount of matter of any sort. But in 1631 the woods and pastures, vines and fields within the crater were annihilated. Explosion followed explosion in swift succession. The great crater was filled with molten rock. Stream after stream poured swiftly forth, till 7 rivers of fire were desolating the land. Crops were fired by the cinder showers. Millions of tons of ashes were scattered over the land. The mountain slopes were dotted with ruined villages. Resina, a populous little town on the site of Herculaneum, was completely destroyed. Storms of wind and rain swept the mountain, and huge rivers of mud buried whatever had escaped the lava and ashes. The crater itself was shattered and nearly destroyed. Hundreds of cattle were destroyed by the fiery storm. Not less than 1,800 people perished in this great convulsion. 35 years later, another outbreak occurred, and since then the mountain has been in constant activity. The next unusual activity of especial note occurred in 1737. Breislak has estimated the outflow of lava at 10,237,096 cubic meters, enough to cover a square mile 12.5 feet in depth. Immense quantities of white ashes were thrown out, and the entire mountain was filled with rents and fissures from which poured volumes of noxious vapors that suffocated man and beast. The quantity of ashes thrown out doubtless exceeded the volume of lava. In 1766 occurred another unusual convulsion. The mountain continued vigorously active from March till December, vomiting lava streams and huge volcanic bombs. These last are masses of lava enclosing a bubble of gas, which is set free by the breaking of the bomb as it falls. In 1779, the lava streams for a time threatened Naples itself. Sir William Hamilton, longtime English ambassador in Italy, has left a careful record of the eruption of 1793-1794. Passing by such features as common to all its eruptions we have noted elsewhere, we may note the more striking particulars. Millions of heated stones were thrown high in the air and fell in beautiful curves about the cone. It might be likened to the bursting stars of our pyrotechnic displays. Nearly half Vesuvius was covered with flame. Huge masses of white smoke were vomited forth by the disturbed mountain, and formed themselves at a height of many thousands of feet above the crater into a huge ever-moving canopy, through which from time to time were hurled pitch-black jets of volcanic dust and dense vapors mixed with cascades of red-hot rocks and scoriae. The rain from the cloud canopy was scalding hot. As the lava rushed forth from its imprisonment, it streamed, a liquid, white, and brilliantly pure river, which burned for itself a smooth channel through a great arched chasm in the side of the mountain. It flowed with the clearness of honey in regular channels, cut finer than art can imitate, and glowing with all the splendor of the sun. Various were the effects of stones thrown in. Light bodies of 5, 10, or 15 pounds weight made no impression, but bodies of 60, 70, or 80 pounds were seen to form a kind of bed on the surface of the lava and float away with it. A stone of 300 weight that had been thrown out by the crater lay near the source of the current of lava. I raised it up on one end and let it fall in upon the liquid lava, when it gradually sank beneath the surface and disappeared. If I wished to describe the manner in which it acted upon the lava, I should say that it was like a loaf of bread thrown into a bowl of very thick honey, which gradually involves itself in the heavy liquid and then slowly sinks to the bottom. As it flowed down the mountain, the brilliant whiteness disappeared. Then it began to wrinkle, where flowing slowly like the cream on a pan of milk when poured off. Crusts formed, which were speedily cracked to pieces as the current underneath them pressed on. On such crusts a person may cross the stream, if not particular as to singeing his boots. Being cooled when near the bottom, yet forced on by the pressure behind, the whole mass resembled nothing so much as a heap of unconnected cinders from an iron foundry, rolling slowly along and falling with a rattling noise over one another. This eruption continued from February 1793 to July 1794. Rocks were hurled 2,000 feet into the air. The lava flowed from 15 different sources, and pouring on one stream from 12 to 40 feet thick, flowed 380 feet into the sea, requiring but 6 hours from the time of the outbreak to reach the shore. The sea boiled for 100 yards around. The town of Torre del Greco was destroyed, and a number of persons were killed. The natives insisted, when the paroxysm was over, on rebuilding on the old site. The Neapolitans have a jest concerning their own exemption from the calamities which Torre has endured. Naples sins, and Torre is punished. The lava of this discharge is estimated at about 21 million cubic meters. Several eruptions of Vesuvius have occurred during the present century. Of these, the most notable are those of 1822 and 1872. They have given us exact information upon a point where formerly there was only conjecture, namely the height which the material thrown out may reach. In 1822, the ashes for 12 days fell in a continuous shower. The lava, which had boiled up and hardened till the appearance of a depressed crater was lost, was blown away. An immense abyss was formed, 3/4 of a mile in length and 2,000 feet deep. The entire top of the cone was then blown away. Masses of lava weighing many tons were hurled 2 or 3 miles. Darkness prevailed in broad day as far away as Amalfi, where the ashes fell to the depth of several inches. The dense column of ashes and vapor were thrown 10,000 feet above the level of the sea. In no known eruption has the electrical display been so brilliant and continuous. The roll of thunder could be clearly distinguished from the rumble of the volcano. In recent years, an observatory has been erected on the mountain, and all its phenomena carefully noted. During the eruption of 1872, instantaneous photography was pressed into service. A comparison of the whole view with the height of the mountain showed that the vapors and fragments were thrown 20,000 feet into the air, nearly 4 miles. This outburst began on April 24th and reached its climax in 2 days. The entire mountain filled with fissures and cracks, in the words of Professor Palmieri, sweated fire. Enormous volumes of steam poured from the crater with such a prodigious roar that the terrified Neapolitans rushed from their houses and spent the night in the open air. The lava floods rushed down the mountainside, and one of them destroyed 2 villages, besides many country houses adjacent. The whole region for several days quivered with shocks of earthquake. Such have been the most important eruptions of Vesuvius. Its position by an ancient and populous city has made it the most celebrated of volcanoes. There seems no doubt that it is supplied from the same source which feeds the others in the neighborhood, as well as Mount Etna. When Vesuvius is quiet, Etna is active, and vice versa. Close observation has established a well-defined daily periodicity, so that the most favorable period for visiting the crater may always be known beforehand. In fine, about 60 eruptions of Vesuvius are on record. Of these, 23 were during the last century, and 25 during this. The activity of the entire region seems on the increase. End of chapter 21.
Section 22 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Section 22. Other Great Eruptions. Hast thou observed the ancient track that was trodden by wicked mortals? who were arrested on a sudden, whose foundation is a molten flood, who said to God, "Depart from us, what can Shaddai do to us?" Though he had filled their homes with wealth, far from me be the counsel of the wicked. The righteous beheld and rejoiced, the innocent laughed them to scorn. Surely their substance was carried away, and their riches devoured by fire. Such is Dr. Henderson's translation of Job 22:15-20. By many the passage has been supposed to refer to the destruction of the cities of the plain, and used to support the theory that a volcanic eruption was the means of their overthrow. If the theory were true, the catastrophe is the earliest historic eruption. A brief statement of the reasons for the belief may interest the reader. The entire Dead Sea Valley is depressed far below the level of the sea. From the Dead Sea to the head of the Red Sea is a well-marked trough, supposed to indicate that the Jordan once emptied into the Red Sea. The adjacent Sinaitic Peninsula is a volcanic region, which may have been in eruption when the Israelites passed it. Dr. Robinson reports watermarks left high on the cliffs, far to the south of the Dead Sea. Fragments of lava have been picked up among the salt crusts and bituminous deposits on the shores. In short, the region is one in which, at some time, volcanic action occurred. It lies between two great volcanic centers, Sinai and the volcanic region of Arabia and Syria. The question really is whether any disturbance occurred there at so late a period as the destruction of Sodom. The idea advanced by several thoughtful men is, that in the bituminous plain occupied by the cities, fissures opened and flames and cinders issuing rained upon the inflammable surface, speedily destroying the cities, which sunk with the earth till the sea covered them. Such cases, minus the bitumen, have several times occurred. And again, the sea might have existed before, and merely have been extended by the convulsion. Such is the substance of the theory. Cases in support of it are not wanting. The city of Euphemia, in Calabria, was so swallowed up in 1638. Kircher, who was near at the time, tells how he and his companions, unable to keep their feet during the violent earthquake, lay upon the ground till the paroxysms were somewhat abated. Rising and looking for Euphemia, only a frightful black cloud was seen. It slowly cleared away, revealing a loathsome and putrid lake. No trace of the city or its inhabitants was ever found. In the island of Trinidad is a vast lake of pitch, of which the Indian legend tells the origin. The words are Kingsley's. Once that dark and loathly pitch lake was a garden bright and fair, and the Shamas from the mainland built their palm ajupas there. There they throve and there they fattened, hale and happy, safe and strong. Passed the livelong days in feasting, passed the nights in dance and song. Till they cruel grew and wanton, till they killed the colibris. Then outspoke the great good spirit who can see through all the trees. The spirit proceeded to remind the Shamas of all the good things he had provided for them, how he had allowed them unlimited use of all things which could be of any possible good to them, how he had even been patient with their thanklessness. Only the colibris, or hummingbirds, useless to the Shamas, he had reserved for himself, that he might have pleasure in their beauty and happiness. The story continues. But the Shamas' ears were deafened, blind their eyes and could not see, how a blissful Indian spirit lived in every colibri. Livid, forgetting pain and sorrow, ever fair and ever new, whirring round the dear old woodland, feeding on the honeydew. Then one evening roared the earthquake, monkeys howled and parrots screamed, and the Gorons at morning gathered here, as men who dreamed. Sunk were gardens, sunk ajupas, hut and hammock, man and hound, and above the Shama village boiled with pitch the cursed ground. The salient points of the evidence being presented, the reader may draw his own conclusions. Perhaps the cities were fired in the manner suggested, perhaps lightning ignited the bitumen, but it is generally supposed that their site lies beneath the sea. After the account given of Vesuvius, the reader will no doubt be surprised to learn that this noted mountain cannot rank as more than a respectable fourth-rate volcano. It will require but a brief comparison with others to show that this is the case. By far the largest volcano in Europe, and next to Vesuvius, the most noted, is Mount Etna, in the island of Sicily. It was well known to the ancients and appears to have been an eruption from the most remote historic times. Diodorus Siculus records that a violent eruption caused an adjacent district to be deserted by its inhabitants before the Trojan War. Thucydides tells of 3 eruptions between the colonization of Sicily by the Greeks and the Peloponnesian War, 431 B.C. Notwithstanding the great antiquity of the records of this mountain, but little detail is known of its earlier eruptions. The first of which any extended account exists is the great outbreak of 1669. The convulsion began with a tremendous earthquake. Many villages and towns in the adjacent districts were leveled to the earth. In the plain of St. Leo, a fissure 6 feet wide and 12 miles long and of unknown depth opened from north to south with a terrific crashing noise, and extended nearly to the top of the mountain. Flashes of intense light poured from it. 5 other parallel fissures afterwards opened, one after the other, emitting smoke and the most horrid bellowings, which were heard to the distance of 40 miles. This explains the manner in which dikes or banks of lava are thrown up amid other rocks. The light emitted by these fissures would indicate that they were, to a certain height, filled with glowing lava. The lava during this eruption, having overwhelmed and destroyed 14 towns, some of them containing 3,000 or 4,000 inhabitants, at length arrived at the walls of Catania, a populous city situated 10 miles from the volcano. These walls had been raised 60 feet high towards the mountain in order to protect the city in case of an eruption, but the burning flood accumulated against the wall, so as to fill all the space around and below that part, and finally poured over it in a fiery cataract, destroying everything in that vicinity. From Catania the lava continued its course until it reached the sea, a distance of 15 miles from its source, in a current about 1,800 feet broad and 40 feet deep. As an illustration of the intense heat of volcanic matter, the Canon Recupero relates that in 1766 he ascended a small hill composed of ancient volcanic matter, in order to observe the slow and gradual manner in which a current of liquefied fire advanced from Etna. This current was 2½ miles broad, and while he stood observing it, 2 small threads of lava, issuing from a crevice, detached themselves from the main stream, and approached rapidly towards the eminence where he and his guide were standing. They had only just time to escape, when they saw the hill on which they stood a few minutes before, and which was 50 feet high, entirely surrounded, and in about 15 minutes entirely melted down into the burning mass, so as to be incorporated with and move on along with it. According to Hitchcock, 77,000 persons perished during the eruption of 1769, and 84 square miles were covered with lava. The slowness with which lava cools may be inferred that 10 years later, workmen endeavoring to sink a shaft through the bed were forced to abandon the work when near the bottom by reason of the heat. While this was Etna's greatest outbreak, several of terrible destructiveness have occurred since. In 1693 an eruption was accompanied by earthquake shocks, which in 3 days did more damage than the lava. Catania was almost destroyed. Great sea waves rolled in upon the wreck. The vessels in the harbor were dashed against each other or upon the beach. The ringing of the bells and the roar of the mountain and sea was mingled with the cries of thousands of unfortunates struggling in the ruins. Not less than 16,000 people perished in Catania alone. In 1755 occurred an eruption which is memorable for the great flood which attended it. Immense quantities of snow and ice, accumulated above the summit, were melted by the intense heat, and the waters rushed down in a column 30 feet deep and 1 3/4 miles wide, into the plain below. The lower portion of the valley was filled with the debris. Those who were not buried in the rubbish were swept out to sea. The total loss of life is not exactly known, but amounted to many thousands. Second in volume to the eruption of 1669, but very slightly destructive, is the eruption of 1852–53. It began August 20th, 1852, and continued 9 months. The united width of the lava streams was 2 miles, with a depth from 8 to 16 feet, piled up in some places to 100 feet. It reached to near Zarafana, almost 6 miles, descending 3,500 feet in 16 days. The Val de Bove, from the upper part of which it proceeded, looked like a sea of fire. Explosions as of artillery were frequently heard, and the scoria were sent to great heights. The intense heat set fire to the trees in the vicinity. In January 1865, a considerable eruption took place from an immense fissure on the northeastern slope of the mountain. 7 active craters developed along the fissure, sending out a lava stream 1½ miles wide. 3 other eruptions have taken place from Etna since 1853, but save some damage to property, these have been comparatively unimportant, save from a geological standpoint. One began in 1874 from a fissure on the north side, but suddenly ceased. Professor Silvestri, after examining the locality, asserted that the next eruption would take place from this same fissure. 5 years later his assertion was verified, large streams of lava being sent out with heavy showers of ashes and sand. Large areas of forest were destroyed, and the stream drew alarmingly near some populous villages, but stopped not far from a small river. The area of the lava bed was about 750 acres, the volume being about 23½ million tons. Etna's last eruption was in May 1886. A few houses were destroyed, but no lives were lost. Etna and the adjacent Lipari Islands exhibited unusual activity during the entire 17th century, having a total of 14 eruptions, as many as are recorded in all their previous history. The next century witnessed 15 outbursts from Etna, and during the present one there have been 11. It will be noticed that both Vesuvius and Etna seem to have reached their maximum activity at the close of the last century. The same is true of the volcanoes of Iceland. This island, which is as large as Ireland, is built up entirely of volcanic matter. It doubtless began with a single great submarine volcano, but today it has at least 13 active vents. It presents us with the most tremendous outpour of matter in the history of the world. For 700 years there has not been an interval of 40, and seldom of more than 20, without eruptions and earthquakes in some portion of the island. Single eruptions of Mount Hecla have lasted 6 years. Often during violent earthquakes, old mountains have disappeared, new ones have been raised up, rivers turned from their courses or dried up altogether. The old Norseman who discovered the island might much more appropriately have named it Fireland. Doubtless had his ancestors known the island would they have chosen it as the home of the terrible fire giants. But Iceland is the realm of both frost and fire, and there is no more romantic or painful chapter in history than the story of this hardy and spirited race to maintain their foothold in the face of such terrible odds. Those who hold that a nation's progress and stamina are in proportion to its material advantages would have to make an exception in favor of blood. The plucky Norsemen have held their own in this region for 9 centuries, nor is there any deterioration. No nation can today show a better intellectual or moral condition than these poor but hardy islanders, yet there is not a region of the world that has been more frequently or terribly scourged than this semi-barren island. The best known volcano in Iceland is Mount Hecla, which ranks with Etna and Vesuvius in fame. It is not the highest nor most remarkable of Icelandic volcanoes, but the frequency of its eruptions, together with the fact that it may be easily reached, have brought it to the front. It is 5,000 feet high and lies but 35 miles from the sea. The larger portion of the material thrown out by it consists of slag, cinders, pumice, and ashes, the slope of its cone being about 35 degrees. It has nothing answering to the customary crater. The eruptions break from fissures in its sides, and in consequence it may emit several streams or showers at once. Hecla has been in eruption about 30 times since its character was first known, and has at times made fearful havoc. Its last great outbreak was in 1878. Hecla has adjutants in this volcanic field that are more savage and relentless than the Generalissimo. One of the most destructive outbursts of recent times occurred in the Vatna district in 1875. In this region, about 60 miles by 115, is a very nest of volcanoes. The convulsion lasted several months, the entire region being active, and great numbers of people perished. So great was the destruction of property, crops, and flocks that the people, reduced to starvation, were compelled to appeal to Britain and Denmark for assistance. This has happened more than once in Iceland's history. But far up in the impenetrable deserts of the interior is a mountain which has seldom shown any activity, but when in full blast, its power is unsurpassed by any volcano on the globe. This is the fearful THBosc, or Skaptar Mountain. A single instance of its power will suffice. One of the most stupendous outbreaks recorded in history is that of THBosc in 1783. In the quantity of lava ejected, it is hardly surpassed by any single eruption, and few disturbances of the sort have surpassed it in fatality. Immense volumes of ashes were hurled into the air, spreading over the whole island in dense clouds. Streams were poisoned by the minerals and alkalis thrown out. Immense numbers of sheep and cattle perished. Thousands of acres of pasture lands were ruined. When the grass was not killed, it often was rendered poisonous like the water, by the mineral dust falling upon it. The hills were dotted with the decaying carcasses. The air was filled with horrible stench. The ashes fell in such volumes into the ocean that the fish deserted the coast. The flying clouds of dust spread to Europe. The appalling horror of the scene can hardly be imagined. Death stalked abroad in his most repulsive form. The river Skapta, a considerable stream, was for a time completely dried by a torrent of liquid fire. This river was about 200 feet broad, and its banks from 400 to 600 above the level of the water. This defile was entirely filled for a considerable distance by the lava, which crossed the river by the dam thus formed, and overflowed the country beyond, where it filled a lake of considerable extent and great depth. This eruption commenced on the 11th of June. On the 18th of the same month, a still greater quantity of lava rushed from the mouth of the volcano, and flowed with amazing rapidity, sometimes over the first stream, but generally in a new course. The melted matter having crossed some of the tributary streams of the Skapta, completely dammed up their waters and caused great destruction of property and lives by their overflow. The lava, after flowing for several days, was precipitated down a tremendous cataract, called THBosc, where it filled a profound abyss, which that great waterfall had been excavating for ages, and thence the fiery flood continued its course. On the 3rd of August, a new eruption poured forth fresh floods of lava, which, taking a different direction from the others, filled the bed of another river, by which a large lake was formed, and much property and many lives destroyed. The effect of this dreadful calamity may in some measure be imagined when it is known that, although Iceland did not at that time contain more than 50,000 inhabitants, there perished 9,000 human beings by this single eruption, making nearly 1 in 5 of the whole population. Part of them were destroyed by the burning lava itself, some by drowning, others by noxious vapors which the lava emitted, and others in consequence of the famine caused by the showers of ashes which covered a great portion of the island and destroyed most of the vegetation. The fish, also, on which the inhabitants depended, in a great measure for food, entirely deserted the coast. The quantity of lava which THBosc emitted during this eruption was almost beyond belief. The two principal branches were respectively 40 and 50 miles long. The branch which crossed the Skapta was from 12 to 15 miles wide. The width of the other was 7 miles. The usual depth was 100 feet, but 200 and 300 were frequent, and where the streams dashed across gorges or narrow valleys, the depth was 600 or 700. It would be quite safe to estimate the average depth at 150 feet. These two principal streams were then sufficient to cover 1,000 square miles to a depth of 150 feet. Contrast this with the 20 million cubic meters estimated to have been poured forth in one of the great Vesuvius eruptions. This last would cover 1 square mile to a depth of 25 feet. Vesuvius sinks to an insignificance that is pitiable. Its great outbreak produced but 1/6000th as much as the single eruption of THBosc. Such calculations may give us a comparative estimate of the two, but no figures can give us any conception of the force required to elevate such a stream of melted rock through the crust of the earth. And if we compare the resultant fatality, it is clear that this great convulsion, in a very sparsely settled island, destroyed more lives than all the outbursts of Vesuvius in its densely populated neighborhood. This eruption of Skaptar was preceded by several outbreaks in the sea, some of them close to the shore, some many miles from land. Such phenomena have become tolerably familiar. Livy informs us that a disturbance of this kind near Sicily, occurring with similar phenomena at the time of Hannibal's death, so terrified the Romans as to induce them to proclaim a day of supplication to the gods to avert their displeasure. Santorin in the Grecian archipelago was a similar production, and in 1831 an island was thrown up to the southwest of Sicily, where previous soundings had shown a depth of 600 feet. It was preceded by a violent spouting of steam and water. The sea around was filled with floating pumice and dead fish. The crater reached a height of 200 feet, being 3 miles in circumference. Its circular basin was full of boiling, dingy red water. It continued active 3 weeks, and then slowly sank, leaving a dangerous reef 11 feet below the surface, while a single black volcanic rock projected from the sea near the center of the reef. It is known as Graham's Island. Thus we see that volcanic action is not confined to the land, and that the areas affected are continually shifting. Jorullo, in Mexico, affords an example of the way in which new volcanoes are constantly being formed. In the parallel of the city of Mexico exist 5 volcanoes, extending in a line across the country as if thrown up along some immense fissure or subterranean fault, extending from sea to sea. Of these, Popocatépetl is perhaps the largest, and Jorullo the most recent basaltic mountains that bounded it. This region, the Malpays, had no volcano within 80 miles, and lay 2,600 feet above the sea. In June, 1759, alarming rumblings were heard in the earth, which were succeeded by severe earthquakes. These phenomena lasted several weeks, to the great consternation of the inhabitants. In September it seemed that quiet was restored, when suddenly, on the night of the 28th, a fearful subterranean noise was again heard, fissures opened, and hot stones were thrown out. Part of the plain rose up like an immense bubble to the height of 1,600 feet. Imagine the astonishment of the natives when morning showed them a mountain where the night before was a level plain. It almost seemed as though some magic had transported them to another land. Smoke and ashes spouted forth. 5 smaller cones were thrown up, the least of which was 300 feet in height. The plain was dotted with thousands of small conical mounds, called by the natives hornitos, or ovens. Each emitted vapor for a time, but at length all the upheavals, save Jorullo, ceased action. Though the plain remained so hot as to be uninhabitable for many years, Jorullo continued to throw out lava several months, and has been in more moderate action ever since. In some respects the terrible outbreak of Skaptar Jokul has been several times exceeded. While almost alone in the immense quantity of lava thrown out, we have seen that great streams of lava are not accompanied by the most violent explosions. In the number of lives destroyed, Skaptar has also been exceeded. But if Iceland had been as densely populated as Ireland, which it equals in area, the convulsion might have destroyed 500,000 or more. One of the best examples of the force of steam on a smaller scale is seen in the eruptions of volcanoes, is to be found in the geysers of Iceland. These lie in a strip of ground 100 yards wide and about 1/4 of a mile in length. The ground is dotted with numerous dark apertures and conical mounds, from which clouds of steam ascend continually. Of these, the little geyser is no longer active, being merely a pool of still, hot water. The great geyser is periodically active, and the stroker, or churn, may be excited at any time by throwing a quantity of earth into it. As a matter of course, these boiling springs never do any damage, the quantity of water thrown out being of no consequence. The water holds in solution a vast quantity of siliceous matter, which is deposited around the mouth of the geyser, forming sometimes a saucer-shaped basin, sometimes a nipple-shaped mound. From the rate at which the deposits are made, it is estimated that the great geyser is about 1,060 years old. One of the most tremendous outbursts of which we have any authentic account occurred in the island of Sumbawa. It is one of the Molucca Islands, and the mountain from which the outbreak occurred is called Tomboro. This eruption commenced on the 5th of April, 1815, but was most terrific on the 11th and 12th of that month, nor did it cease entirely until some time in the following July. The explosion so much resembled the firing of heavy cannon at a distance, that the people of many vessels at sea supposed there was a great naval engagement within hearing, but could not imagine what nations were engaged. The commanders of some ships and several English forts gave orders to prepare for battle, though they were several hundred miles distant from the mountain. At Sumatra these tremendous explosions were distinctly heard, though not nearer than 970 miles from Tomboro. They were also heard at Ternate, in the opposite direction from Sumatra, at the distance of 720 miles from the mountain. So immense in quantity was the fall of ashes that at Bima, 40 miles from the mountain, the roof of the English resident's house was crushed by the weight, and many other houses in the same town were rendered uninhabitable from the same cause. At Java, 300 miles distant, the air was so full of ashes that from this cause, at midday, it is said, the darkness was so profound that nothing like it had ever before been experienced during the most stormy night. Along the coast of Sumbawa the sea was covered with floating lava, intermixed with trees and timber, so that it was difficult for vessels to sail through the mass. Some captains, though at a long distance at sea, mistook this mass for land, and sent out their boats in order to ascertain the safety of their situations. The sea, on this and the neighboring coast, rose suddenly to the height of 12 feet, in the form of immense waves, and as they retired, swept away trees, timber, and houses with their inhabitants. All the vessels lying near the shore were torn from their anchoring and cast upon the land. Violent whirlwinds carried into the air men, horses, cattle, trees, and whatever else was in the vicinity of the mountain. Large trees were torn up by the roots and carried into the sea. But the most calamitous part of the account still remains, for such were the tremendous effects of the burning lava, the overflowing of the sea, the fall of houses, and the violence of the whirlwind, that out of 12,000 inhabitants on this island, only 26 individuals escaped with their lives, all the rest being destroyed in one way or another. The whole island was completely covered with ashes or other volcanic matter. In some places the bottom of the sea was so elevated as to make shoals where there was deep water before, and in others the land sunk down and was overflown by the sea. Adding those who were killed on other islands, the total death roll was over 20,000. This entire region is one of wonderful activity. Mount Api, in the island of Banda, in the same group, has had 12 violent eruptions in 234 years, and indeed it is hardly ever really quiet. The volcano of Abo, in the island of Sanguar, broke out in 1711, burying a large number of villages in cinders, covering extensive areas of forest and plain, and destroying many thousands of people. This same volcano burst forth suddenly in March 1856, vomiting torrents of mud, streams of lava, and clouds of ashes and scoria, doing almost as much mischief as on the former occasion. In the island of Timor, a gigantic volcano, long known as the Peak, began a violent eruption in 1638. When the convulsion was over, the mountain had disappeared, partly blown away, partly sunken, and the site is to this day covered by a great lake. End of section 22.
Chapter 23 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY, Chapter 23. But the center of this great volcanic region lies in the island of Java, which possesses about 50 craters, half of them still active. The heat and vapors poured out, combined with the power of the sun, combined to make this one of the most noted tempest regions in the world. Nowhere else are such terrific thunderstorms so common, and more than 20 waterspouts are sometimes seen at one time. One of the most remarkable eruptions of modern times is that of Papandayang, in this island, which occurred in 1772. The mountain burst forth suddenly, with a tremendous roaring. Cinders and ashes were almost insignificant. Immense boulders were hurled about the neighboring regions. The mountain was veiled in a cloud of glowing vapor. A tract of land 17 miles long and 7 miles wide, with over 40 villages, was swallowed up. Several thousand people perished. When the cloud finally vanished, it was found that 4,000 feet of the upper portion of the mountain had been blown away. The broad, ragged mass remaining was of little more than one-half the original height. 2 other mountains in the island were in action at the same time, while several intervening active cones remained quiet. Mount Guntur, in the same island, has had a number of violent eruptions. The last, occurring in 1800, sent forth, in addition to lava streams, a torrent of white, acid, sulphurous mud, which swept the populous and fertile valley, engulfing hundreds of men and animals in its course. We shall notice by and by a still more remarkable Javanese convulsion. Time would fail were details to be given of the numerous volcanoes of Sumatra and Celebes and the adjacent islands, or of the eruptions and boiling springs of New Zealand, or the towering cones of New Guinea, or the peaks of the Canary, Cape Verde, and Azores. Let us notice briefly a few of the more noted volcanoes of America. Our own land is free, for the most part, from such disturbances, the only recorded outbreaks being those of Rainier and St. Helens in 1842. But in prehistoric times it had numerous volcanic areas. The Raton Peaks in New Mexico once sent out lava streams that spread over the country between the upper Arkansas and Canadian rivers, and St. Helens, Hood, Edgecombe, Baker, Rainier, Fairweather, and Shasta are cones well known to the Western tourist. These, except Hood and Shasta, are still active. But better-known examples of great internal heat are found in the hot springs of different portions of the country, though these merely show the existence of subterranean heat and afford no conception of its power or violence. Quite as famous is the famous geyser basin of the Yellowstone. Here is a region surpassing greatly the geyser district of Iceland, both in area and in the number and power of the geysers. The whole region is pierced with fumaroles, around which sulfur and other minerals crystallize in beautiful forms, and steam jets break through the soil in countless places. Certain of the geysers are exceedingly periodic, and others, like the Stroker of Iceland, may be incited to action at almost any time by casting in earth or stones. The more powerful of these toy volcanoes send water to a height of 400 feet. In the southern portion of the continent and in South America, we find a region of remarkable activity. Central America has had several violent convulsions at a comparatively recent period. The volcano of Las Virgenes, in Lower California, had a great eruption in 1746. But the country being sparsely peopled, little harm was done, and the fact of the eruption was made known by the light and clouds seen from vessels at sea, and the ashes and cinders that fell in the adjacent regions of Mexico. If eruptions be measured by the violence of explosions, then the famous outburst of Cosequina must rank among the greatest, if not itself the greatest, that is known to history. The narrative of its eruption, as related by an eyewitness, seems almost beyond belief, but the facts are too well authenticated. The extent of the destruction of life, though certainly reaching many hundreds, was never definitely known. The personal narration serves to show the fearful impressions made upon those who experienced such awful convulsions. The wonder to me is how any man could live through such a burst as Cosequina's in San Salvador. 'Twas the 21st of January, 1835. As fine a morning as ever was seen on earth. The Bay of Fonseca was smooth as silk, never a cloud in the sky. The lazy folks of Playa Grande and Nagascolo were lying in the hammocks beside the doors, smoking and dozing, and not a soul had a notion of ill from any side on that sunny morning, which was to be the last for half of them. They lay in hammocks and smoked and dozed, like worthless cusses, as they are, and most of them, no doubt, had full in sight the big mountain on the other side of the gulf. They'd nigh forgot to call it a volcano. Not for 1,000 years, as the Indians told, had smoke or mischief come from that hill. They'd have laughed silly anyone who had talked danger from Cosequina. At 10 o'clock that morning, that mountain burst out again, and in a fury such as never yet was known in the upper world, no, nor ever will be again, as I believe, till the last day. Suddenly it burst out, not muttering beforehand, nor smoking, but crash, all on the moment, as if to remind men what evil power was yet left in nature to destroy them. At 10 o'clock that day, the voice of the mountain was heard after 1,000 years' silence. In such a thunderous roar was it heard that beast and bird fell dead with the sound alone, and great cliffs pitched headlong into the sea. There's thousands still alive to witness. For a while the streets of Playa Grande and Nagascolo must have seemed like streets of the dead, for every soul was stunned. Folks were lying in their hammocks or on the floor, motionless and senseless as corpses. The sky was still bright and blue, but on the mountainside was a cloud like ink, which rolled down like a cap to the foot. Naught afterwards seemed so horrible as the sudden heaping of that jet-black mound in the place of the sunny green hill. But it didn't long offend any man's sight. Over heaven and sea the cloud opened and spread. Lightning and thunders burst from the heart of the ocean, and sheets of flame glared luridly the sides of Cosequina. The darkness spread so quick that at Leon, 200 miles away, they were lighting the church candles within an hour after the outbreak. But candles, nor torches, nor houses of flame couldn't disperse that darkness. For 3 days no soul in Leon saw another's face, nor ventured out but to the howling churches, to grovel there. Night dragged after night, but no day shone over the land. A lighted torch could not be seen at arm's length. The ashes fell softly and silently, till buildings crushed down headlong with the weight. Tigers were in the churches, and panthers entered house doors in search of companionship and protection. Hundreds committed suicide in their madness, and hundreds more became simple for life. Men's faces were blistered by the hot winds, the paint fell from the statues, the crash of falling, and the faint light of burning houses doubled the horror of darkness. Such a time as that was never seen on earth since the plague of Egypt, I guess. But of course the most awful work was around the Gulf of Fonseca. The water rose in waves 20 feet high, dashed over the Estero, and swept off the towns of Playa Grande and Nagascolo, slick as a prairie fire. Scarce a soul escaped for 20 miles about. The cattle crushed over the barrancas in search of water, and were destroyed in herds of thousands at a time, for none could see, nor hear, nor breathe. Rivers were dried by the heat, and choked with ashes. Forests burned up. The very grass withered throughout the whole length and breadth of the Nicaragua, and hasn't sprung since. Zacate, meaning a broad flag-like blade, alone escaped, and the country, which was once the grazing land of Central America, was ruined till eternity for that business. During this time of death, as they still call it, at Belize, 1,000 miles away, the commandant called out the garrison, and kept them under arms 24 hours, thinking all the navies in the universe were at action in the offing. There 'twas too dark to see 50 yards oceanwards. The roar of Cosequina was heard miles around, spreading fear and perplexity. 4,000 miles in radius their ashes fell. They lay on the roofs at San Francisco, California. Well, the mountains behaved like a decent sort of power cask ever since. The fuse has always been burning and spitting. But you see, there's a big consumption of power in such a burst, and I guess the old machine wants to recuperate a while. Those familiar with the terrific effects produced on the gunners by the discharge of heavy artillery can understand that the atmospheric concussion produced by tremendous volcanic explosions might kill large numbers of birds and small animals in the vicinity. As to the distance to which ashes may be carried, a late eruption in Iceland was announced by a professor in Germany long before any vessel brought the news. The atmosphere was unusually full of dust, which, on examining with the microscope, he pronounced to be pulverized Iceland lava. The detonations in Cosequina were heard over the peninsula of Yucatan, along the shores of Jamaica, 800 miles distant, and as far as Bogota in South America, nearly 10,000 feet above the sea. Ashes fell on vessels 1,200 miles westward at sea. Fortunately, the eruption was soon over. Another unusual outbreak occurred in Central America from the volcano of Leon in 1867, beginning November 27. First, there were a number of violent explosions which shook the earth for a great distance. Immense quantities of black sand were then thrown out, and a column of vapor and fire, filled with meteor-like specks, was hurled to the height of 3,000 feet. Closer observation showed the specks to be rocks 4 or 5 feet in diameter and weighing thousands of pounds. The showers of sand lasted 3 days, covering the earth for 50 miles around. The forest for leagues was scarred by the swift falling showers of sand and stones, and for half a mile around the cone the trees were leveled to the ground. Central America contains 29 volcanoes, 18 of which are active. 20 cones are in sight from the town of Leon. One cone, Izalco, suddenly manifested signs of activity, but no eruption took place. But the sudden heating rapidly melted the snow on the mountain, and the torrents of water inundated the town of Guatemala, destroying thousands of dollars' worth of property, besides many lives. The mountain has since been known as Agua, or water. South America is noted for the frequency and extreme violence of its earthquakes, of which more hereafter. Though possessing a greater number of very lofty volcanic cones than any other region, the direct effect of its eruptions has not been so disastrous as the results of many eruptions elsewhere. There is but one very notable exception. The earthquake that destroyed Riobamba in 1794 was followed at once by an outpour of mud from Tungurahua, which overwhelmed 40,000 people still dazed by the shock or struggling in the ruins of their villages. One notable incident is the continual subterranean roaring heard for a considerable period over 2,300 square miles of northern Venezuela a number of years ago, during a violent outpour of lava from the volcano of St. Vincent, an island 623 miles to the northeast. No motion of the earth was perceptible. It has been supposed that the noise was merely the roar of St. Vincent conveyed through the crust of the earth, but this would raise the question as to why the same noise was not audible at points nearer to St. Vincent. Another suggestion is the source from which the lava of St. Vincent was derived lay beneath northern Venezuela, and a fact brought in support of this is that the great earthquake of Caracas was immediately followed by action at St. Vincent. Similarly, the great eruption of Cotopaxi in 1744 was attended by subterranean rumbling at Honda, 436 miles away and 18,100 feet lower. Between are the colossal mountains of Pasto, Pinchincha, and Popayan, with countless valleys and ravines. The cone of Cotopaxi is the smoothest and most symmetrical in the world, perhaps because its eruptions are almost entirely of ashes or fragmentary lava. As no villages lie in its immediate neighborhood, the clouds of ashes have not done so much damage as might be expected. The first sign of an eruption is the melting of the snow upon the cone. Torrents of water sweep down the mountain. Such an outbreak occurring in 1741, after 2 centuries' repose, the amount of snow accumulated may be imagined. The rush of the water tore away blocks of lava, ice, and scoria. The plain below was covered with dashing waves. 12 miles from the mountains the water still had a velocity of 56 feet per second, or about 2/3 of a mile a minute. Escape from such a current would be impossible. 600 houses were swept away and 1,000 people destroyed. The sides of the cone glowed in the night with a reddish light. Cotopaxi also had a great eruption in 1533, which hurled lava blocks containing 130 cubic yards to a distance of 9 miles. Such masses would weigh more than 280 tons. Such feats will serve to give clearer ideas of the immense power of volcanic action. Perhaps a statement of the force required to raise a column of lava would interest the reader. Lava being about 28 times as heavy as water, a column of it 11 3/7 feet high and 1 inch square would weigh 15 pounds. When we remember that our powerful steam engines are operated by pressures varying from 120 to 200 pounds per square inch, it is evident we can have no adequate conception of the magnitude of a force of 27,000 pounds to the square inch. And yet such a power must be but a tithe of the force exerted, for it represents only the force necessary to throw the lava from the surface to the tops of the mountains, whereas the lava reservoirs are far beneath the surface. Also, the above calculation considers only the mere weight of the lava. It allows nothing for the resistance of cohesion, friction, or a heavy crust to be often burst through. When we consider all these, each of which must far surpass the weight of the single column of lava, it is evident that the pressure that can hurl lava blocks of 280 tons 9 miles from a mountain must reach 1,000,000 pounds per square inch. These are meaningless figures. Human thought cannot grasp so stupendous a power. Perhaps the best known of the great volcanoes are those of the Sandwich Islands. We find there the largest extinct crater in the world. The great dead crater of Haleakala in East Maui is 30 miles in circumference. The crater of Kilauea on the flank of Mauna Loa is about 7 miles in circumference. Several great eruptions have occurred in these islands during the past 50 years, and in one of these convulsions the volume of lava poured out was at least equal to the great outburst of Skaptarjökull in Iceland. And when we consider the frequent recurrence of the Hawaiian eruptions, it at once appears that in this region lies the greatest lava producer on the globe. But in regard to destruction of life or property, there has so far been no more harmless region in the world. There are 2 reasons. The lava poured out is very liquid and cools slowly, hence a cone formed from it has a very gradual slope. The actual grade of Mauna Loa is but 5 or 6 degrees, so a lava stream descends it very slowly, and the light on the mountain warns the people of the outbreak. The shore region is the only one inhabited, the interior being covered with dense forests, so the lava may burn a path directly through to the sea, and yet do no great damage to the interests of the people. The greatest damage done to the island has not been from an outpour of lava, but from earthquakes and sea waves. The great eruption of 1868 was accompanied by continual shocks, 2,000 being felt in a fortnight, and numerous tidal waves were produced, yet the total fatality was but 100, and nearly all of these were old or weak persons who were unable to swim well enough to escape from waves that overtook them. A few were overwhelmed by a torrent of soft red clay that broke from a fissure in the mountain. Cliffs and crags were thrown down by the earthquakes, and the top of one hill was thrown 1,000 feet. The lava stream reached the sea at Nanawali, 50 miles from its source, and pushed 3/4 of a mile into the sea. Again, in an eruption in 1880, 2 lava streams poured out toward the town of Hilo, and though the great crater continued in full blast, it was 9 months before the people could be sure whether the streams would destroy the town or not. At length the lava was within 5 minutes' walk of the town. Many collected their chattels and left. Then the action on the mountain suddenly subsided, and in a few days the great red dragon lay stiff and cold, almost at the people's doors. Since the natives build their houses almost invariably on one story and of the lightest materials, earthquakes can do comparatively little damage to most property. Hence, with all the activity of the great volcanoes, the inhabitants are far more secure than those of many other regions, apparently not so dangerous. Persons may readily visit the great crater in eruption, though at full blast, and excursion parties are organized to visit this Niagara of fire on every occasion of unwanted activity. Nowhere else in the world can volcanic action on the grandest scale be so carefully observed. The details given hitherto will serve to illustrate the terrible havoc wrought by subterranean forces. So far, only outpouring of volcanic matter has been especially noticed. But here, examining the terribly destructive force of earthquakes alone, it is meet that the story of the tremendous eruptions of the century be closed with the story of the greatest of the age. And indeed, when all details are considered, it may rank as the most tremendous convulsion of all history. In certain details, Skaptar may have exceeded it in destruction of life. Etna surpassed it in 1669, but as a whole, it is simply without parallel. The reader will rightly judge that such a convulsion could hardly occur elsewhere than in the Malayan archipelago. Already the terrible outburst in Sumbawa has been noted, also several others in Java. Java and Sumatra formerly formed a single island, but were separated by a terrific earthquake in 1115. Shocks are felt in one of the two islands nearly every month. The list of calamities occurring there during the past 100 years is appalling. Besides the convulsions before noted, an eruption of Galungong in 1822 overwhelmed 114 villages and destroyed 4,000 people. In 1843, Mount Guntur cast forth 30 million tons of ashes, doing immense injury to life and property. In 1867, there was a tremendous earthquake, which killed many thousands in the interior of the island, and dried up or greatly obstructed the water courses. Immediately afterward, the volcano of Gunung Salak ejected such a quantity of cinders and lava that the work of obliterating or obstructing the streams was complete. The cesspools and marshes bred pestilence and epidemics, which have carried off from Batavia alone nearly 1 million of inhabitants in the past 22 years. In 1872, the volcano of Merapi burst out and destroyed several thousand people in the province of Kadu. 16 severe earthquakes were felt in 1878 and another one in 1879. At length, in 1883, Krakatoa, a volcano on a small island in the Straits of Sunda, in the very center of the greatest subterranean furnace on the globe, began to manifest some uneasiness. As in the case of Cosequina, people had almost forgotten to call it a volcano, and when the mountain muttered and fired a little in February, they regarded it with some curiosity, and then, when it quieted down, thought no more about it. On the 25th of August, the people of Batavia heard peculiar subterranean mutterings, as they thought, but the roar increased till it might have been compared to a battery of fortress artillery. An avalanche of stones and ashes began to fall, and continued all night. Krakatoa had begun. By morning it was impossible for Batavians to reach the Straits of Sunda. The bridges were down and the roads impassable. The waters of the straits were in fearful turmoil. Explosions beneath the sea followed each other in rapid succession. The waters were 60 degrees hotter than usually. The rebounding waves were dashing upon Madura, 500 miles away, mountains high. The dance of death had hardly begun. Louder and louder roared Krakatoa. Ere noon, Mahameru, the greatest of Javanese volcanoes, had joined in. Then Gunung Guntur opened. Others rapidly followed, till 15 volcanoes of Java were in eruption, most of them in full blast. The awful scene was beyond description. Krakatoa could still be heard thundering above all the rest. Before nightfall, Gunung Guntur, the greatest active crater in the world, 4 miles in diameter, was spouting enormous streams of lava and sulphurous mud. Tremendous explosions followed with showers of cinders and stones, as though the old giant were endeavoring to outdo the leader of the dance. Terrible was the slaughter by the flying fragments. The sea was more violently agitated. Dense clouds of hot, sulphurous vapors, charged with electricity, hung over the waters, and added whirlwinds and thunderstorms to the scene. 15 large waterspouts could be seen at one time. On the shore, men, women, and children ran wildly about. There was no safety upon sea or land. Houses were crumbling, the atmosphere darkening, the storm increasing. Hundreds of people were buried beneath ruined houses. Hundreds more were struck down in their flight. Immense crevices opened and swallowed. Huge waves rushed inland and devoured. It seemed as though Java were to be buried with a rain of fire in the unfathomable depths of the sea. Towards midnight, it seemed as though the Prince of Darkness might be present in person to direct the work of destruction. A luminous cloud, far more colossal than that which had appeared above Ganangantur, gathered above the chain of the Kandangs, which run along the southeast coast of Java. This cloud increased in size each minute until at last it came to form a sort of a gray and blood-red color, which hung over the earth for a considerable distance. In proportion as this cloud grew, the eruption gained fresh force, and the floods of lava poured down the mountainsides without ceasing and spread into the valleys, where they swept all before them. On Monday morning about 2 o'clock, the heavy clouds suddenly broke up and finally disappeared. When the sun rose, it was found that a tract of country extending from Port Capucine to the south, as far as Negeri Pasarang to the north and west, and covering an area of about 50 square miles, had entirely disappeared. There stood the previous day the villages of Negeri and Negeri Babawang. Not one of the inhabitants had escaped. They and their villages had been swallowed up by the sea. The population was not so dense in this part of the island as in others, but for all this the total number of victims fell little short of 15,000. The chain of the Kandangs, which runs along the coast of Java in a semicircle for 65 miles, had also disappeared. The waters of Welcome Bay in the Strait of Sunda, those of Pepper Bay to the east, and those of the Indian Ocean to the south, had burst in upon the country, where they formed a raging torrent. All the furies of the deeps of earth and sea seemed freed to work their will and wreak their wrath. The great Papandayang now joined in the chaos. The cannon-like reports could be heard 50 miles away. Then Sumatra was infected with the wild fury. From one of her volcanoes, 3 columns of lava shot up from 3 different places, and 3 leaping red streams of lava dashed forth for the plains below. The mountain hurled after them showers of stones. Volumes of black dust flew after, making thick, stifling darkness which could be felt. Banks of ashes lay upon the roofs of houses, or muffled the city streets. A tornado hurried by, bearing stones, dust, roofs, trees, houses, and men. In Java, the fierce Papandayang burst open. From the 7 great fissures, the lava in its basin plunged out and reached for miles from the mountain's base. On the site of the island of Merak, which was swallowed up by the sea, the next day 14 volcanic mountains sprang up, forming a chain from St. Nicholas Point, Java, to Hoga Point in Sumatra. In Batavia and Angier were 3,500 European residents. 800 of these never saw the light again. An overwhelming avalanche of rock, mud, and lava poured upon their quarter in Angier. Then the sea leaped upon those struggling in the ruins and swept away all. Not so much as a trace of them was left. 2,000 inhabitants perished, besides a large number of fugitives from other quarters. Bantam was submerged, and 1,500 people drowned. Waves dashed completely over the island of Sarong, and not a single inhabitant escaped. The storms of rock and lava numbered their victims at Cheribon and at several noted pleasure resorts. The great temple of Borobudur was ruined, its dome being beaten in by the showers of rock. This is a most deplorable architectural loss. It was the largest Buddhist temple in the East, and had no equal in the world. Erected 1,100 years ago, it stood on an eminence in a circular valley. It had a great central dome 145 feet high, surrounded by 70 smaller domes. On the platforms beneath were 450 chapels, cut in openwork out of granite, and each having a statue of Buddha. The walls of the temple contained a complete picture history of Buddha, there being 4,000 beautifully chased bas-reliefs. Not a stone was left uncarved. The great chapel under the central dome was reached by a series of 4 grand staircases of 500 feet each. No other structure is comparable to it. A few may be even more splendid, but it was decidedly sui generis. The list of calamities grew rapidly. The town of Tamarang was devoured by the lava. Red-hot stones fired many houses. 1,800 people perished. The island of Onius was terribly shaken and then plunged into the sea. The island of Mida was swallowed up. No one escaped. The lighthouses on Sunda Strait were wrecked. The town of Chirigan was destroyed with 10,000 people. 900 people perished at Waranga. 300 corpses were dug from the ruins of Talatoa. The river Jacatana was blocked with lava and ashes, and leaving its bed poured through Batavia. The island of Merak, a fortified place 3 miles from Krakatoa, was a valuable government stone quarry, 6 or 7 years in use. Thousands of native workmen were assembled there, with engineers and overseers. Their huts were on hills 150 feet above the sea. The end of the season was at hand. The 1st of September would see them returning to their Java homes. The island trembled, paused, sank slowly. The sea plunged over it. 2 natives and a European bookkeeper escaped. A steamer put out from the port of Talak Batong. 2 inches of lava lay upon her deck. Pumice stone lay 10 feet deep on the sea around her. But when a short distance out, we saw a gigantic wave of prodigious height suddenly advancing upon us at great speed from the direction of the open sea. Immediately the captain brought his vessel round so as to meet the wave stern foremost. After a moment of most piquant anxiety, we found ourselves lifted up with terrific speed. Our vessel bounded upward, and then we felt ourselves plunged into the abyss. But the wave had passed us, and we were out of all danger. Like a high mountain, the gigantic wave sped furiously towards the shore, while immediately after 3 other great waves followed it. The waters rushed in and destroyed the town, sweeping away first the lighthouse, which fell in like a pack of cards, then all the buildings beyond. In a few moments all was over, and where once Talak Batong stood, there was nothing but water. Livid with terror, the captain steamed rapidly to warn the town of Anjer. There was no longer an Anjer, a Dutch fort, a garrison. A single sailor, who had caught a floating tree, stalked about among the corpses. Krakatoa, which had opened this fearful carnival of death, sank slowly into the sea. Of the island, 25 miles long and 17 wide, a small portion of the terribly shattered cone remained in sight. New islets were made, vast shoals created. Sailors discovered new islands and landed, only to find themselves on vast floating pumice rafts, miles from land. New charts had to be made. For a time the seas were hardly navigable. Such is the story. The damage to property was millions of dollars. The loss of life will never be definitely known. First estimates placed it at 80,000. Conservative judges pronounced it, in all probability, between 50,000 and 60,000. The explosions were heard as far away southward as Australia, to the westward as far as southern India. To the eastward they are said to have been heard in the Caribbean Sea. Even if we reject the latter, we may take the others, and obtain some idea by imagining volcanoes at St. Louis to be heard at New York and San Francisco, at Mexico, and in Hudson's Bay. The great sea wave rushed from Krakatoa to the Mauritius in 8 hours, It rolled around the coast of the Australian continent, dashing into the southern harbors, sweeping through the narrow Bass Straits. It rose and fell upon Hawaiian coasts in a perplexing manner. It surged against South America, against East Africa. It rounded Cape Horn and made itself known on the coasts of France, upon our Atlantic shore. It encircled the world, the greatest sea wave ever known. The volcanic microscopic dust remained long in the air, and occasioned the singular redness of the sky at morn and eve that prevailed throughout the world for the next 2 years. Apart from this suspended dust, the volcano threw out as much matter as the Mississippi bears to the Gulf in 250 years. The atmospheric wave of low barometer was even more marked than the oceanic wave. On the day when Krakatoa sank into the sea, the barometric oscillation was noticed all over the world. From the time at which it reached Berlin, it is found to have traveled 875 miles an hour. 36 hours later, the barometric oscillations were repeated, but less pronounced. 37 hours afterward, there came a third, and still fainter series. It appears, then, that the atmospheric wave, set in motion by this stupendous outbreak, was powerful enough to thrice encircle the world. It has been but a short time since geologists believed the magnitude of the subterranean forces to be greatly decreased. But in view of a century of great eruptions, closed by such an appalling convulsion, it must be said that the fiery forces are at least as active and powerful as ever. End of chapter 23. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.
Chapter 23 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 23. Diseased nature oftentimes breaks forth in strange eruptions, and the teeming earth is with a kind of colic pinched and vexed by the imprisoning of unruly wind within her womb, which for enlargement striving shakes the old beldam earth, and topples down steeples and moss-grown towers. Such is the theory of earthquakes as laid down by Wild Will Shakespeare. Whether it be an expression of the popular belief of the day, or personal opinion, is not easy to determine. If the latter, he had, as we shall see by and by, many predecessors in the same belief. His metaphor, though more elegantly expressed, cannot compare with the Indians for terseness and force. Ground heap sick, heap belly ache, no good. We have already seen that the forces producing earthquakes and volcanic action are conceded to be practically identical. The latter seldom occurs without the former, but the former are frequent in districts far removed from any known vent of subterranean heat. So the expression of Shakespeare is not so far wrong as might be, so far as our present knowledge goes. In the Hindu cosmogony, successive ages of the world are separated by periods of chaos, and no wilder image of unreigned destruction has fancy ever dreamed. The earth is to be eternal. There is one eternal, invisible spirit, Brahm, from whom springs Brahma, who creates a race of gods. These frame the earth into orderly condition, and rule it for 400,000 years. At the end of that time, the land and sea and sky meet in gigantic ruin. The gods are no more, save only Vishnu, the preserver. The sea covers all things, and eternal night is accompanied by eternal tempest. Eternal is not strictly correct, however. This reign of destruction lasts 400,000 years, during which time Vishnu sleeps on the coils of the great seven-headed serpent of eternity, which floats under the gloomy sea. The long night over, Vishnu wakes and remodels the earth, and peace and light resume their sway. 7 such cycles pass, all things are annihilated, and Brahms sets about a new creation which goes the same round. The Eastern wise men, fond of allegory and parable, doubtless intended by this to express the persistence and order in the universe, even in periods of the most inexplicable disaster, and to picture for the ignorant the absolute eternity of God. The thing was too good to let drop, and others added to it by asserting the earth was upborne by an elephant who stood on the back of a tortoise. The tortoise rested on a fish, the fish on water, the water on air, the air on light, the light on darkness, the darkness on the Lord only knows what. When these animals were somewhat wearied, they changed their position, and the earth trembled. Greece had a somewhat better myth of the giant Atlas, who bore the world on his shoulders. But the old fellow's gait was not the steadiest. Rome, not much given to manufacturing her myth de novo, imported the Grecian fable. We have today appropriated the old fellow's title for a geography supposed to contain the whole earth. The figure is lost on most. But the alleged drunkenness of Atlas did not consort precisely with the popular ideas of the proper conduct of a steady old porter in a responsible position, and the myth-makers dragged in a new scapegoat in the person of the Titan Typhon, or Enceladus, supposed to be entombed in Mount Etna, as we have elsewhere noticed. Inhabitants of parts of farther India and of some Malayan islands believe that far down in the bowels of the earth an immense tiger, Pelu, lies asleep. The sole object of his existence is to destroy the earth, but he may not do this till the human race is extinct. Then he will rise to his feet, the earth will burst into fragments, and fly into the distant realms of space. It must of necessity follow that our feline friend's existence is a somewhat monotonous one, and to avoid ennui in his cramped quarters, he passes much time in sleep. Waking occasionally, and, wishing like the German Barbarossa, to know if his time has come, he cautiously raises a few hairs on his back. The earth trembles, and the natives, rushing from their tottering houses, throw themselves upon the ground, shouting loudly, "Pelu! Pelu!" to assure his tigership that they are certainly alive. Satisfied on this point, the worshipful beast composes himself for another nap. Thor, the war god of the Norsemen, wielded a mighty hammer, Mjolnir. In the saga of King Olaf, we found Thor shouting, "The blows of my hammer ring in the earthquake." Another myth attributes the earthquake to the restlessness of the serpent Midgard, who encircles the universe, his tail in his mouth. Also, the wolf Fenrir, who was to take part in the final contest that produces Ragnarok, is supposed to have the occasional differences of opinion before the time with certain of the fire giants. The earth is then liable to be shaken. Natives of the Tonga group in the South Pacific believed that their hero god, Maui, upheld the world on his breast. When he became restless and shook the earth, they would rush out and beat the ground with sticks to make him lie still. From traditions concerning Muhammad, we learn that the circular earth lies in the midst of a vast sea, and is encircled by an immense whale, upon whose back 700,000 gigantic bulls walk up and down. Said whale swims about the earth very cautiously, but occasionally jostles it slightly. On the night when Muhammad was born, this noble animal was so agitated with joy that had not the Lord restrained him, he would assuredly have overturned the earth. The Sandwich Islanders believed that the goddess Pele, who dwelt in the great volcano of Kilauea, was displeased with the conduct of man. She proceeded to admonish him of her power by shaking him out of bed in the night and tumbling his house about his ears. If especially angry, she set her volcanic home to fuming and firing. So-called scientific theories on various topics have in time past been little more respectable, and need not be given any detailed attention. The pious gentry who deemed Roger Bacon a wizard and Columbus and Galileo heretics would have listened with horror to any effort to explain the phenomena of earthquakes as anything else than a direct manifestation of the wrath of God. Researches in many branches of natural science met with decided discouragement in Christendom during the Dark and Middle Ages, and the goddess of wisdom found a decidedly more congenial atmosphere at Morse and Saracen courts. Hence the modern science of seismology, as the investigation of earthquakes are called, is comparatively in its infancy. Yet the subject of seismic phenomena has been of interest to the thoughtful from a very early period, earthquakes being of far greater frequency than most persons suppose. Some of the earliest philosophers ventured opinions on the topic, for the records of earthquakes, more distinctly than those of volcanoes, go back to the earliest times. We find Aristotle, in his treatise on natural events, rejecting the explanations of 3 other philosophers as untenable and propounding a theory on his own. Anaximenes of Miletus suggested the drying and moistening of the earth occasioned irregular contraction and expansion, and from the crackling and readjusting, shocks resulted. Democritus of Abdera shook his earth by means of vast subterranean bodies of water which some force compelled to move from one cavity to another. Doubtless the peculiar wave-like motion of the earth and many earthquakes suggested his theory. Anaxagoras of Clazomenae believed that ether, by which the old Greeks seemed to mean air, was confined in underground cavities, and in its efforts to escape upward produced the vibration of the earth. Aristotle substitutes for the disturbing agent wind, which has flowed into fissures and caverns and is endeavoring to flow out again. Virgil and Pliny stand by the old Greek, and it is probable that Shakespeare acquired this idea from one of the 3. And these, with Anaxagoras, are but little out of the way, for as seen in the discussion of volcanic action, the explosive or disturbing agent is generally steam, though other gases are present in large quantities. We have already noticed that earthquakes and volcanoes are produced by the same causes, but as the myths of many nations do not connect the two, it is evident that such people do not recognize their essential identity. But after knowing they are but variations in results, we cannot so readily explain the reason of the variations. Certain facts are well established, and from these common premises widely different conclusions have been deduced. We know that today in active volcanic regions, an earthquake almost invariably precedes an eruption, and a violent one has never, within the historic period, followed an eruption. So the most reasonable inference is that the earthquake merely betokens the presence of a vast quantity of imprisoned vapor which has not found an outlet, and that so soon as a volcanic vent is found, the pressure is relieved and the earthquake subsides. But this leaves us just where the theorists of volcanic agency have stopped. The question of the sudden formation of volumes of gases in sufficient quantities to produce such terrible effects is to be solved. Mr. Mallet, who is one of the best authorities on the subject, considers that submarine eruptions must account for them. A volcanic upheaval of the sea bottom would produce crevices by which the sea is brought directly in contact with subterranean fires. An explosion is a result, like those that have occasionally occurred at foundries from dumping masses of fiery slag into a snowbank. So, what began with a gradual upheaval ends with a sudden concussion, the vibration of which passes along the sea bottom to the mainland. Everyone who has lived in the city is familiar with the fact that the vibration produced by a carriage may be felt at the top of a very tall building. But the idea that the explosion always occurs at the sea bottom leaves no way to account for the fact that a volcanic eruption acts as a safety valve. Mr. Mallet's conclusions are largely based on personal observations of earthquakes in England, where no active volcano exists. That earthquakes are more violent and volcanoes more numerous on islands or near the seacoast is well known. It is also well established that shocks frequently occur at sea, which are not perceptible on the land. The shock is similar to that produced by striking on a reef. Often have sailors been mystified on receiving such shocks and hastily heaving the lead to find the ocean unfathomable. Again, shocks which are most violent on land are not perceptible at sea, unless a great sea wave be produced, but such a wave in the open sea, as often experienced, produces no shock but passes under a vessel like a heavy swell. And a shock at sea is sometimes severe enough to snap a spar, or wrench loose bolts like the blow of a reef, yet no trace is perceptible on shore. Lastly, earthquakes often happen in inland regions, and affect but a small area. Clearly, it will not do to attribute effects so different to explosions at the sea bottom. Those who attribute all earthquakes to subterranean heat and gases, whether local or general, find it easy to account for the occurrence of violent earthquakes in regions remote from active volcanoes. In the case of the gradual decline of volcanic action, such as we know from the great numbers of extinct volcanoes, old trap dikes, and ancient lava beds, to be continually taking place in one region or another, the old vents or safety valves would cool and close. The pent-up power would in consequence gradually accumulate, so finding no outlet, it would burst the crust over a wide area and so relieve the pressure. This finds further confirmation in the fact that the noted non-volcanic regions, which are seriously shaken, are all coincident with or adjacent to regions of extinct fires, while in such regions as are very seldom shaken, such as Germany, portions of North America, Brazil, the eastern slope of the Andes, the traces of such agency are less common or of older date. Noted regions of volcanic action have comparatively recent extinction are Asia Minor, Turkey, Spain, southern France, and Greece. These, belted together by the active regions of Western Asia, the peninsula of Arabia, the Mediterranean, and Azores and Canaries, form a region which has suffered from earthquakes as much as, if not more than, any other tract upon the globe. Those who have been puzzled by the appearance of earthquakes some distance from any actively volcanic region have endeavored to divide earthquakes into two classes, which they have called volcanic and plutonic. This second class they have considered as originating, like the other, in the depths of the earth, but have endeavored to account for them by supposing them to have occasioned by the falling in of great caverns at a considerable depth. This theory has found a fair objection in the fact that in such cases an earthquake should always be a sinking of the ground, while the wrecking power and peculiarities of some earthquakes indicate a decided upward concussion as the first of shocks. And at the seashore, where any change in level is at once detected, upheaval is quite as common as subsidence. Much speculation has been spent upon the fact of an earthquake being very severe in 2 or 3 different localities, but being imperceptible or very mild in intervening places. In South America, it has become so common a peculiarity that the natives speak of such localities as bridging the earthquakes. Not improbably, the reason is the same that produces calm when 2 waves interfere, crest to trough, the motions destroy each other. It may also be that the character of the underlying rocks has much to do with such cases. Experiments with explosions in mines show that the vibrations of the soil travel over 300 yards per second through sand beds, or about as rapidly as in air, over 500 yards in granite, while through iron they travel over 3,850 yards per second. So a vibration extremely destructive to a region underlaid by massive rocks might be comparatively harmless to a town on a sandbag or a mud bank. Observations on earthquakes themselves have shown great variation in the rate of speed. The earthquake of Germany of 1846 moved 492 yards per second, while the earthquake of Vesuvius in 1855 traveled 960 yards a second towards Strasbourg, but only half that speed towards Turin. So, also, the Lisbon earthquake traveled 3 times as rapidly around the coast as down the Rhine Valley. So it must be that certain regions owe their comparative immunity from earthquakes to the nature of the ground beneath. 1 or 2 ingenious savants have suggested that the earth is a vast thermoelectric pile, and that disturbances in the electrical equilibrium of the earth are the cause of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. But as already seen, the electrical phenomena of volcanic eruptions are fairly considered an effect, and not a cause, of the eruptions, as the hydroelectric machine illustrates. In the theory of these men, the molten veins of the interior represent conductors which are too small or imperfect to allow the electricity to pass freely, and are used in consequence. One of the men, Stephens, alleges that such phenomena can only occur where large veins of coal exist, because large masses of carbon would be necessary to keep up a strong electric tension in the interior. Herr Steffens must account for the fact that the great cold regions of the world have been peculiarly favored in their comparative immunity from shocks. Still others have advocated for the idea that atmospheric whirlwinds and cyclones produce earthquakes. While not a few shocks have been accompanied by violent storms, the exception seems to be the rule. And in the case of storms, we have seen that the outpour of heat and vapor in volcanic eruption would necessarily produce one. As concerns the winds that have accompanied earthquakes, they have as often come after the shock as before. But these bring up certain phenomena that must be noticed. It is not easy to say how great is the connection between electrical and atmospheric disturbances and the shiverings of the earth, but that there is some peculiar bond between them has been thought indisputable. It is only in the present century that scientists have carefully conned this matter and generally rejected the belief. But the opinion is very ancient and has a strong hold upon the people. It is generally adhered to by South Americans, Italians, West Indians, Japanese, and the inhabitants of Central Asia. Kamchatkans, Kuril Islanders, and Japanese assert shocks are most frequent at the equinoxes. In equatorial America, the natives say an earthquake is preceded by drought and is a precursor of rain. In the Dauphine Alps, the people regard earthquakes as a result of avalanches, and the latter are readily started by the slightest atmospheric disturbances. In Central America, the equinoctial idea prevails. These things set the wise men to investigating. Much to their surprise, they began to discover that the idea of connection between the seasons and shocks seemed well grounded. In 1834, Professor MaryAnn announced that one of 118 earthquakes at Basle, the majority had occurred in the winter. Vulture made a list of 1,230 shocks in the Alps. 774 occurred in autumn and winter. December showed that 168, July 40. Of 98 quite severe shocks, but one had occurred in the summer. Of 539 earthquakes in the Rhine Basin, 103 occurred in the spring, 101 in the summer, 165 in the autumn, 170 in the winter. Observations in the Antilles show a slight predominance of autumn and winter. Another peculiar fact is that most shocks seem to occur at night. Out of 472 earthquakes in 1855 to 56, whose time was exactly noted, but 172 happened in the day. Of those at night, 3/5 were during the latter half, 44 being between 1 and 2 o'clock. Squire has told us that during several years' residence in Central America, nearly all shocks occurred at night. Also, that he experienced none save at the change of seasons. Hence, one is almost compelled to conclude that, while the primal cause of earthquakes must exist in the depths of the earth, yet external and climatic influences are strong modifiers. Some other peculiarities are adduced to show the connection between atmospheric disturbances and earthquakes. In Central and Tropical America, the temperature is said to fall after any shock. After the earthquake in Lechland, Sweden, in 1856, the temperature fell 86 degrees. The same shock was violent as far as Smyrna in Asia Minor, where the thermometer fell at once 29 degrees, the night being the coldest of the winter. Many similar cases are mentioned, but in view of the fact that 100 times as many sudden and marked changes of temperature occur every year in various localities without the intervention of an earthquake, it seems difficult to regard the above instances as more than mere coincidences. The greatest fall in temperature the writer ever experienced occurred within 3 hours of a transit of Venus, but one swallow nor a flock of them cannot make a summer. Barometric observations have been dragged into the combat. The Great Lisbon earthquake and the convulsion in Calabria were preceded by low barometer. Similar observations have been made in this century. The constantly recurring shocks of 1855 to 56 were in each case preceded by a fall of barometers. But Humboldt in South America and Ehrmann in Central America were unable to find such order, though the shocks were so invariably followed by such changes that unusual earthquakes were believed by the natives, as is also believed in India, to advance the rainy season. The resultant electric phenomena might produce this expedition. But in this field at all present is mere guesswork. The exceptions to any association of earthquake and storm are so far the rule, except in case of a volcanic eruption also occurring. In the latter case, a storm invariably follows, so far as present observations go, but then the storm is not coextensive with the earthquake, but is usually confined to the neighborhood of the volcano. It should be noticed that certain scientists have endeavored to prove these convulsions are due to planetary influence. It does not appear that they have been able to find the least trace of any connection between the Earth's convulsions and the planets, but some affirm the existence of an earthquake cycle coincident with the sorrows of the moon. Effort is also made to connect earthquakes and volcanoes with the gigantic convulsions of the sun, known as sunspots. It is argued by certain advocates of the molten interior that the attraction of the sun and moon produces an interior tidal wave, like that of the sea, and any irregularities in this produce the phenomena of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Objections to the molten interior have already been noted, and in regard to other suggestions, so long as the great convulsions are peculiarly prevalent in certain regions, so long it will be necessary to seek their chief cause or most powerful modifiers in entirely local influences. In conclusion, it does not yet seem clear that we can rely absolutely upon a single cause as productive of all the convulsions of the Earth's crust. Internal local heat, pent-up gases, suffice for volcanic phenomena. But earthquakes present so many peculiar variations that it seems almost imperative to many men to admit, at least, the modifying influence of other agencies. But so long as these agencies appear to be quite as frequently the modified as a modifier, no laws concerning them can be announced. Hence, internal conditions are the only clearly identified factors so far. There is quite as much difference of opinion as to how far beneath the surface the shocks originate. Robert Mallett's investigations have led him to believe the depth cannot be over 30 miles, and that 7 or 8 miles is the limit for most, and his views are those of most scientists. But a few others conclude that we cannot find molten matter and gases to produce a concussion at a less depth than 78 miles. But, as their conclusions are based largely upon the idea that the melting point of minerals is raised uniformly with increasing pressure, their conclusions must be rejected as unreliable. The character of the motion is well known. Each point of the surface begins to move with the vibration first upwards, then away from the center of the shock, then downwards and backwards. Thus, each point describes a small ellipse, which is repeated with each wave of vibration. If the longer axis of the ellipse can be vertical, the main force of the concussion is directed upwards. If the shorter one be upright, the shock is an undulatory one. In alternation of the two forms the most destructive combination. The difference is readily perceived in the effects produced. A sudden upward shock may wreck the roofs of floors or buildings, while an undulatory one brings down the walls. Houses erected on sand, immediately overlaying compact rock, usually suffer most during earthquakes. The effect is that of the vibration of a sheet of glass covered with sand. But if a second sheet of glass be placed on that, the vibration is hardly communicated to it at all. So, while sand is a bad foundation, a sand bed beneath the surface seems to deaden the shock. It is not difficult to understand that lofty buildings, and those of stone or brick, must be vastly more dangerous than those of wood and low and broad. Throughout many portions of Central and South America, the people endeavored to compromise by building houses of stone, but low and massive, with very light roofs. These are far less safe than light structures of wood. Also, it is clear that cupolas and towers must be peculiarly liable to injury. For this reason, churches have often suffered more from shocks than other buildings, and the throngs of penitents who flock to them in the hopes of propitiating an offended providence are often the first victims of an earthquake. It is to earthquakes, rather than to barbarians, from the 5th to 9th century that Rome owed the loss of so many superb palaces and temples. One might imagine that in these great disasters, the architect is the ally of the subterranean scourge. The Indian's hut and the Arab's tent may be overturned without any great loss or injury to their owners, but the marble of the patrician crushes them as it falls, and the inhabitants of a great city meet their death under the ruins of the sumptuous buildings. The Peruvians of old were not far wrong in making merry at the folly of their Spanish conquerors, who, in erecting great buildings upon a soil so constantly agitated, were preparing, at great expense, their own tombs. It will be shown by and by how the motions of earthquakes are becoming so carefully noted that their path can be pointed out beforehand. Ere many years are past, the prediction of earthquakes may become as important a feature of the Signal Service Department as the foretelling of storms. End of Chapter 23. Earthquakes.
Chapter 24 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by THBosc. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 24. European Earthquakes. The thunder roared his signal to the sea, while shook the frightened earth through all her coasts, and mountains bowed their trembling heads in awe, and yawning gulfs leaped up amid the plains, and fountains of the mighty deep were rent. The waves, long prisoned in their rocky bounds, roared in a strange new freedom rushing forth, and sprang on forest, plain, and mount, and hill, and vale, exulting in destruction, while the frightened hordes of men with birds and beasts of every sort fought each with each for refuge from the flood, yet none escaped. Records and myths of great earthquakes go back almost to prehistoric times. The Greeks tell of an immense flood, perhaps a sea wave, which overwhelmed Attica immediately after an earthquake in the 19th century before Christ. It is known as the Deluge of Ogyges, from the name of the reigning king. Some 3 centuries later is the story of a great earthquake and flood in Thessaly, from which Deucalion and Pyrrha escaped. There is a still vaguer legend of an immense earthquake about 2400 BC that shook all southern Europe and Asia Minor, opening an outlet for the Black Sea, which had before been entirely inland. In the convulsion of the seas, we are told almost all the people of Greece and Asia Minor perished. Chinese traditions and monuments tell of an immense earthquake at the same period, which suddenly raised the bottom of the great northern sea, pouring its waters out upon all North China and drowning the people. Where the Great Sea once was is now the great Mongolian desert. Likewise, the Egyptian priests told Plato of a great island, Atlantis, lying off the coast of North Africa, stretching an unknown distance to the west, the home of a mighty nation that ruled all the western world, to the shores of the Mediterranean, and threatened the liberty of the European world. It is said that they made war on the combined forces of Greece and Egypt, and in the crisis of the struggle a fearful earthquake swallowed up the Grecian soldiery in a single night, and sunk Atlantis in the ocean since called from its name Atlantic. Doubtless all these traditions relate to the same terrible catastrophe described in Genesis. The Chinese even tell us in what way the fountains of the great deep were broken up. It would seem that a great sea once extended northeastward from the present basin of the Caspian over the deserts of Central Asia, and that an awful upheaval of this basin was the chief factor in the flood. Isthmuses were torn asunder, vast oceans hurled their gigantic waves over the continents, and over islands engulfed forever. The extraordinary evaporation from the unusual expanse of water, the sudden chilling of the atmosphere, produced torrents of rain. The same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. Whatever be the truth of the traditions, it is certain they preserve the memory of a catastrophe unparalleled in recent days. Of a later date there is a story that the Ciminian and Alban lakes near Rome were created by a terrible earthquake, but the date of this event is not very definite. The Japanese tell us that the great volcano, Fujiyama, was thrown up in a single night, and at the same time the lake in Umi was created nearby, on the site of a number of flourishing villages. Occasionally an earthquake has brought about a historic crisis. In the year 464 BC, in the 4th year of the reign of Archidamus, there happened the most dreadful earthquake in Sparta that had ever been known. In several places the country was entirely swallowed up. Taygetus and other mountains were shaken to their foundations, many of their summits being torn away, came tumbling down, and the whole city was laid in ruins, 5 houses only excepted. To heighten the calamity, the Helots, who were slaves to the Lacedaemonians, looking upon this as a favorable opportunity to recover their liberty, pervaded every part of the city, to murder such as had escaped the earthquake, but finding them under arms, and drawn up in order of battle, by the prudent foresight of Archidamus, who had assembled them around him, they retired into the neighboring cities, and commenced that day open war, having entered into an alliance with several of the neighboring nations, and being strengthened by the Messenians, who at that time were engaged in war with the Spartans. But for the timely aid of others, Sparta might have been overthrown. The most striking feature is the astonishing coolness and presence of mind of the Spartans in the face of such a dire calamity. This is, perhaps, the earliest earthquake of which careful historic mention is made, but from that time the record thickens rapidly. In the year 373 BC, a great shock did fearful damage throughout all Greece, destroying thousands of lives and damaging millions of dollars worth of property in a single night. The inhabitants of the Peloponnesus, roused by the convulsion, waited in fear for the morning. Dawn showed that the two beautiful cities of Bura and Hellas were no more. The sea rolled above. Long after, on calm, clear days, Hellas, once an inland town, could be seen at the bottom of the Corinthian Gulf, silent and beautiful in its ruin, marble temples and shattered homes presenting a literal city of the dead. The year BC 217 found Rome and Carthage locked in deadly combat. While Hannibal and Flaminius fought by Thrasymene, earth felt the throes of war and shook Italian cities down, while lakes and streams were tumbled from their beds. North Africa suffered perhaps the greatest shaking record in her history. 100 towns were lost, and tens of thousands of people perished. In AD 17, 13 cities of Asia Minor were thrown to the ground. The Emperor Tiberius rebuilt them at his own expense. The grateful people presented him with a magnificent pedestal, which he had placed in the Forum at Pozzuoli. AD 27, Egypt was shaken, and the great statue of Memnon overthrown. In AD 63 came a great earthquake in central Italy. The earthquake in AD 33, at the time of the crucifixion, was felt throughout Asia Minor, Greece, Sicily, and southern Italy. In the Syria, corpses were tumbled from their rock-hewn tombs. The town of Nicaea, in Bithynia, was totally destroyed. How many perished in this widespread shock is not known. Tradition has it that a fissure in a great rock, which overhangs the shore at Gaeta, was made by this earthquake. Till quite recently, passing vessels were wont to salute the rock in commemoration of the great event. No city has suffered from these terrible throes of Mother Earth as much as Antioch. In the year 115, the Emperor Trajan, extending his territories to the wilder regions of the Caucasus, was in the city with his army. There came heavy thunders, great winds, fearful subterranean rumblings. The earth shook. Down tottered temples, towns, palaces, colonnades, statues, homes, and huts, in irretrievable ruin. The emperor sprang from a window and ran for his life, like a peasant, through the streets resounding with the groans and cries of the unfortunates buried in the ruins. Mountains were rent asunder, rivers turned from their courses, new streams were created, old valleys disappeared. 80,000 people are believed to have perished at Antioch alone. In AD 365, a fearful earthquake was felt throughout the entire Mediterranean region. The sea rolled back, leaving fishes and vessels high and dry. Then, suddenly returning, it carried large boats 2 miles inland. 50,000 people were lost at Alexandria. Shortly before, a number of towns in Palestine had been destroyed. This second great disaster shook all Asia Minor. In every town, men began to talk with bated breath of the fearful wrath the Lord manifested because of those who had lent a willing ear to heretical doctrines. This was why only the priests and holy men of the church could appease the divine wrath, and if the town of Epidaurus had escaped the ruin which befell all the other towns along the coast, it was because the inhabitants had taken the statue of St. Hilary to the seashore. The saint made the sign of the cross, and the mountain of water, bending low before him, forthwith receded. Whence it seems the Lord was supposed to have greater regard for crooked saintly fingers than for heretical doctrines. Numerous were the direful prodigies said to have accompanied this fearful shock. The next century brought calamities once more upon Asia Minor. a series of tremendous shocks were felt in 458, wrecking many of the finest cities. The renowned Antioch, rebuilt in its pristine splendor, was once more humbled in the dust. 80,000 people perished within its walls, many thousands more in the adjacent regions. Probably 125,000 in all were slain in this earthquake. Years passed by, bringing from time to time minor shocks which destroyed hundreds in different locations, but which passed with but little notice amid so many greater disasters, and wars and rumors of wars. Antioch had been gradually rebuilt, and was more splendid than ever before. The first quarter of the 6th century was past. The time of the great festival of the Ascension was at hand, A.D. 526. From all the country round came people flocking to the celebration, to witness the pageantry and procession. Without a moment's warning, a great earthquake came, as fearful as the shock 411 years before. The destruction was vastly greater. The tottering walls crushed thousands in the crowded streets. Every avenue and alley became a death trap. There is not, in all the pages of history, record of an earthquake of greater destructiveness. Gibbon estimates the number of victims at 250,000. Nor was Antioch the only sufferer. The number of victims at other points in Asia Minor might be 50,000 more. The whole 6th century is noted for the unusual number of appalling disasters of this sort which occurred at different places in the then known world. Probably 1 million people perished during this period in earthquakes alone. Such unwanted havoc may well cause us to wonder what manner of convulsions were occurring in the great volcanic regions of the Pacific and the then unknown Western world. If the same general rule prevailed then that has been noticeable in more recent periods, if great convulsions were then as now comparatively synchronous, it would be difficult to form any adequate idea of the magnitude of the disturbances. In 742 there was a tremendous earthquake in Egypt and Arabia, which overturned scores of cities and villages, rent mountains asunder, buried people in the wrecks of their dwellings, tossed the sea to and fro, swallowed up towns, wiped out thriving seaports, and numbered its dead by the many tens of thousands. 4 years later, Jerusalem and all Syria experienced a dreadful shock, which made terrible havoc. In 823, Central Europe was shaken, and Aix-la-Chapelle nearly destroyed. In 860, Persia and Syria were again shaken, and in 867, Antioch, after its 3 centuries of comparative rest, was again ravaged by the destroyer. This shock extended to Mecca, which was fearfully rent. Part of a mountain in Syria was hurled into the sea. The century closed with a fearful convulsion in far distant India, wherein no less than 180,000 people were killed. Western Syria suffered again in 1169 and 1202. All the cities of the Mediterranean coast were shaken to pieces, with the usual terrible loss of life. The valleys of the Lebanon district were upheaved and altered throughout their whole extent. Shock after shock came in the succeeding decades. One of these destroyed 40,000 persons at Baghdad alone. In 1759, the long list of catastrophes in Asia Minor was increased by one of the most terrible on record. At the first shock, the proud Antioch was once more totally destroyed. Within the next 45 days, Baalbek, Sidon, Acre, Fusa, Nazareth, Safit, Tripoli, and scores of lesser towns and villages were almost blotted out. The horrors of that period are too awful for description. Even more fearful, if possible, was the earthquake of 1822, which once more made Antioch a shapeless mass of ruins. Aleppo, Jolib, Riha, Gisser, Chugra, Dieskirk, and Armenas shared a like fate. In the whole pashalik of Aleppo not a house or hut was left standing. Several severe earthquakes have followed during the century. In one, we are told, the force of the shocks was so peculiar and powerful that in some places stone walls were converted to heaps of dust or lime. This record, which is but a partial one, is enough to explain the utterly ruined condition of Baalbek, Palmyra, and many other relics of ancient grandeur. They have contended with a force more terrible than ever was shot or shell of the cannoneer. Thousands are familiar with the views of such massive columns and walls of the Temple of Jupiter, as are still standing, 84 feet high from base to capital. The marvel is, that after such a succession of fearful quakings there is the slightest semblance of their former condition remaining. Terrible as these calamities are, not a great deal beyond the bare fact is known of many of them. To learn more exactly the dreadful capabilities of this stupendous agent, it is necessary to examine European and South American earthquakes that have come directly under the observation of scientific men. From these we may learn more particularly of the details of various fearful shocks. In all Italy, so famed for its warmth and beauty, there is not a more lovely district than Calabria, which lies in the southern portion of the peninsula. Yet no part of Italy has suffered such great calamities. An earthquake in 1693 shook the whole of Calabria and Sicily, totally destroying 60 towns and villages, and not fewer than 100,000 people. 18,000 perished at Catania alone. 48 years later a violent earthquake shattered 190 towns in Calabria, and completely swallowed up Euphemia, leaving only a stinking lake. But these were before the day of minute scientific observation. In 1783, a series of shocks unequaled in recent years in violence began in Calabria and continued through 4 years. The scene was visited and carefully examined by several able men, and from their accounts a fine conception of the whole may be obtained. The subterranean concussions were felt beyond the confines of Sicily, but if the city of Oppido, in Calabria, be taken as the center, a circle around it, whose radius is 22 miles, would include the space which suffered the greatest calamities. Within this circle all the towns and villages were almost entirely destroyed. A radius of 72 miles would include the whole region affected. It was a calm, hazy day in February, 1783. At 1:45 was felt the first shock, which threw down in the space of 2 minutes the greater part of the houses within the whole space above described. The convulsive motion of the earth is said to have resembled the rolling of the sea, and that in many instances it produced swimming of the head, like seasickness. This rolling of the surface, like the billows of the sea, was like that which would have been produced by the agitation of a vast mass of liquid matter under the ground. In some walls which were shattered, the separate stones were parted from the mortar, so as to leave an exact mold where they had rested, as though the stone had been carefully raised from its bed in a perpendicular direction. But in other instances the mortar was ground to powder between the stones, as though they had been made to revolve on each other. It was found that the swelling or wave-like motions, and those which were called vorticos, or whirling, often produced the most singular and unaccountable effects. Thus in some streets in the town of Monteleone, every house was thrown down except one, and in some other streets all but 2 or 3, and these were left uninjured, though differing in no respect from others. In some houses which were wrecked, deep foundations were thrown clear out of the ground, as though upheaved by a direct lifting. Sometimes very massive buildings escaped. Sometimes they suffered most. Obelisks and pillars made in sections showed the effects of the vorticose motion. The separate portions were partly turned upon each other, without being thrown down. The number and size of the fissures in the soil is astonishing. In many instances these fissures were so wide as in an instant to swallow up men, trees, and even houses. And when the earth sunk down again, it closed upon them so entirely as not to leave the least vestige of what had happened, nor were any signs of them ever discovered afterwards. In the vicinity of Oppido, the center of these convulsions, many houses were precipitated into the same great fissure, which immediately closed over them, and in the same neighborhood 4 farmhouses, several oil stores, and dwelling houses were so entirely engulfed that not a vestige of them was seen afterwards. In some instances these chasms did not close. In one district a ravine formed in this manner a mile long, 100 feet broad, and 30 feet deep, remained open, and in another a similar one remained 3/4 of a mile long, 150 feet wide, and 100 feet deep. In another instance there remained such a chasm, 30 feet wide and 225 feet deep. In another place a gulf 300 feet square was left open. Again we are told of one 750 feet square. A calcareous mountain, Zephyrio, was rent in twain for half a mile. Similar effects were observed in Sicily, where Messina was almost totally destroyed, and the ruins devoured by the flames. In various places the ground sunk down and lakes were formed, which being fed by springs, have remained ever since. The convulsions also removed immense masses of the earth from the sides of steep hills into the valleys below, so that in many instances oaks, olive orchards, vineyards, and cultivated fields were seen growing at the bottoms of deep hollows, having been removed from the side hills of the vicinity. In one instance, a mass of earth 200 feet thick and 400 feet in diameter, being set in motion by one of the first shocks, traveled 4 miles into the valley below. The violence of the upward motion of the ground was singularly illustrated by the inversion of heavy bodies lying on the surface, and which can hardly be accounted for, except on the supposition that they were actually thrown to a considerable distance into the air. Thus, in some towns, a considerable portion of the flat paving stones were found with their lower sides uppermost. Mr. Lyell accounts for this effect by supposing that the stones were propelled upwards by the momentum which they had acquired, and the adhesion of one end of the mass being greater than the other, a rotary motion had been communicated to them. It is difficult to conceive how a whirling motion, so rapid as to produce such an effect, could have been communicated to a whole town without producing some consequences still more extraordinary. In many places in the plain of Rosarno, funnel-shaped pits were formed, with crevices radiating in every direction like fractures in a pane of glass. These were partially filled with sand and water. Palestina was so absolutely wrecked that not the least semblance of the plan of the town could be detected. Terranova was precipitated with its 1,400 inhabitants, 325 feet into a deep gorge and turned upside down. Maluquelo, on an opposite hill between two streams, was rent in twain. One half fell into the stream on the right, the other on the left. There was left a ridge so narrow at the top one could not keep his balance on it. Santa Cristina was hurled from the top of a sandy hill into the valley beneath. Out of 375 towns and villages, 320 were destroyed. 215 lakes and morasses were created by displacements of the ground and blocking of watercourses. The pestilence bred by these vied with the direct power of the earthquake. Some slight disturbance was manifested on the day before the great shock. Prince Cilia, an old man, warned his people to take to their boats and himself set the example. When the first shock came, many of these people were sleeping in their boats near the shore, while the others were on the shore at a little place elevated above the sea. With this convulsion the earth rocked, and suddenly there was precipitated a great mass of rock from Mount Jussi, on the plain where the people had taken refuge, and immediately after the water arose to a great height above its ordinary level, and swept away the sleeping multitude. The wave then instantly retreated, but soon after returned again with increased violence, bringing back many of the people and animals which it had carried away. At the same time every boat in the vicinity was overwhelmed, or dashed against the beach, and thus destroyed. The prince, who was an aged man, with 1,300 of his people, was swept away and perished in the sea. The total loss of life resulting from this earthquake is estimated at 80,000. A shock which came on the 4th of March was as violent as the first one. 1,100 shocks were felt in 2 years. Doubtless not a few of those who perished died merely from hunger or confinement. Quite a number of those rescued after several days were uninjured. If it be true that prosperity shows men in their true colors, the reverse is equally marked. It is hard to believe the tales of barbarous inhumanity of the occasion. Says Dolomieu, as egotism and the instinct of self-preservation crushed all other feeling, no help was brought to the unhappy victims buried beneath the ruins. Yet many of them might have been rescued. When calm was restored, the lower orders, succumbing to the vilest passions of nature, thought of nothing but pillage. Like a certain class of ghouls who follow in the wake of armies to enrich themselves by plundering the slain, men might have been seen scouring the fallen ruins, braving imminent danger, and treading underfoot dying persons who appealed piteously for help, in order to go and plunder the houses of the wealthy. They robbed the very injured, who would have paid them handsomely for rescuing them. At Palestina, a person of quality had been buried head downwards beneath the ruins of his house, and when his servant saw what had happened, he actually stole the silver buckles off his shoes, while his legs were in the air, and made off with them. The unfortunate gentleman managed, however, to rescue himself from his perilous position. For several days, cries of anguish were heard coming from underground. For days afterward the fearful stench of putrefying corpses filled the atmosphere. Such were the horrors of this memorable occasion. So sudden was the calamity that many of those buried supposed only their houses were overthrown, and wondered why their neighbors were so slow to aid them. Many suffered greatly from thirst, and in consequence hardly felt the pinch of hunger, though entombed several days. One of the most notable of the earthquakes of the last century is the one which overturned Lisbon, November 1st, 1755. In extent of territory affected, it is the greatest of any known, but because it bears the name of the place where it was most violent, it is supposed by many to have been confined to a single district. The morning was magnificent. At 9:35 a.m. there was a loud underground roar, like distant thunder, followed at once by a tremendous shock, which overthrew churches, convents, and many others of the finest buildings of the city. This shock lasted 5 seconds. There was 2 minutes' pause, during which thousands of shrieking people rushed about the streets to escape the falling ruins. Then came a second shock, and 2 minutes later a third. In 5 minutes the Portuguese capital had become a ruin, filled with 50,000 corpses. The churches were filled with people, it being All Saints' Day, and the hour of High Mass. The great cathedrals were but death traps. All apparatus that could be of use in the work of rescue was buried in the wreck. The streets were crowded with sobbing multitudes, calling in vain for friends and kin. At the seashore was the magnificent quay, Quais de Prada. It was built entirely of marble, and just finished at an immense expense, and on it, after the first shock, a vast concourse of people had collected as a place of safety, having left the city to escape the fall of the houses. But it proved the most fatal spot in the vicinity, for at the next shock the earth opened and instantly swallowed up the whole quay, with the multitude which had there assembled, and so completely were the whole retained by the closing of the earth, that not a single dead body ever rose again to the surface. A great number of small boats and other vessels near the quay, and filled with people as a place of safety, were also precipitated into the yawning vortex, and it is stated that not a single fragment of any of these boats were ever seen afterwards. When the disaster was over, soundings were taken. 600 feet of water rolled above the marble quay and its countless victims. St. Ubis was swallowed up by sea waves, while rocks fell from its promontory into the sea. Then the sea suddenly retired, leaving the bed of the harbor exposed. A moment later a gigantic wave, 50 feet in height, rolled in upon the doomed city. 2 hours later fire broke out in the wreck, and driven by high wind, swept the ruins and also the houses left standing. The furious flames raged 3 days, burning hundreds imprisoned in the wreck. Every element seemed in conspiracy against the city. In addition to threatened famine and pestilence among the survivors, the rabble, as in Calabria, showed a disposition to the indiscriminate plunder. Upon this, the king gave orders immediately for gallows to be placed all round the city, and after about 100 executions, amongst which were some English sailors, the evils stopped. The king was very prompt and energetic, initiating every practicable system of relief, and having the really needy cared for at the expense of the state. Several lighter shocks were felt in the succeeding 2 months. At the end of 3 months, the government began to rebuild the town. In 15 years it was well restored, and today is one of the handsomest in Europe. The immense area over which this earthquake was felt is very remarkable, for not only was every part of Spain and Portugal convulsed, but the shocks were perceived with greater or less intensity in England, Holland, Italy, Norway, Sweden, Germany, Switzerland, Corsica, the West Indies, at Morocco and Algiers in Africa, and in a part of South America. At Algiers, the shock was so violent as to throw down many buildings, and an oasis, with all its population, not far from Morocco, was swallowed up. Fez and Mesquines were destroyed, with 15,000 people. The town of Setúbal, 17 miles from the Tagus, and 22 miles southeast of Lisbon, was almost entirely swallowed up. The shock was almost as severe at Oporto as at Lisbon. The premonitory roar was compared to the rattling of many carriages over a rough road. The loftiest mountains were shaken, and many cleft or shattered. Masses of rock tumbled from the crags into the valleys. At Colares, 17 miles from Lisbon, flames and smoke were seen to burst from the Alviras, and also out of the sea. These phenomena continued for some days. A chasm 15 miles long opened in the Pyrenees. Towns were seriously damaged in Switzerland, France, and Italy. Vesuvius, in a state of eruption for a period, suddenly ceased. The shock was also felt by ships far at sea, and in several instances the concussion was such as to make the people suppose their vessels had struck on a rock. In one instance, it is said that the people on board a vessel off the West Indies were thrown up 1.5 feet from the deck. This circumstance may be accounted for by the inelasticity of water, so that a violent and sudden movement of the bottom of the ocean would be communicated to the surface and to the ship through the medium of the fluid, with nearly the same force as though the vessel had been on the ground itself. Quite as remarkable was the immense wave produced. At Cadiz its height was 60 feet, and the damage in proportion. Rolling to the northward, it inflicted vast injury upon Cornwall, England. At the Canaries and Azores, the waves rose repeatedly to an immense height, and at Madeira the injury was still greater. In less than an hour the wave had travelled to Leyden. Norway and Sweden felt its presence, even to the recesses of the Gulf of Finland, on the western border of the Atlantic, among the Lesser Antilles, where the tide scarcely exceeds 29 inches. A black wall of water 22 feet high rushed upon the coasts. The steep and rocky islet of Stabia was dashed over by the waves. In Martinique, the water rose to the roofs of the houses, and then receded from the shore for more than a mile. The unusual commotion stirred up the bituminous sediment of the sea bottom, and at Barbados the waves were in consequence black as ink. There have been numerous earthquakes since in Europe which must pass without mention. One in 1817 completely destroyed Vostitza, a town in Greece not far from the site of ancient Hellas. Another well-remembered one in 1855 desolated the canton of Valais in Switzerland. This country has had numerous shocks, 1,600 or more in the past few centuries, and once or twice Basel has been almost totally destroyed. Valais itself is a beautiful vale, accessible only by a cleft in a mountain range 8,500 feet deep. Numerous small towns and hamlets are scattered about the vale, and the precipitous slopes around are dotted with shepherds' and hunters' huts. On July 25, 1855, after an extremely hot morning, the people were astounded by a great earthquake, an abrupt and vertical shock. Then came wave-like motions, throwing everyone prostrate. Houses tumbled in all directions. People were rolled about like logs of wood. Nearly every village in the canton was destroyed. Great landslips and avalanches rushed down from the hills. So tremendous was the shock that the mountain tops could be seen to sway to and fro. Crags and blocks of ice fell into the vales, crushing and grinding. The terrible uproar sounded as though the whole range of the Alps was about to collapse. The terrible shocks were felt at Lyon, at Paris, at Heidelberg, at Milan, at Genoa. Lisbon had no severer shock. And this great convulsion that dandled mountains as though mere puppets, and destroyed towns and villages by the score, killed one person. It is one of the most remarkable occurrences in European history. Among the more destructive recent shocks in Europe are those of 1881 to 84. Chia, one of the most beautiful islands of the Grecian archipelago, and the home of a thrifty and enterprising people, was visited by an earthquake on April 3, 1881. The whole city, with its hospitals, schools, libraries, and works of art, was laid in ruins in a few seconds. This convulsion forms a strange contrast to the more violent one just described. Numerous adjacent villages were overthrown, and after the shock was past, it was found that more than 5,000 persons were killed and 10,000 others more or less injured. After making all possible efforts at restoration, the authorities were compelled to pull down many still tottering walls and scatter disinfectants over the wreck to avoid an epidemic from the 1,000 corpses left beneath the ruin. The entire adjacent coast of Asia Minor was more or less shaken, and several scores of people were killed in some seaport towns. The shocks continued several days, each being accompanied by a peculiar subterranean roaring. 2 years later, ere the town was fairly rebuilt, there was another earthquake, which, however, did more damage in Asia Minor than in Chio. But the most striking example of great damage done by an earthquake in a very small tract is the case of the island of Ischia. This tiny islet, the Imarina of Horace and Virgil, was well known to the Greeks, who at one time endeavored to establish themselves upon it, but were finally driven away by repeated volcanic outbursts. Since the activity of Vesuvius, Ischia has remained quiet, though a dozen extinct craters bear witness to its former fury. Its highest point is 2,772 feet above the sea, while the entire island is but 6 miles in diameter. It is evidently cast up by an ancient submarine volcano. Situated a few miles from Naples, Ischia has for years been a favorite summer resort for the Italians of the neighboring coast. A score of little towns and villages dot its shores and hills, and the view of the Gulf of Naples, Baiae, and adjacent islands and coasts forms one of the most beautiful landscapes in the world. After its abandonment by the Greek colonists, the islet was quiet for 16 centuries. In 1302, an eruption and earthquake occasioned considerable loss of life and property. After that, though the main peak, Epomeo, has been occasionally muttering and fuming, no serious disturbance occurred for nearly 6 centuries. The subterranean heat occasions numerous hot springs, the water reaching a temperature of 178 degrees. These baths and the abundance of choice fruits afforded by the island afford additional attractions to visitors, and the 25,000 inhabitants would seem to have an earthly paradise. March 4th, 1881, the people were suddenly roused from their slumbering security by 2 sharp shocks half an hour apart, which overthrew 700 houses in the little town of Casamicciola, killing 126 people and wounding 177 more. The only premonition was that a few minutes before the hot springs suddenly reached the boiling point. Yet this disaster was comparatively insignificant when we consider the one of July 28, 1883. It was the height of the summer season. The little island was thronged with pleasure-seeking visitors. The night was dark and cloudy. The sea was unusually agitated. The small theater at Casamicciola was filled with an animated throng, who cared not for the boding storm. The play opened with an earthquake scene. As the clock pointed to 9:32, the Punchinello rushed on the stage shouting, Un terremoto, alla mare, alla mare! An earthquake, to the sea, to the sea! The audience thought it was part of the play, but ere they could applaud the vigorous acting, the lights were out, a thundering sound was heard, and the crashing roof was upon them. The appalling roar was followed by profound silence, as clouds of stifling dust were whirled up by the wind. Then in the darkness were heard the cries of terrified people, seeking one another in the gloom, and groping for the shore as in the days of Pompeii. A visitor who was in the theater said that at the first noise, which resembled the discharge of a heavy battery of artillery, not a cry was uttered, though terror was depicted in every countenance. But when the first shock was followed by several others, a shriek of despair went up from every lip. The lights went out, pieces of timber were falling all about us, and cries of terror were succeeded by shrieks of pain from those who had been injured. It was a trying moment. When the shocks ceased, I crawled, like many others, out of the ruined building in order to reach the shore. The dust was literally blinding. Several times I stumbled over heaps of masonry and rubbish from which heart-rending groans and shrieks were proceeding. Upon the shore I encountered many others as frightened as I was, and endeavoring to escape in fear of there being more shocks. Seeing that all remained quiet, we retraced our steps in order to relieve the injured. But it was not until the morning, upon the arrival of the authorities and the troops sent from Naples, that it was possible to take any effective steps for surmounting the difficulties by which we were surrounded. The firemen, assisted by volunteers, then set to work energetically to clear away the rubbish, laying the dead bodies in a row, and handing the injured over to the doctors. It was necessary to go to work very carefully so as not to injure those still unhurt, and so the work continued very slowly, during which time we felt our heartstrings torn by the piteous appeals for relief. Some people were covered by so much debris that it took hours to reach them, and when we did so, some of them had succumbed to their injuries, while others had gone out of their minds. The dense clouds of dust had choked many of those who were not killed on the spot. Some strange scenes occurred, and there were instances of remarkable coolness. An Italian professor of surgery, who had taken his child to the theater, coolly took out his watch at the first crash, and noting the exact time, sat perfectly still while the surging crowd endeavored to escape. There he sat with his child till morning, when the light enabled him to find his way out of the wreck. The seashore was a weird spectacle. Lighted up by a pile of blazing drift might be seen scores of naked children, and grown persons in their nightclothes, scurrying wildly about. An eyewitness tells of many crazy with fear and grief. All night long the wreck resounded with groans and cries. One woman, whom we heard continually moaning and crying, my children, was found at daybreak on the edge of a shattered terrace, and clad only in chemise. Wondering what he could say by way of consolation, he chanced to observe two little ones playing not far away amid a tottering wreck that threatened at every moment to crush them. They were hers. Further down, a woman's jeweled arm and shoulder protruded from the wreck, while her husband, buried nearly, kept crying, "Save her, never mind about me." As a helping hand was reached to her, a sudden landslip crushed out the remaining life. A young English lady sat playing a funeral march. An Italian count sprang up saying, "I cannot stand such music." Just as he cleared the door, the hotel fell in ruins behind him. The young lady was found dead at the piano. For days the work went on, pressed by the energy of the Italian government. All the native police had been killed in the wreck. King Humbert in person visited the scene and had the work pressed as rapidly as possible. There was no more complete wreck of any town than of Lacco Ameno. Of 1,593 people, but 5 escaped. At Casamicciola, but 1 house was left intact. Not a few houses in the former place were swallowed up in fissures. Floria was totally destroyed, yet the largest town on the island, Ischia, with the adjacent villages, was scarcely hurt, and at Naples on the mainland, the news of the catastrophe was a complete surprise. Yet on the half of the islet that was most severely shaken, the earthquake numbered 4,000 victims. A greater contrast to the Great Valais earthquake could hardly be imagined. Still more recent is the catastrophe of southern Spain, one of the loveliest regions of the world. This district has several times been shaken, but notably at the time of the Lisbon earthquake, when so much damage was done by shocks and sea waves at Cadiz, again in 1833, when in the single province of Murcia, more than 4,000 houses were destroyed, with hundreds of the inhabitants. Again the ground was in a state of constant tremor from November 1855 to March 1856. But more severe than these was the shock of 1884. About the end of November, slight vibrations were perceptible in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and southern France. The shocks did not manifest especial intensity at any especial locality, and no attention was paid to them, as such occurrences are so frequent that they cannot be regarded as indicative of greater shocks to come. For example, there were 4,620 shocks recorded in different portions of the earth during the years 1850 to 57, yet none of these were followed by earthquakes of great severity. So in the case of the November shocks of 1884, no one seemed concerned to know where they originated or if they boded evil. But on Christmas Day, 1884, there came, a little past 9 at night, an intense subdued roar like that of a hurricane, and at once the plateau of Andalusia, the mountains of Murcia, and the sunny plains of Granada, Jaén, and Cordova shook from one end to the other. At Seville the terrified people rushed into the streets and camped there all night, but this city did not suffer so much as in the shock of 1755. In Granada the motions followed in rapid succession for several weeks, but though many other buildings were overthrown, the far-famed Alhambra was not injured. 20,000 people camped without the city gates. The shocks were much severest in the mountainous districts. Villages and hamlets in ravines and along mountain slopes were speedily destroyed. The town of Alhama lost 1,320 houses at the first shock. 576 bodies were taken out of the ruins. 280 houses were overthrown by subsequent shocks. Abu Melas lost 517 people, and 463 houses out of 477. More than 3,000 houses were wrecked throughout Andalusia and Granada. 56 towns and hamlets were greatly damaged, 20 of them entirely destroyed. Parts of mountain slopes slid slowly into the valleys. Deep crevices, like those of the Calabrian earthquakes, were opened in some localities. One of these is 2 miles long, and of unknown depth. Boiling water burst from fissures in the mountains. The course of the river Gogolas was changed. Portions of the country were upheaved, others depressed. Shocks were felt at sea near the Azores. Several thousands were killed and wounded, and the survivors suffered much from cold and hunger. The young King Alfonso took active part in the work of relief, but so numerous were the dead that many of them had to be buried in heaps or covered with quicklime. There was not time to bury all properly. Such are details of the more prominent European earthquakes. There have been others of almost equal importance, but 3 years ago a severe earthquake killed 2,000 or more in the Italian Riviera, but the cases given well illustrate the destruction wrought in Europe, and other regions claim attention. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. GODBEY. Chapter 25. Earthquakes in the United States and England. The fowls of every hue, crowding together, sailed on weary wing, and hovering, oft they seemed about to light, then soared as if they deemed the earth unsafe. The cattle looked with meaning face on man, dogs howled, and seemed to see more than their masters, and there were sights that none had seen before. And hollow, strange, unprecedented sounds, and earnest whisperings ran along the hills, at dead of night, and long, deep, endless sighs came from the dreary vale, and from the waste came horrid shrieks and fierce unearthly groans, the wail of evil spirits that now felt the hour of utter vengeance near at hand. The winds from every quarter blew at once, and shapes, strange shapes, in winding sheets were seen, and voices talked amid the clouds. And then earth shook, and swam, and reeled, and oped her jaws, by earthquake tossed and tumbled to and fro. It is a common assertion that when persons are drowning, all events of past life rush suddenly before them with startling distinctness, sometimes in amusing combinations, generally the reverse. Something of the same effect is produced by the earthquake, but in a far more terrifying way. Each one is witness to the panic of his neighbor, and no fright is so terrible as that which is infectious. In moments of great peril, a single calm master spirit may quiet a mob. But when the eternal hills are shaken, when the groaning earth reels beneath the feet, and the mountains are removed and cast into the midst of the sea, who is there that retains his presence of mind? Man's social arrangements are calculated upon a supposition of the earth's stability, and when he finds himself the victim of misplaced confidence, there is neither courage nor spirit to reason left in him. Numerous are the cases where men have been rendered insane by such convulsions. To the ravage of the hurricane, the roar of the storm, the surge of the sea, the rush of the flood, one becomes in a measure accustomed, and in the moment of danger may take precautions for personal safety. But in the case of earthquakes, the reverse is the rule. None dread them more than those who know them best. The stranger in tropical America may sit at his ease on a summer evening, enjoying the beauties of the landscape, or he may stand in a crowded hall, amongst a galaxy of wits and beauties, observing the kaleidoscopic movements of the gorgeous costumes before him. There comes a faint peculiar quiver of the earth, so insignificant that the uninitiated foreigner may hardly observe it, but there goes up a wild shout of "Tembla, tembla!" and in an instant a terror-stricken, breathless throng surges wildly into the streets, the fields, the parks, anywhere away from the heavy roofs and massive walls that would defy a hurricane, all blindly seeking to be under the open sky, only too often to be engulfed in gaping crevices. It is preternaturally terrible, this emblem of solidarity quivering beneath our feet, reminding us that the days of unbridled chaos, the wild wars of all the elements, the tremendous geological convulsions that have exterminated so many races of animals in the days of the past may be as ready and powerful for destruction in the present. The sensation of utter powerlessness is so overwhelming that amid the crash of falling houses, the cries of entombed victims, the shrieks of flying multitudes, the rumblings in the earth beneath, and the trembling of the soil like that of a steed in the presence of a lion, the boldest and bravest can but sit with bowed head, in silent, motionless despair, awaiting whatever fate a grim, capricious chance may determine. In the strange, mysterious phenomena which strike and do their work in a few seconds, one is disposed to see the disturbing dreams of fever or the touch of a horrible nightmare, rather than any possible reality. It is no wonder that insanity, hallucinations, or graver nervous disorders in such moments fasten themselves on people for life. When a power, which despite its constant recurrence remains almost unknown, holds the lives of untold thousands in its grasp, the mind is affected beyond the power of pen to describe. Long stress of poignant grief finds its effect equaled in a few seconds. People dash convulsively on the ground, as though seized with epilepsy. Some may become paralyzed. Paralytics may recover the use of their limbs. Others lose the power of speech. Yet others are hopelessly idiotic. Not less marked are the effects on the brute creation. The owl, with nervous twitching head and feathers all awry, flits to the trees near the house, as though imploring the protection of man. The panther forgets his ancient enmity and creeps within the city gate. The screaming swallow leaves the eaves and wings her way to other lands. The long silent crocodile scrambles from his native lair and rushes moaning about the sand. The frightened nightingale forgets her song. The doleful dog howls loudly in the street. The trembling ox and horse together huddle and groan as they tremble. The air itself is chill, as though it were turned cold at the manifestation of some awful being. All things are awed by the terrible wrath of God. The wrath of God. Yes, such is the actual name of the earthquake among the modern Greeks, Theomenia. No other title will they give it. They have braved the storm and the flood, the famine and the pestilence for 3,000 years, and recognize in each the operation of law, and against each may take precautions. But the earthquake, absolutely beyond control, is to them inexplicable by natural causes, and any attempt to explain it is resented. They know the quicksand in which the victim, erect, vigorous, in full possession of his faculties, stares his fate in the face, stands for hours with death grinning from the sand at his feet as it slowly drags him down. But this fearful opening of the soil, that in an instant swallows young and old, rich and poor, the loved and the hated, the city and the castle, it can only be the wrath of God. So to the Jew was the fall of Sodom. Not a single agent of nature can equal it in sudden destruction. It comes and it goes in a few seconds. Almost ere you are aware of its presence, it has claimed its thousands. There is no escape, no ruin so absolute, no desolation so pitiful, no death so remorseless. You stand chatting with a friend. The earth shakes, gapes, and the friend at your side finds a grave in the foundations of the earth. 2 women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken and the other left. Think ye that those 12 on whom the tower of Siloam fell were sinners above all that are in Jerusalem? I tell ye, nay. So, as we have already seen, the phenomena of earthquakes are as clearly under the dominion of law as any other forces of nature. We know the forces that produce them, and though we cannot tell with certainty what combination of them existed at the location of any particular shock, we cannot hope to control the causes, but we can to a large extent avert the seriousness of the results. With this in view, we can consider seriously the extent of the ravages of this strange destroyer, without considering them as direct visitations upon the sins of a people. Such views as those of the Greeks, however, have been common among all Christian nations of non-Saxon origin, and still prevail to no small extent. But the peculiar sense of personal responsibility and power that belongs to the Teuton, Scandinavian, and Saxon stock has given a different impress to British and American ideas. Perhaps, too, the fact that Britons and Americans have suffered less from earthquakes than many others has gone far to modify the trend of their thought. Be that as it may, the dominant element of the race, reverence, awe, and with common sense and a dash of contempt for those of more superstitious disposition, may be found in the old hunter's comment on the outburst of Cosequina. What was the meaning of those shakes in New Granada a month ago? Nature don't mostly toss about this big earth just for sport and idleness. There's a meaning and a reason and a secret in every movement she makes. But 80 earthquakes in 24 hours aren't sent just to scare a pile of Nicaraguan greasers. Guess earthquakes don't take no more regard of greasers than of other big folks. So long as superstitious ideas prevail among a multitude of people, it is not surprising that they find portentous signs in earth and sky betokening the near approach of the dread visitation. This is naturally increased by the desire to have due warning. The ancient Greeks were especially anxious in this regard. So we find one of their grave geographers, Pausanias, declaring that earthquakes are preceded by unusual rain or drought, eclipses, sudden disappearing of springs, great hurricanes, fiery apparitions in the sky with long trains of light, and the appearance of new stars in the sky. The people of Mendoza, South America, when overtaken by a great earthquake, suddenly remembered that but a short time before, a flaming meteor of a brilliant blue color and awful appearance had hissed past their town. So before the Riobamba earthquake, a brilliant shower of meteors took place. So also at the Cumana earthquake. At other times the weather has been unusually rainy. Again, long drought has prevailed. Sometimes springs have become suddenly muddy, and cleared as suddenly after the shock. Again, muddy streams have become clear till the shock passed. Again, we are told that all animals manifest great fear before the earthquake comes, that lizards, snakes, mice, and rats rush from their holes in terror. Doubtless many smaller animals perceive tremors of the earth that pass unnoticed by men, but as to the efficacy of such signs in general, it is suggestive of Hotspur's reply to Glendower. The fiery Welshman, endeavouring to prove that he, too, is some great one, asserts that at his nativity the front of heaven was full of fiery shapes, of burning cressets, and at my birth the frame and huge foundations of the earth shaked like a coward. To which Hotspur answers, Why, so it would have done, at the same season if your mother's cat had kittened, and you yourself had ne'er been born. So much for popular beliefs. Quite generally there are subterranean rumblings, or slight tremors, producing the more violent shock, but even these are not sure signs, as they may occur alone, or the earthquake may come unannounced. A notable case of the former is the remarkable subterranean roaring, heard at Guanajuato, in Mexico, in 1784. It lies in a rich mining district, with no volcano in the vicinity. On January 9 there broke out, after some preliminary mutterings, a great uproar, which seemed as if a thunderstorm were going on beneath the surface of the earth. A short distance from the town it could not be heard, and not the slightest tremor of the soil was perceptible, even in mines 1,600 feet deep. But so great was the panic it created that thousands fled from the town, leaving it entirely to the mercy of thieves and bandits. The alcaldes, with true Spanish grandiloquence, asserted that the government would be able in its wisdom to say when danger is imminent, and to take measures for enabling the people to fly for refuge, and it determined to impose a penalty of 1,000 piastres on the rich, or of 2 months' imprisonment on the poor who fled ere the word was given. But though it was easy to make laws, it was not so easy to feed the people, for the affrighted peasantry would not set foot in the city, so the month of uproar became one of famine as well. A similar rumbling occurred in Malada, an island off the coast of Dalmatia, in 1822, and the frightened inhabitants besought the Austrian government to transport them to a place of safety. But though the explosions continued during 2 years, sometimes more than 100 in a single night, nothing ever resulted therefrom. So with regard to all popular beliefs on this topic. No dependence can be placed on any of them. There is nothing to warn us of the approach of the earthquakes, neither in the heavens above, nor the earth beneath, nor the waters under the earth. Has the reader ever experienced one of these strange earth storms? Perhaps not. Is it believed they are rare? They are as common as storms in the atmosphere. Within a period of 70 years, 4,620 have been recorded. Many more, doubtless, occurred completely beyond the pale of civilization. Hundreds have passed unnoticed, save by delicate instruments. Not a day passes without several being recorded. They are as widely various in power as the storm and the breeze. Not a region on earth is unvisited by them. Yet the reader will be disposed to think that the United States is almost free from these visitants. To a certain extent it is. We have not in all our history had a shock of extreme violence, or one that can compare in destructiveness with the strange convulsions of tropical regions. But in the rarity of shocks we are not so favored as might be supposed. A few moments' consideration of the records will be sufficiently convincing. In the Memoirs of the Academy of Arts and Sciences in Boston is a paper read in 1783 by Professor Williams, recounting the story of some of the earlier earthquakes in our history. The first one noticed after the landing of the Pilgrims occurred June 1, 1638. We are told it was preceded by a rumbling noise, like remote thunder, which gradually grew louder and nearer. Then the earth began to quake till pewter and crockery tumbled from the shelves, stone walls toppled over, chimneys crumbled and fell. The shock passed from northwest to southeast, and was followed by a second in half an hour. People found it difficult to keep their feet. It occurred in the afternoon, but there was no means of knowing what area was affected. As the country was then unsettled, the damage done was of course nil. Nearly 4 years later occurred a light shock, barely noticeable, in the same region. In 1653, an earthquake on the 29th of October stirred up the Puritan divines to admonish their flocks on the wrath of God. Still another occasion of the same sort was given in 1658. But of this latter, though we are told it was a very great earthquake, we have neither day nor month, nor any record of its violence, extent, or duration. The first convulsion of which there is any detailed account occurred in 1663, January 22nd to 28th, Old Style. An old narrative thus records it. About half an hour after 5 in the evening a most terrible earthquake began. The heavens being serene, there was suddenly heard a roar like the noise of a great fire. Immediately the buildings were shaken with amazing violence. Doors opened and shut of themselves with a fearful clattering. The bells rang without their ropes being touched. Cracks appeared in the walls of buildings, and floors separated, and in some cases fell down. Chasms appeared in the fields, and the hills seemed to be in motion. The fright of the inhabitants was shared by the beasts and birds, who sent forth fearful cries, howlings, and bellowings. The duration of this earthquake was very uncommon. The first shock continued half an hour before it was over, but it began to abate about a quarter of an hour after it began. Probably there were a considerable number of shocks, gradually lessening in violence. The same day, about 8 o'clock in the evening, there came a second shock, equally violent as the first, and within the space of half an hour there were 2 others. The next day, about 3 hours from the morning, there was a violent shock, which lasted a long time, and the next night counted some 32 shocks, of which many were violent. Nor did the trembling of the earth cease until the July following. Many trees were torn up, and the outlines of the mountains appeared to be much changed. Many springs and small streams were dried up. In others the waters became sulphurous, and the channels in which some had run were so altered as to be unrecognizable. Halfway between THBosc and Quebec 2 hills were thrown down, and formed a point of land which extended half a quarter of a league into the St. Lawrence River. The island Au Coudray became larger than it was before, and the channel of the St. Lawrence was greatly changed. This is, perhaps, as severe a shock as has been felt in this country, but though the shock extended southward to Pennsylvania, its chief energy was centered on a narrow strip on the St. Lawrence, giving our Canadian neighbors the lion's share of the fright. Other light shocks were noticed in New England in 1665, 1668, 1669, 1670, 1705, and 1720. On October 29, 1727, another severe earthquake was experienced about 10:40 p.m. It seems to have had southern New Hampshire as its focus, extending thence to the Delaware and Kennebec rivers. Its approach was heralded by a subdued roar from the northwest, which, as it drew nearer, was thought to be the roar of a blazing chimney near at hand, and at last was likened to the rattling of carriages driven fiercely over pavements. In about half a minute from the time the noise was first heard, the earthquake was felt. It was observed by those who were abroad that, as the shake passed under them, the surface of the earth rose and sank. Houses trembled and rocked, as though about to fall to pieces. Movables were dashed about with a fearful clatter. Crockery was smashed, stone walls and chimneys thrown down. At Newbury, ashes and sulphur were cast forth from the earth, and also volumes of sand. Sulphuretted hydrogen seems to have been present in large quantities, also chemicals readily decomposed by warmth and moisture. A correspondent of the Royal Society wrote that a clergyman near Boston assured him that immediately after the earthquake there was such a stink that a family could scarce bear to be in the house for a considerable time that night. Another clergyman writes that in the following April the fine sand thrown up by the earthquake had a very offensive stench. Nay, it was more nauseous than a putrefying corpse, yet in a very little while after it had no smell at all. How long it was before it began to have this stench I am not certain, but I believe it was covered with snow until a little while before. Another minister records that, about 3 days before the earthquake, there was perceived an ill stinking smell in the water of several wells. Some searched their wells, but found nothing that might thus affect them. The scent was so strong and offensive that for 8 or 10 days they entirely omitted using it. In the deepest of these wells, which was about 36 feet, the water was turned to a brimstone color, but had nothing of the smell, and was thick like puddle water. Some wells, dry just before the shock, immediately filled up. Occasional shocks were felt for some months after. From the phenomena present here, and in many similar cases, it will appear that large volumes of pent-up gases may be discharged in districts remote from any volcanic region. In some instances, we are informed that immediately after severe shocks, the streams and vegetation have proved poisonous to cattle. There were light shocks felt in 1732, 1737, and 1744, but none of these are said to have done any damage beyond throwing down a few stone walls. Thus we find within a century 14 earthquake periods in New England alone, and in several cases the shocks were numerous, extending over a period of several months. Comparing the small area with the whole region, and remembering that shocks are more frequent in the central, southern, and western portions of the country, it is fair to conclude that the merest tithe of those actually occurring could have come under the notice of our ancestors. The most violent shock ever known in New England came 18 days after the great Lisbon earthquake of 1755, preceded by a peculiar rumbling roar. Then came a rapid, jarring, vibrating motion, with an upward shock, then a violent, prodigious shock, as suddenly, to all appearances as a thunderclap, breaking upon a house and attended by a great noise. Then followed a series of quick and violent concussions, jerks, and wrenches, attended by an undulating, waving motion of the whole surface of the ground, not unlike the shaking and quaking of a large bog. Several writers give a graphic account of the behavior of the good people of Boston at this juncture. The shock came at a little past 4 in the morning. Some sprang from their beds and ran into the street. Some lay shivering with fear, not daring to rise. Others rushed to the windows, and, seeing in the gloom their unclad neighbors rushing about in the streets, shrieked aloud that the judgment day was at hand. Others thought that they heard Gabriel's horn, and fell on their knees, crying for mercy, or fainted away. The boldest feared the crash of tottering houses. Children ran about crying for their parents. Dogs howled dismally. Birds flew aloft with frightened cries. Cattle bellowed with fear as they dashed about their pens. Screaming horses struggled in their stalls. Numbers of fish were killed by the shock. Changes were wrought in springs and streams, after the manner of 1727. The damage done was not so great as might have been expected from the unusual alarm shown. A large number of chimneys in Boston were thrown down. Clocks were stopped. A new vane was broken from the market house, the spindle being snapped at a place where it was 5 inches thick. We are not told of any serious loss of life or property. The shock extended southward, and was plainly felt along the east side of the Chesapeake, but not on the western shore. The sea wave set in motion traveled southward, and it is supposed to have occasioned the unusual commotion of the water in the West Indies. At St. Martin's the sea suddenly fell 5 feet below its level, and then rose 6 above. The time of the shock was determined exactly by an accident. Professor Winthrop, of Cambridge, had placed a long glass tube in his tall clock as a safe place. This tube, thrown against the pendulum, stopped the clock, which the day before had been adjusted to the meridional noon, and as Professor Winthrop had compared his watch and clock the night before, He was able to show that the shocks began at 11 minutes and 35 seconds after 4 a.m., November 18th, and continued about 4.5 minutes. 18 periods of earthquakes are noted in the next 55 years, and at one of these, in 1791, nearly 150 shocks were felt. In 1810, 11, and 12, a series of remarkable shocks were felt throughout a large portion of the United States, but with especial force in the central Mississippi Valley. The first were noticed near St. Genevieve, but the center of violence seemed to lie around New Madrid, Missouri. The shocks became so sharp and frequent that Dr. Robertson was sent out to observe and record them carefully. He kept count up to 500 and then abandoned that portion of the work. The phenomena were much like those of the milder type of earthquakes everywhere. Around New Madrid, huge fissures opening in the earth emitted volumes of sand and gas, occasionally spouting water or sending out bursts of flame. Some of the fissures were 600 feet long and 20 feet wide. The sand and water was sometimes thrown as high as 40 or 50 feet. During the whole period there were unusual disturbances in other regions. On the night of the most violent shocks occurred the great earthquake at Caracas, Venezuela, which destroyed so many thousands. Had the Mississippi region been a very thickly settled one, the loss of life would have been fearful. Upon the upheaval of a new island, Sabrina, in the Azores, to a height of 320 feet, and an eruption of the St. Vincent volcano in the Antilles, the disturbance ceased. It is not safe to assert positively that there was no connection between these phenomena, but there is little probability that there was. They serve rather to show how universal are the subterranean forces with which man must deal. The year 1811 was also marked by a storm of unusual violence and by the appearance of a brilliant comet, but, as noticed before, efforts to establish any especial connection between such phenomena have not met with any marked success. These earthquakes were so violent in the river itself as to almost shatter boats in midstream. Trees at some distance from the bank were hurled into the water with tremendous force. Flashes of fire and molten matter were thrown to great heights. The explosion seemed like a battery of artillery. Sunken logs and snags were thrown from the deep bottom of the river to a height of 30 feet above the surface. Sulphurous streams dashed from 1,000 rents, leaving unfathomable fissures. Great forest trees lashed their heads together or were snapped off by the shocks. Small islands sank to the bottom of the river. Quantities of coal and charred wood were thrown up, some lying a considerable distance from the fissures that discharged them. Many boats were lost. Quite a number of people were buried under falling banks. It was undoubtedly the most violent convulsion in the history of our country. Reelfoot Lake, now a noted fishing resort, we are told was formed by this earthquake. Time would fail to give us an especial notice of the many shocks received since the country has been more widely settled. With a notice of the recent Charleston earthquake, this list must be closed. This convulsion owes its importance rather to its location than to its violence. It was felt over about 1/4 of the entire country, its greatest force being felt along the Atlantic coast from New Haven to Savannah. The area affected was elliptical, and the shock was but little less severe at Atlanta, Georgia, in East Tennessee, and many North and South Carolina regions, than in Charleston itself. It was felt at Charleston at 9:51, August 31, 1886, and reached Toronto, Canada, in 4 minutes. It did not travel so readily westward as northward. It is, of course, impossible to estimate exactly the damage done. A considerable number of important cities suffered more or less, but the majority were forgotten in the unusual severity at Charleston. The city appeared as though it had been through a siege, or as if a gigantic charge of dynamite had been exploded beneath it. In all directions might be seen heaps of ruins, houses tottering, cracked, twisted, in all stages of destruction. Ever and anon a fresh shock brought down some crumbling edifice with a sudden roar, and a cloud of stifling dust veiled it from view. The night resounded with the screams of terrified fugitives, the tread of hurrying feet, and the groans and cries of the wounded. The parks swarmed with those in search of a place of safety. Hundreds were bruised or maimed by falling stones and timbers. Not a few were killed outright. Others, crushed in wrecks, died a lingering death. Appeals for aid were promptly responded to by all portions of the country. Even those localities which had themselves suffered severely came to the aid of the city that had been more sorely stricken. The greatest injury to life was indirect. Only 47 people, it is said, were killed outright. But few houses were left safe, and for a considerable time young and old, rich and poor, the feeble and the strong, were out of doors in tents, booths, or such rude shelters as they could hastily erect. The alarm was perpetuated by occasional recurrence of the shocks during several days. The continued exposure and lack of necessaries created a vast deal of sickness, and the deaths thus indirectly occasioned far exceeded those killed outright. The damage to buildings in Charleston is estimated at $5 million. But in comparison with the whole number injured, comparatively few of the houses were shaken completely down. Hundreds were shaken and shattered to the point of falling, and had to be pulled down as unsafe. The shock was just short of a point where it would have made terrible havoc. If violent enough to overthrow the many houses, it merely shattered, its victims would have been numbered by thousands instead of tens. We may be thankful, with Lord North, that things were no worse. The nature of the shocks varied. In some parts of South Carolina, chimneys and brick walls remained upright, but crushed to atoms at the base, as if shattered by a powerful upward concussion. In other locations, evidences of a twisting motion were present. Houses were turned partially around and left almost unharmed. Again, as in most cases in Charleston, the chief movement appeared to be a horizontal one, the upper portions of walls and buildings being thrown down while the lower suffered little harm. More of these singular effects will be noticed in connection with other shocks. Crevices and fissures were opened. Railroad rails bent in a snake-like form. Mud, sand, and small stones were thrown out. There was no tidal wave, and artesian wells of 400 feet deep were not disturbed. There was no barometric variation, though the air is said to have suddenly become oppressively hot at the moment of the shock. Some Pennsylvania gas wells diminished, and a geyser in the Yellowstone Park, 4 years quiet, burst suddenly into action. These we must deem mere coincidences. As a whole, this has been the most destructive single earthquake in our history, while far inferior in real violence to the convulsions last noticed. For frequency of shocks, and total damage in consequence, the Pacific states far exceed all the rest of the country. Their position with active volcanic regions in Oregon and Washington and Lower California renders them peculiarly liable to such disturbances. Within the years 1872 to 1885 inclusive, there were registered 75 earthquakes in New England, 66 in the Atlantic states, 75 in the Mississippi Valley, and 237 in the Pacific states. These facts ought to be conclusive evidence against the belief that, because storms and earthquakes are sometimes simultaneous, the one is in any way responsible for the other. These figures show the fewest shocks in the regions most frequented by tornadoes, while the section never visited by the latter shows more shocks than all the rest combined. Add to these the previous shocks recorded in our history, 231, and it is evident that we have our full share of such convulsions. In respect to earthquakes, our British cousins have been even more fortunate than ourselves. A cursory glance at British geology shows that at a remote age in the past, volcanic action was frequent and violent, but the whole region has long buried or healed the wounds inflicted upon the face of nature by the petulant giants of fire. Now and then there is a premonitory tremor, but the warning seems not to be for the grandchildren of the Druids, and the latter have been lulled to a sense of almost security. Yet at some periods of the past they have been seriously disturbed, if we may credit the old chroniclers, but their records are so brief, and at times so conflicting, that it is not always easy to determine the extent of the disaster. And it must be remembered that in the Dark and Middle Ages, the mass of people knew absolutely nothing of affairs not in their own immediate neighborhood. Perhaps the most striking feature of British earthquakes is the fact that, like the shocks in the Vesuvian neighborhood, the area they disturb is very small. It may be, however, that incompleteness of reports is responsible for this apparent peculiarity. Up to the last century, but one general shock is recorded, this being the first of which there is a definite mention, occurring in 974 A.D. 5 others are recorded in the next century, all local. Perhaps the most violent of the earlier earthquakes was the one which in 1110 shook the region between Shrewsbury and Nottingham, tumbling down many houses and injuring many people. At Nottingham, the bed of the river Trent was laid dry and remained so some hours. Probably a large fissure opened temporarily in the channel, allowing the water to escape into subterranean cavities. 3 other earthquakes occurred in the Lincolnshire fens in the next 32 years, doing considerable damage. In 1158, mention is made of a most extraordinary earthquake which shook London and vicinity, destroying much property, injuring several people, and causing the Thames to become so low as to be passed on foot. 7 years later, there was a general tremor observed throughout all England. John of Brompton relates a remarkable circumstance in connection with an earthquake in 1179. The ground belonging to the Bishop of Durham, at Oxenhall, near Darlington, was raised suddenly to a level with the adjacent hills, remaining so from 9 a.m. till sunset, when it fell again, leaving a deep cavity in place of a hill. 3 other earthquakes occurred ere the close of the century. The last one, in Somersetshire, in 1199, being violent enough to throw men off their feet. 47 years passed without any further experience of the sort, when a series of severe shocks, especially violent in Kent, overthrew a number of churches and other buildings of the more pretentious sort, and the same thing happened next year, affecting especially London and the Thames Valley. Again, in the year after, Bath and Wells suffered considerably, and 2 years later St. Albans was shaken. Of other earthquakes in the next century no especial mention need be made, save of one of unusual violence in 1385. A revolution in Scotland followed, and the superstitious populace, looking backward, concluded that the earthquake had been meant as a warning which they had not been able to interpret. A second shock, which followed the revolution, was supposed to express divine displeasure at their short-sightedness. But one shock, though a very general one, is recorded during the next 166 years. Then, in 1551, a slight tremor upset the people's furniture and dinner pots in a portion of Surrey. 20 years afterward a severe shock in Herefordshire was accompanied by a landslide. A large portion of a hill slowly descended during 2 days, turning a half circle as it came, as though on a pivot. In 1574 a sharp vibration shook northern and western England at the hour of vespers. Suppliants in Norton Chapel were thrown prostrate and fled in terror, believing the dead were rising through the floor. Part of Ruthin Castle was thrown down. In 1580, April 6, nearly all England was alarmed by a violent shock. The great bell at Westminster rang the alarm. Others joined in. Students of the Temple rushed into the streets. Stones fell from St. Paul's. Showers of chimneys in the streets maimed several persons. A panic ensued at Christ Church, where 2 people were killed by falling stones, and several were maimed in the wild rush to escape from the building. Parts of the fortifications at Dover were overthrown. Also several churches and castles were damaged. May 1st of the same year, the shocks were again felt in Kent during the night. This is one of the most notable of British earthquakes. It passed eastward through Belgium to Cologne. But it is needless to pursue the record further. Only 2 unusual features are presented among the many earthquakes following. One in 1731 was confined to an area 6 miles by 5, and one in 1734 exhibited a peculiar rotary motion, shaking persons in bed around at right angles to their former positions. Summing up the record, we find that in the 10th century 1 earthquake is recorded in England, during the 11th 10, during the 12th 12, during the 13th 13, during the 14th 4, during the 15th 1, 6 in the 16th, 20 in the 17th, and 84 in the 18th. The present has also had a fair quota. But if we consider the damage to property, or the fatality, we must conclude that no country in the world is so favored in this matter of earthquakes as Great Britain, unless it may be Germany. Finally, all the disasters of this sort, both in England and the United States, so far as all historic records go, do not equal a single one of the many terrible convulsions recorded in the history of other nations. From the earliest times to the present, we find a constant succession of appalling disasters, many of which are almost beyond the power of comprehension. The most cursory glance at these horrors of the past should render every Anglo-Saxon peculiarly grateful that his lot is not cast in a land so cursed with terrors, and more ready to sympathize with the stranger in his woe. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Disasters and Horrors in the World's History by Alan H. Godbey. Chapter 26. Earthquakes in Tropical America. Hark! Louder on the blast come hollow shrieks of dissolution. In the fitful scowl of night, near and more near, angels of death incessant flap their deadly wings, and roar through all the fevered air. The mountains rock, and thousand meteors flame about their heads. The thunder long and loud gives out his voice, responsive to the ocean's troubled growl, while bellowing chasms rend the eternal hills. Earth trembles at the mighty march of death. The reader will be assured, from the facts given concerning volcanic eruptions and the earthquakes of Asia Minor mentioned in the former chapter, that great earthquakes are as numerous in Asiatic districts as elsewhere. But beyond the bare fact, little is known of most of these. India has preserved no written history, and China and Japan have been till recently almost inaccessible to Europeans. So while the disturbances there are equal in importance to those of other lands, it is but lately that any definite information has been accessible, and our chief knowledge has come from personal narratives of white settlers and visitors to the islands of the western Pacific. In Japan there is, to say nothing of numerous volcanoes, strong circumstantial evidence of the frequency of earthquakes in days past. Almost all dwellings are constructed of bamboo and lightest woods, 1 story high, with screens of paper as partitions. Houses of stone are feared, the people preferring to take their chances on a great fire than on an earthquake. The same fact is noticeable in the Philippines, Moluccas, and adjacent groups. Almost the only stone buildings are those of Spanish and Dutch settlers. China has apparently suffered less, but we learn that in 1556 2 entire provinces were laid waste. The extent of the loss of life cannot be estimated. The earth vomited ashes and flames, and 10 great sea waves occurred in 24 hours. Since European occupation of the East Indies, the convulsions have been frequent and alarming. The city of Manila was completely destroyed, with thousands of people, in 1645. Not one stone remained on another. Severe shocks occurred there again in 1699, 1796, 1825, 1852, and 1863. The last named wrecked the cathedral while filled with worshippers. The loss of property was from $8 million to $10 million, or twice that of our Charleston earthquake. 400 people were killed. The shock lasted about half a minute, but opened many fissures, emitted volumes of gas, and spoilt the river water. Again, in 1880, after some vague or irregular tremblings, there were several violent shocks. There was first experienced a peculiar sense of nausea and faintness, with a feeling of powerlessness or inability to flee. Horses stopped trembling in the streets, standing with ears erect, with staring eyes, and stiffly extended legs, as though conscious of extraordinary peril." The natives, heedless of appeals for help, wildly sought their own safety, or knelt devoutly invoking the saints. Clouds of dust filled the air, and heaps of ruin blocked the streets. The terrible hush that prevailed was broken only by an occasional cry for aid, or the crash of a ruined home. Portions of ground between great crevices were raised 5 or 6 feet. Other parts fell as much. But the confusion rapidly subsided, and occupations of all sorts were resumed. One newspaper, true to the traditional enterprise of the fraternity, dragged its paraphernalia from its ruined building, and went to work in the middle of the street. An American publisher could hardly beat that. But a region whose earthquakes have attracted greater attention, and have been more carefully noticed by scientific men than those of the Eastern Archipelago, is to be found along the western slope of the Andes, extending thence into Central America and northern Venezuela and the West Indies. Ever since the Spanish conquest, earthquakes have been numerous and violent in this whole region, and judging from the character of the native dwellings, the aborigines were for centuries accustomed to such movements. But it remained for Humboldt, in the last century, to give us a more careful description of some of the greater of these disasters. Of the preceding disturbances, one of the most notable occurred in 1698, when the crater of the volcano Carguirazo fell in with a great crash during a shock of earthquake, and an area of 20 square miles was covered with mud containing numerous dead fish. A few years later, a similar occurrence north of Quito produced an epidemic of pernicious fevers. But of the many great convulsions, that of Riobamba in 1794 must rank as exceeding all within the range of authentic history, unless we accept the one which destroyed Antioch in the year 526. The area disturbed was the great volcanic plain on which Quito stands. No subterranean noise announced or accompanied the shock. Adjacent volcanoes were quiet, but the volcano of Pasto, 60 miles to the northward, had for 3 months been violently smoking, and at the moment the shock 60 miles away began, it suddenly stopped, nor did it again begin. The volcano of Cayambe, near Quito, seemed surrounded by meteorites. The pious people, alarmed at this manifestation of the divine wrath, formed a religious procession which walked through the principal streets. The result justified their belief in the potency of their prayers, for Quito remained unharmed. A great roar, since known as El Gran Ruido, was heard under the town some 20 minutes after the disaster, but at the scene of the latter it was not heard at all. In the immediate vicinity of Riobamba the destruction was fearful. The entire plain seemed rent into small independent fragments, which rose or sank at will. Humboldt tells that an eye-witness might have seen, "fissures which alternately opened and closed, so that persons partially engulfed were saved by extending their arms, that they might not be swallowed up; portions of long trains of muleteers and laden mules disappearing in suddenly opening cross-fissures, whilst other portions, by a hasty retreat, escaped the danger. Persons standing in the choir of a church, 16 feet above the pavement of the street, found themselves lowered to the level of the pavement without being thrown down. The sinking down of massive houses, with such an absence of disruption or dislocation that the inhabitants could open the doors of the interior, pass uninjured from room to room, light candles, and debate with each other their chance of escape, during 2 days which elapsed before they were dug out. Lastly, the entire disappearance of great masses of stones and building materials. The old town had possessed churches, convents, and houses of several stories, but in the places where they stood, we found, on tracing out among the ruins the former plan of the city, only stone heaps of from 8 to 12 feet in height." Of some of the villages in the adjacent plain, not a trace was left. They sunk bodily, and the earth closed over them. Of the others, only heaps of ruins were left. Nor was this all. The great volcano of Tunguragua, at the southern extremity of the plateau, was rent asunder by the shock, or, according to others, had an eruption from the side. Immense torrents of thick, dark, sandy mud, mingled with pebbles, poured out and flooded adjacent portions of the plain, smothered scores still entangled in the ruins of their dwellings, filling numerous ravines and valleys, one of which was 1,000 feet wide and 700 feet deep. The total loss of life was terrible. One authority places the destruction at 200,000. 40,000 Indians were suffocated by the torrent of mud alone. It is the most destructive earthquake in modern history. The town of Cumana has been visited almost as frequently as the far-famed Antioch. In 1530, we are told, the sea rose 4 fathoms, The earth was rent, a fort laid in ruins, the town wrecked, and dark, noisome liquids ejected from fissures. In 1766, a long drought, 15 months in duration, had turned the thoughts of the people once more upon their manifold transgressions, and they were prepared for further chastisement. This came upon them. October 21, an earthquake blotted the town out of existence in less than a minute. The earth vomited sulphurous waters. The shocks were continued during 14 months. The good people instituted an annual fast and procession in commemoration of the event. Again, in 1794, Cumana was nearly prostrated. December 14, 1797, there was a tremendous upward shock, with a noise like a mine explosion. 4/5 of the town was laid in ruins. The atmosphere seemed converted to water, so great were the torrents of rain. The Indians held a religious festival and dance, believing the destruction and regeneration of the world was at hand. The first days of November, 1799, were noted for the peculiar redness of the sky and the oppressiveness of the atmosphere, though the water was not especially warm. At nightfall the sea breeze failed to begin, and the dusty earth began to crack in all directions. The people were sure some evil boded. November 4, as a heavy storm came up, there was a sharp gust of wind, which the natives say precedes an earthquake, and a few minutes later came the shock. 2 others followed during the evening, but though all the tokens of a great shock, according to native ideas, were present in such force that the people abandoned their homes and slept in the parks and fields, the great quake never came. The redness of the sky continued, and a few nights later occurred a brilliant shower of meteors. Despite these signs and wonders, Mother Earth refused to tremble. Humboldt concluded native prognostications were unreliable. During the past 80 years, destructive earthquakes have been more frequent in South America than in any other region of the earth. First on the list is the great disaster at Caracas. This town lies 6 miles from the seaport of La Guaira, in a valley, "where reigns eternal spring." Shut in by lofty mountains, its aspect is somewhat gloomy. The cold mountain air keeps the evening veiled with clouds, but as a whole, the situation is so fine that the people would hardly exchange it for a site less liable to earthquakes. In December, 1811, when the disturbances were so great in the valleys of the Mississippi, Ohio, and Arkansas, there was a sharp shock which did no especial damage. At this time there was a severe drought, which continued during the succeeding months, but no word of the disturbances to the north, or in St. Vincent, reaching the people, they were not especially alarmed. So the days passed till Holy Week came, and hundreds were in the great churches. At a few minutes past 4 there was a sudden shock which set church bells to ringing. Then came a second, which made the ground seem as though it were boiling. This ceased, and the people supposed the danger was past, when there came the fearful subterranean roar but too well known in tropical countries, followed by series of alternating shocks at right angles to each other, and at once the beautiful city, with its palaces and homes and works of art, was a shapeless ruin, with 12,000 corpses lying amid the wreck. 4,000 people were slain in the churches alone. The great church of Alta Gracia, 150 feet in height, whose nave was supported by pillars 15 feet in diameter, was turned into a heap of rubbish but 5 or 6 feet high. Nearly all had sunk in the earth. Scarce a vestige of pillar or column could be found. A segment of infantry, mustered in San Carlos barracks, was engulfed, but few escaping. 9/10 of the town was annihilated. Night came. The cloud of dust, that like a mist had risen from the wreck, had settled to the ground. The full moon shone as calmly on the scene as in the past, and by the spectral light there were seen strange figures hurrying to and fro. Here passed a mother with an infant's corpse. While there a father groped amid the wreck, and called by turns the names of wife and child. No tools were left in reach in all the town. Bare-handed creatures grappled with the stony heaps, and groaned in answer to the moans beneath. The aqueducts were shattered, and the springs were stopped. The Guaira River was the sole supply. Scarce vessels could be found to fetch it in. Here hurrying feet bore wounded creatures to the stream, but lint and bandages were all beneath the wreck. 2,000 injured people lay upon the turf, with little of the needed help, but all their friends could do was done. Not even food enough could be procured at first. Then anguish-stricken souls repented of their sins, and marched in procession that the wrath of God might be changed to mercy. Some, driven to the verge of madness, loudly confessed their sins in the open streets. Some promised to restore ill-gotten gains. Often the peculation was known only to themselves. Marriages were solemnized between many who had hitherto not considered a ceremony necessary. Children were formally recognized by parents who had before repudiated them. Long-standing feuds and enmities were dropped. Caracas was not the only place injured. La Guaira, Maiquetia, Antimano, Baruta, La Vega, San Felipe, and Mérida were totally destroyed. 5,000 deaths occurred in San Felipe and La Guaira alone. It was impossible to give burial. Vast funeral pyres were made, and corpse after corpse consigned to the flames. The total number of deaths from the quake, including those who had perished from want and sickness induced by the exposure, was probably 40,000. Some have estimated 50,000. The shocks were felt as far westward as Bogota. It does not appear that any especial commotion was felt in Central America, though shocks in the latter regions are nearly always felt in Venezuela or Colombia. Every portion of Central America has been repeatedly shaken. The town of Guatemala has been 4 times destroyed, the people each time selecting a new site and adhering to the old name. The people of San Salvador, on the other hand, have obstinately clung to their site, though visited by violent earthquakes in 1575, 1593, 1625, 1656, 1798, and 1839, and minor shocks are of such constant occurrence that the locality is nicknamed the Hammock. But the shock of 1889 was so severe that they seriously meditated leaving, but they finally settled in the old place when 4/5 of their town had just been destroyed. But in Holy Week in 1854, as Mr. Squire tells us, unusual rumblings were heard on the morning of Holy Thursday. The inhabitants, somewhat alarmed, still went about their customary avocations. The remainder of the week passed without further cause for fear. At 9:30 on Sunday night, a severe shock so alarmed many people that they prepared to camp out for the night. At 11:10 there came without any warning a fearful quaking, which leveled the city to the earth in 10 seconds. Clouds of dust filled the streets. Wells and fountains were choked. Not a drop of water could be obtained. Not a house was left inhabitable. Scarce one preserved the semblance of being erect, yet the town was composed chiefly of low, one-story structures. The air was filled with fumes of sulphur. The neighboring volcano threatened an eruption, and in addition to the usual horrors of an earthquake, other features were added. The ex-president of the Republic was so badly hurt as to be almost incapacitated for duty. Indians roamed pillaging the wreck, dropping on their knees and praying as fresh shocks terrified them, then returning to the plunder, for they were good Christians. Justice, police, clergy, all were gone. The venerable bishop, Soldana, when dragged from the ruin, bade the people flee in all haste, for God had given the city over to the evil one as a punishment for its sins, and in spite of the name it bore, Holy Saviour, it would be cast into the bottomless pit. The The good bishop promptly headed the retreat of the clergy from the forces of Satan, evidently under the impression that if the people could only leave the accursed locality, the devil would not be so scrupulously exact in tormenting them before the time. The people flocked after the clergy in large numbers, believing they would be safest in the neighborhood of the holy men. It is well known that even the devil respects the cloth. The republic had been rent by civil war for years, and in this critical juncture it seemed that it was about to be renewed. But a man of strong will and energy and coolness stepped forward. Duenas, ex-monk, lawyer, deputy, and president, from his farm, like Cincinnatus. Collecting a few friends and digging some arms from the wreck of the barracks, he inspirited the new president, and martial law was proclaimed. The shooting of a few Indian robbers imparted to the remainder a respect for law equaled only by their practical Christianity, and the work of rescue began. Large numbers of the populace permanently forsook the site. 2 years later there was a great earthquake in Honduras, but the area of disturbance was not so densely peopled, and the damage done was proportionately less. Disasters of this sort cause most Central Americans to emigrate. Then women and children form themselves into groups and travel through the country. They set the drama in which they have taken part to music, and they go through the country singing the rude verses which they have run together in the different villages, and then send the hat around. After they have visited the whole of their own country, they cross the frontier into the neighboring state, where they are also assured of doing pretty well." During 3 centuries of Spanish occupation of South America, while scores of convulsions had visited the Pacific seaboard, none had shaken the eastern slope of the Cordilleras, or the Great Plains beyond, and there had resulted a settled belief that the entire region was, so to speak, earthquake-proof, but the illusion was rudely dispelled. In the extreme west of the Argentine Republic, on the high road from Valparaiso to Buenos Aires, lies the town of Mendoza, in full view of Tupungato and the mighty Aconcagua. Never having, in all their history, experienced any harm from these mountains, the people anticipated none. Mendoza had about 20,000 inhabitants and 500 houses, nearly all of them very handsome. It also contained 2 very large hospitals, several schools, a splendid cathedral, and several churches. Its trade was prosperous, and more than 100 large shops testified to the extent of its commerce. There was no such library in the whole of the Argentine Republic. Its theatre was most sumptuous, and the Alameda, its public promenade, was regarded as the finest in South America. One evening an immense red and blue meteor slowly traversed the sky from east to west, and the volcano of Aconcagua broke into an eruption upon the night following, 20th March, 1861, without any premonitory sound or sign. The earth quaked violently, and in less than a minute the town of Mendoza had disappeared. It was transformed into a vast field of ruins, the highest of which were not more than 3 feet from the ground. Never within the memory of man has a town been so taken by surprise, for in this case the earthquake was not preceded by the underground mutterings which, even if only a few seconds in advance of the shock, give some sort of warning. Upon that night, and in less than 4 seconds, 15,000 people were buried in the ruins. Horrible noises, cries of terror, and heart-rending howls of men and animals filled the air, and a thick cloud of dust darkened the sky." Mendoza was not the only place injured. At San Juan, 100 miles northward, 3,000 people were killed. 350 miles further away, Cordova lost a number of houses, and a slight shock was felt at Buenos Aires. The wreck presented the scenes common in such cases, and, as in several similar disasters, bands of brigands pounced upon the town to pillage the ruins. Of the many touching incidents, we must give place to two. That the town was absolutely unwarned is hardly correct. A French geologist, Monsieur Brevard, sent on a scientific mission by the Russian government, had found the volcanoes nearby violently roaring, yet emitting no smoke or fire, and, nearing the valley of Mendoza, he found the soil in a constant tremor. Alarmed at these manifestations, he expressed his belief that if the pressure were not speedily relieved by eruption, a severe earthquake might follow. His assertion caused serious apprehension, for his high attainments gave his opinions great weight with the people. For nearly a week the possibility of a catastrophe was seriously discussed. One evening he stood at the door of Monsieur Matussier, wishing his friends good night. Again he alluded to the earthquake. The shock came, and he was caught by the fall of the house. Matussier himself was on his way home from Valparaiso. When 15 miles from Mendoza, in the mountains, a tremendous roaring was heard, but he felt no shock. The moon shone as calmly and clearly as ever, and no disturbance followed. Oppressed, however, by terrible fear, he hastened to Mendoza. He could not even guess where was the wreck of his own home. After a long, despairing search, he saw his great house-dog come bounding toward him. The dog led him to the wreck, and, after wearisome toil, the merchant found his wife and one child alive. The rest of the family and the French geologist were dead. Another episode is related by Monsieur Charton. There was at Mendoza a rich French hotel-keeper, Monsieur Tesse. After the shock, "one of his intimate friends wandered among the ruins. His eyes were dry, he could shed tears no longer. He stopped on the site of the hotel, trying in vain to recall the old arrangements. He was retiring, his heart filled with sighs, thinking of the honest man and the family he had loved so well, when he perceived, through the shapeless mass of girders and calcined stones, Monsieur Tesse's dog, which moaned. He approached it. The poor animal, the two hind legs and part of the body of which were crushed, forced itself, in spite of its sufferings and weakness, to scratch with his front paws, and uttered from time to time a plaintive howl. As it saw its master's friend come near, it exerted itself and howled louder. The friend understood that Tesse must be beneath this rubbish, and hoped he was not dead. He ran to fetch some persons, and with their help, after much labor, he indeed discovered the body of poor Tesse. His left arm and leg, lying under the beams, were broken, his mouth and eyes full of earth, but he still breathed. Before trying to disengage his limbs, they washed his face, which seemed to relieve him. Without saying a word, he instinctively stretched his right arm toward his dog, who drew himself to him and died a few moments afterwards. Tesse hardly was in a state to pronounce any words before he asked where his family was. All had perished in the great disaster. Hearing this answer, he closed his eyes with despair. Then, making a fresh effort, he pronounced the name of his little girl, and showed with his finger a separate place where he had put her to bed. Some of the people, in compassion for his grief, although without hope, made further search. Others occupied themselves in dressing his broken limbs. A few minutes later, those rendering him this service saw him suddenly raise himself up. He gave a cry. They brought him his daughter, still living. A beam had fallen across the bed of the child and had protected it, but she was seriously wounded in the head. She had also her mouth and eyes filled with dirt, and was exhausted with hunger." For 2 months the pair lay under a tent against a tree, more dead than alive. They only remained to each other of the once rich and happy family. But in this respect they were no worse off than hundreds of others. The people abandoned the site, unable to remain in view of so many monuments of former happiness. Strangers came in, and a new Mendoza rose, but not so lovely as the former one. This town was also severely shaken in 1885. With a notice of one other earthquake, which demands attention because of unusual results, this chapter must close. This shock occurred August 13, 1868, in Peru. The center of the convulsion was at Arequipa, at the foot of a lofty volcanic mountain of Misti, which has not shown signs of activity since the great outburst of 1542. So far as their volcanic neighbor was concerned, the 44,000 people of Arequipa had apparently no reason for apprehension. At 5 minutes past 5, there came a light shock like the jar of a distant explosion. Half a minute later began the subterranean rumbling, with a rapidly increasing vibration, which made the people run for their lives into the streets. Then, "the swaying motion changed into a fierce vertical upheaval. The subterranean roaring increased in a terrifying manner. Then were heard the heart-piercing shrieks of the wretched people, the bursting of walls, the crashing fall of houses and churches, while over all rolled thick clouds of a yellowish-black dust, which, had they been poured forth many minutes longer, would have suffocated thousands." Tacna and Arica suffered a little less, but the greatest damage in the coast region was from the sea wave. A few minutes after the shock, the sea rolled back, falling 25 feet. Then a huge, black wall of water leaped up, 50 feet in height, and rushed for the shore. The American vice-consul at Arica, well versed in the phenomena of earthquakes, left his house at the first shock, and ran with his family to the hills to avoid any probable sea wave. The monster billow struck the mole to pieces, and swept clean the lower part of the town. 6 vessels were lost in the bay, or tossed over rocks and houses. 2, a Peruvian corvette and a United States warship, were carried inland and left high and dry, half a mile north of Arica, without a broken spar or tarnished flag. Similar feats were recorded at Iquique. 1,200 miles of seacoast were more or less affected. $60 million worth of property were destroyed, and 20,000 people killed. The great sea wave was especially remarkable. Recoiling from the Peruvian coast, in 3 hours its southern expansion was observed at Coquimbo, 800 miles south. An hour later it was at Constitucion, 450 miles further. Northward, the wave rushed, 60 feet high, into the harbor of San Pedro, California, 5,000 miles from the shock. To the westward, the Sandwich Islands were reached that night, and irregular waves broke upon the coast for 3 days. Before midnight it broke upon the Marquesas and the Paumotu archipelago. At 3:30 in the morning it was at New Zealand. By daylight it was surging along the coasts of Australia, and by midday it was tossing even on the southwest coast of Australia. The same day it was heaving on the shores of Japan. This wave is doubtless surpassed only by the great wave set in motion by the convulsion of Krakatoa, mentioned in the chapter on volcanoes. It traveled to a distance of 10,500 miles from its starting point, at a speed of from 400 to 500 miles an hour, according to the direction. Yet it has had several strong rivals. Had the great wave of 1867, at the time of the earthquake at St. Thomas, been raised in the open sea instead of in the comparatively shut-in Caribbean, it might have traveled to an equal distance. The sea wave which followed the earthquake at Samoda, Japan, in 1854, completely wiped out that town, leaving only fragments of a temple wall and some wrecked vessels 2 miles inland. Most of the people perished. Recoiling from the coast, the wave rolled in upon the shores of California, traveling 5,000 miles in 12 hours. The terrible earthquake that ravaged Jamaica in 1692 produced a wave that swept 33 feet of water over the highest house in Port Royal, destroying 3,000 persons. An English frigate, the Swan, was deposited on the top of a large building, breaking in the roof. The waves of the Lisbon and Calabrian earthquakes have been noticed elsewhere. This same district in Peru has suffered similarly several times. Callao, with the ground on which it was built, was swept away in 1746. Only 15 of its people ever reached Lima, 6 miles inland. When the town was rebuilt, a second disaster of this sort nearly destroyed it. Iquique and Arequipa, in Peru, were again destroyed May 9, 1877, and a wave 70 feet high swept the coast, and recoiling reached Japan next day, traveling 218 yards per second. The cases given illustrate well the stupendous power and destructiveness of vibrations in the earth's surface. But few have been given, nor have all the greatest been detailed. Mention only must suffice for the one which shook Naples and vicinity December 5, 1456, destroying 40,000 people. Another in Persia, June 7, 1755, destroyed Kashan with 40,000 people. One at Cairo, Egypt, the preceding year, killed 20,000. Another in the Abruzzi, Italy, November 3, 1706, killed 15,000 persons. One at Palermo, Sicily, September 13, 1726, killed 6,000. 100,000 perished in the Pekin earthquake of November 30, 1731. 2,000 were destroyed by an earthquake in the Cooch district, India, in 1819. Constantinople was overturned in the year 1800. 6,000 people perished in an earthquake in Murcia, Spain, in 1829. 1,500 were killed by Italian earthquakes in 1835-36. Southern Syria suffered greatly in 1836. Haiti was shaken, and 4,000 people perished in 1842. 100,000 houses and 30,000 people destroyed by an earthquake in Japan, 1854. Montenegro, Calabria, and 10,000 people in 1857. 5,000 people in Ecuador, 1859. Northwestern Khorasan, Persia, with 30,000 people in 1871. Antioch again nearly destroyed in 1872, 3,000 people killed in Kashmir, 1885. Terrible as this list seems, the total but little exceeds the havoc wrought by the single Bengal famine of 1866. There would be little difficulty in proving that drought, with the consequent famine, has proved the most terrible agent of destruction known to man, and yet it is one that facilities for rapid transit should render least destructive. Scientific men have within 40 years made efforts to keep a sort of catalogue of shocks, but the frequency of earthquakes has rendered this a profitless task. Great ones are long remembered, but as for numbering the minor shocks, one might as well count rainfalls. Several occur every day, and it is only when unusually destructive, like extraordinary tempests, that they attract any attention, so that their being recorded depends even more upon location than upon actual force. All the phenomena of volcanoes and earthquakes point us to one conclusion, that the earth may in time become as dead and deserted as the moon. The telescope shows the latter to be thickly dotted with volcanic craters, whose immensity, in comparison with those of our own globe, is astounding. Yet all are extinct. It is not probable that the interior of our earth is molten, and we have seen that fractures and subsidence, caused by gradual cooling, seem to be the main cause of the local phenomena of volcanoes and earthquakes. As the ages roll on, these weak places may become still higher, and the belt of warm climate will grow narrower and narrower. Cooling at the present rate, 2,500,000,000 years will be necessary to render it as lifeless as the moon. As the cooling progresses, a sheet of snow and ice, from north and south, will descend from the mountains upon the table lands and valleys, driving before it life and civilization, and covering forever the cities and nations that it meets in its passage. All life and human activity will press insensibly toward the intertropical zone. The great cities of the world will fall asleep in succession under their eternal shroud. During very many ages, equatorial humanity will undertake Arctic expeditions to find again under the ice the place of Paris, Lyons, Bordeaux, and Marseille. The sea coasts will have changed, and the geographical map of the earth will have been transformed. No one will live and breathe except in the equatorial zone up to the day when the last family, nearly dead with cold and hunger, will sit on the shore of the last sea in the rays of the sun, which will thereafter shine here on a dead, cold earth, revolving, like a satellite moon, about a sun unseen by mortal eyes, and distributing to an extinguished planet a useless heat." So will end the history of our planet and its great disasters. All worldly shapes shall melt in gloom, the sun himself must die, before this mortal shall assume its immortality. I saw a vision in my sleep, that gave my spirit strength to sweep adown the gulf of time. I saw the last of human mould that shall creation's death behold, as Adam saw her prime. The sun's eye had a sickly glare, the earth with age was wan. The skeletons of nations were around that lonely man. Some had expired in fight, the brands still rusted in their bony hands. In plague and famine some. Earth's cities had no sound or tread, and ships were drifting with the dead to shores where all was dumb. Yet prophet-like that lone one stood, with dauntless words and high, that shook the sere leaves from the wood, as if a storm passed by, saying, "We are twins in death, proud sun, thy face is cold, thy race is run, 'tis mercy bids thee go. For thou 10,000 years hast seen the tide of human tears that shall no longer flow." End of chapter 26.